Volume 1, Prologue, An Unfamous Promise. In the original sky, he said there was a month and a floating sun. Every day is a treasure. Among all the treasures, your eyeballs at that moment sparkled like a beautiful blue gem. Really? Elfuria, the sparkling eyes stared at me straight. Your tiny lips are like flowers, said a smile to me. That's why I feel happy, and as if I'm interested, my finger traces the book you're holding. A story of a new hero seeking, who adventures all over the world with an ignorant witch. On the open page, there are several illustrations. There was a light ship floating in a cold night. There was a light source that illuminated a bright morning. Moon and sun, a symbol of majesty that looks at the world from above. Morning and night guards the grace of the blessed light. The birthplace of the legend, your little bell, when reading the book makes me feel both of those lights as something more fantastic than magic. Something floating in a sky that we don't know. Those floating overhead to tell daylight are a thin glimmer of light like curved eyebrows. Using the term in the book, it is called the Caro moon. However, during the day the sun does not decrease and the moon does not appear. We little children know that it is not the month and the sun told in the book. It was a magic clump, protector of the world, as well as the big barrier created by the 5 greatest witches in the world. The limit between heaven and earth was inherited since the time of the Queen of Witches. Therefore, maybe for sure, behind that barrier across the false sky must be the moon and the sun really exist. Continue, there's a beautiful sunset behind the horizon. Then, as if showing something special, you pointed to the illustration. A hero stood on the edge of a ravine with a sword on his back. Behind the horizon he looked at, there was a huge sun that was about to sink. He said a lot of things turned red, and it was the most beautiful sight in the world. From the black and white illustrations, we can't know the bright colors. That's why I'm imagining the most beautiful sight, you tell me, the amazing sight where everything slowly turned into a soft red. That must be a sight at the end of the world. A priceless secret treasure which can only be seen by those who manage to achieve it. Even so, at that time I thought, this light in front of me will never lose its beauty. Because your eyes that tell the story of the dream are very dazzling. Because your smile that missed the dream repeatedly knocked on my chest. Because I wish I could hug this treasure closer than anyone, if that might. The feeling that grew at that time was etched in the depths of my heart and still remained to this day. If we could get to the top of the tallest tower closest to the sky, if we could be Magivander, maybe we could see the sunset, definitely. What will Serfort would say at that time to a girl like you? Then let's go see it together. Your rounded, beautiful eyes like snow gems stared at me. Your tiny and beautiful lips are like a flower that sways softly, smiles sweet, soft, and full of joy. Yes, promise, when our dreams were both in bloom and united, I want to see the sunset with you. I want to always be with you by your side, even if we get to the end of the world. That meaningless childish desire. And our precious promise that will never fade away. Chapter 1, Hello Rigarden. Once upon a time, the world was confined in the dark. A voice reinforced with magic resounded throughout the room. The sound was heard all the corners of the hall, even reaching the balcony on the 4th floor, not just on the 1st floor. The whole chair was fully filled. We the Lysans are on the verge of collapse due to the arrival of the Celoalerate who descended from space. The voice was great and great. However, strangely, it also sounds like a fairy that whispers in the ear, flowing in a unique tone. I listened to him with a very tense feeling. And when the world is about to reach its end under the leadership of the great magic queen of Mercedes, the noble ancestor, rise up Magivander. However, as soon as I heard the word Magivander, I gasped. Almost at the same time, my hands were tightly grasped. The 5 witches that are still flattered as the strongest have spread a great barrier in the sky and bring peace to the world. Even so, the calm only lasted for a moment. When I looked to the side, there stood a girl, the celestial hair that seemed to be stone with snow crystals with eyes colored. He was wearing the same uniform as me, a sparkling new uniform, amethyst stone butterfly tie, and a black robe. That is proof that from today we are allowed to hold the title of girl. Even now, behind that false sky, the snow wower is still eyeing our world. I was fascinated to see the profile of his graceful face staring straight ahead. For a long time, I've always thought she was a very shining and beautiful girl. However, after arriving at this place where many children my age gathered, I just realized it. His face was so perfect, as beautiful as the inhabitants of the land fairy tale. Therefore, the wizarding world has an obligation to maintain a great barrier, and this magic academy is responsible for giving birth to the future Magivander. The sky-colored eyes that were looking forward, slowly turning towards me. It's okay, Will, Elfie smiled, her tiny lips like beautifully curved flowers. Let's together become Magivander and go see the sunset. Yes, Elfie's smile has always been magic for me. The tension that was shackled me vanished out of nowhere, replaced by the warmth that resided in my chest. I held back his hand, my face was beaming. Hopefully one day you will be the pillar that sustains the sky and dispels evil. Congratulations on your acceptance, O new sorcery children. The Rigarden Magic Academy welcomes you. the head of Cauldron Academy, the witch who was delivering a speech on the podium, stretched out both of his hands. After that, the claustrophic applause filled the hall. The seniors, teachers, and many other adults poured their hopes today. In the middle of a new line of students, we received the blessing. 500 year, the year 500 of the magic calendar. Radelmoon, the 15th day, the third week of Light Day. We, Will Serfort and Alfaria Serfort, have officially become students of the Rigarden Magic Academy. The news came to us, me and Elfie, who lived in the same orphanage 2 months ago. Letter of recommendation from Academy Magic Rigarden. The name of the academy was known by every licence who aspired to be a witch. Even elves and dwarves know him. It is the best magic educational institution in the world, which has educated many aspiring witches and produced hundreds of high-level witches whose names are remembered all the time. Its history even reached 400 years. What an honorable academy. I hear it's usually just the nobles and a few ordinary people who can get in there. When I found out that I was chosen as one of the last, I jumped for joy. Because this is the fastest way to make an appointment with Elfie. To go see the sunset, we had to get into the Rigarden Magic Academy. On the day the letter of recommendation arrived, my adopted brothers rejoiced as if it were their own happiness. The adoptive father who raised us smiled and congratulated him. Me and Elfie, who are going to go to the academy together, are determined to make our promise come true. From then on, we were very busy, doing various preparations, even making a small party. And today, after being escorted by everyone, we finally stepped into the gates of the Rigarden Magic Academy. Everyone, please calm down. After the reception ceremony was over, we moved from the hall to the main building of the academy. In a spacious classroom, a place where about 50 students of many new students are placed, there are a wide array of classmates. A girl with long hair and a messy cypress. A boy who played his finger on pale blue hair similar to Elfie. A blonde-haired schoolgirl with a hair-binding ribbon whose posture is very strapping. There are many others. Despite wearing the same uniform as us, there are some children who wear expensive jewelry or family emblems. During the ceremony, I didn't have time to pay close attention around. It seems that most of them are nobles, huh? When I was still not completely calm and silently observing around, Hoem. Elfie, don't sleep low, the teacher will start talking. Is it up from yesterday we kept on the horse-drawn carriage, then as soon as we got to the academy immediately continued. Saying drowsiness, the Elfie sitting next to me started to nod. This childhood friend of mine, in a good or bad sense, is always the same as usual. Even though I tried hard to shake her tiny shoulders, I couldn't stop Elfie, who was about to travel to the dream world. Many of the gazes from the other students seemed to say, "What the hell are they?" As I panicked like a squirrel whose nest was on fire, the teacher finally got on the podium. Congratulations on your success in completing the reception ceremony well. Introduce, I'm a Norgram Workner. I was an academy teacher who taught especially wind magic. Today I will give you a general explanation. This classroom, perhaps arguably shaped like a bowl, the tables are arranged following a semicircular shape. The more forward the downwards, the more it decreases like a ladder. At the very bottom, standing on the podium, was a man with gray hair tied up. He looks younger than my adoptive father, probably about 20 years old. The teacher, who introduced himself as a Workner with another teacher behind him, looked at the entire classroom. First of all, I'll explain about the dungeon that is closely related to this magic academy. Is that the structure, or maybe there's a special magic applied here? Master Workner's voice was clearly heard in the spacious classroom. Under this academy, even under the entire capital, there is a very wide underground maze. This is an irreplaceable training ground for us witches to hone skills, as well as other worlds that are still full of unknown things. The gaze of Guru Workner, who is also wearing glasses like me, was very serious. Even other students who had not stopped chatting were silent. It seemed that they were afraid that they fixed their sitting position. You will also go into dungeon as part of the lesson to test your magic skills. You will be faced with terrible monsters and have to fight. In the worst case, you can lose your life. I don't know when class has been quiet and I've been gulping. I'm the only one who makes a sound moving my throat. However, as long as you obey our instructions, the teachers, I dare to guarantee such a thing will not happen. But there are always 5 people in every generation who break the rules and learn lessons. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The Workner teacher smiled, pretending to be angry with an witty attitude. I could see the students who were being bullied by the teacher blinked several times and let out a sigh of relief. Of course, I did too. The atmosphere became relaxed, and the students who seemed relieved began to whisper again. The teacher must be a good person. I was sitting at the top of the class while trying to hide Elfie, thinking so for no apparent reason. Many of you are here must admire Magicvander and aspire to reach the towers that you can see from here. We support and intend to help you. Don't hesitate to rely on us. Magicvander and towers. Hearing those words, many students took their eyes off the podium and looked to the side. I also followed their movements. Elfie also opened his eyes quickly. Outside the window, there was a giant white pillar that loomed into the sky. That's what everyone calls the tower, Mercedian Witch Tower. The tower, which is named after the greatest witch without exaggeration, is the tallest in this wizarding world. Being in the closest place to the sky, the tower was also our destination, me and Elfie. Only the highest graders can rise to the tower from the academy. To be a Magivander, which is only 5 people, you have to pass through a very narrow gate, even more than you can imagine. If any of you aspire to reach the top of the tower, I remind you from the beginning that mediocre efforts will not be enough. Alright, next I'll explain about the rules of the Academy and the Magic Academy dormitory. Elfie and I reacted at the same time, hearing the information we had just heard. While Guru Werkner continued his explanation, we looked at each other. He said, "Peak, so to reach the top of the meal we must indeed. Yes, we have to be Magivander. It seems very difficult, but..." Elfie, who was now completely awakened, sipped a smile. "We can do it if we're both together." I was in doubt. Now I feel as if the flower blooms on my chest. And right when I was about to nod and answer yes, that's when, becoming a Magivander, commoners. Oi oi, don't joke. The sound of a cynical abbot that was not trying to be hidden was heard from behind. Behind us, looking low from the higher chair, there was a boy. Its folding collar shirt looks much more expensive than I wear, even with a single look at the difference in quality. His captist, probably made of pure gold, sparkling brightly. As if reflecting his confident and aggressive personality, his hair was red like fire. There's no doubt he's a nobleman. More precisely, it must have come from a respected family. I'm Sion Ulster. As you can see, I am a noble, the eldest son of the Ulster family. I know nothing about the outside world, don't know which Ulster family she's referring to. I feel sorry, but surely his family is great. While I felt depressed, the boy who introduced himself as Sion squinted his eyes like a cruel cat. We are nobles, unlike the common people, have learned magic before entering the academy. You commoners expect to be Magivander ahead of us. It's an insult, you know. I didn't mean that. After all, this Rigarden is an elite school among the elite where the elected nobles attend school. My father also said that the presence of the common people here was wrong. How much despicable money do you pile up to get in here? He no longer tried to hide his humiliation and ridicule. Likewise with feminine-faced students and burly students on both sides, they laugh. Even the students around us who eavesdropped also laughed. They were all, both male and female, were all nobles. Suddenly I felt very lonely, and when I started to be attacked by feelings of isolation and anxiety, is the noble really that great? Right next to me, Elfie asked casually. Sion raised the elduck of his eyebrows, then immediately grinned to disdain. Of course, nobles, if traced to their origins, are descendants of the famous Magivander or the famous 10 wise persons, referred to the noble blood. My family also has a respectable lineage that deals with the great fire sorcerer Berdelian, not inferior to the Rienberg Ice family or Owen's Knight clan. Even my father was one of the honorable members of the fire forces who was awarded the Medal of the Honor Legion. He kept talking at length about how great the nobles were. When I tried hard to understand the many difficult words he said, "Hey, I don't understand what you're talking about at all," Elfie said, cutting off the conversation firmly. "I'm a death-to-death pale." Sion was silent for a moment. "Aren't you a smart noble? Then can you explain it so that we who are stupid can understand? You don't look like nobles at all." Elfie, with her beautiful face as usual, expressed what she thought bluntly as usual. "A nobleman explains the duty of the nobles to the common people." I don't know how much humiliation is in that sentence. However, the boy's reaction in front of me explained everything. What? How dare you, the common people? Sion's face was flushed and he stood up furiously. While shouting loudly to the moment to reverberate all over the class, he pulled the short stick from his waist. I know, really. Bringing out a stick outside the academy lesson is a sign for a duel. It's okay. Shut up, I'll teach you to know yourself. While the two boys beside him panicked, the end of the short stick was directed at Elfie. I panicked too. The duel between the noble witch and Elfie must be dangerous. Elfie, Will, stay there. Ignoring my screams that were like screams, Elfie stood up and jumped onto the stairs next to the table. Zion did the same thing. With a short stick encrusted with a red magic stone in his hand, he looked down on Elfie from the stairs on it. The other students leaned from their table. No one tried to stop. They all wanted to watch curiously. Gigawat Elfie. You guys, what are you doing? Of course, Werkner was aware of this unusual situation. A male and female student was facing off the stairs. This is a common sight in the Magic Academy that has just received new students. Enemy nobles and ordinary people who cannot bear to be insulted are involved in a kind of duel. This time it didn't seem to be any different, and it's useless to advise them in situations like this. Werkner, as in previous years, brandished his beloved short stick, intending to punish both of them with his strength. Wait a minute, Mr. Werkner. Mr. Evan, why did you stop me? However, the man's previously standing hand in the back was like a shadow lowering Werkner's short stick. He is a tall, skinny man who looks sensitive to everything. Although wearing a teacher uniform, there is something sinister about it, far from the impression of an educator in an educational institution. Her narrow and sharp eyes decorated with monoculus now on only to a girl. In response to Werkner's protest, the man called Evan replied with a smile engraved on his lips. I was the one who brought the girl to this academy. We can see it, that extraordinary power. The fight only lasted a blink of an eye. Even before I could jump to protect Elfie, everything was over. Oh, fire obey, a powerful magic spell. It was a preparation as well as a sign to activate the magic in this world. The circle of red magic unfolded like the mouth of a cannon. The magic power emanated from Zion, and the fire arrow was released from the short stick he had branded. Just before that happened, phrase grace, without a spell. Passing through the process that should be required, the magic is activated at high speed. The order that was supposed to make the fire come out first now flipped by a shiny blue light. The wide-eyed Zion at the next second became frozen. Yuasion's shouts again echoed throughout the class. This time it turned into screams, his entire body except the left and neck upwards. The lower body and right arm that hold the short stick are all swallowed by ice clumps. Seeing that, I held my breath. Other students showed tremendous shock. I've known for a long time that Elfie's magic is amazing. In the orphanage, his best ability. But still, defeating nobles like this. Elfie, who did not even hold the stick, lowered his left hand that had been shrunk. Instead, he swung his right index finger gently and there was a prang sound. The ice that locked the movement of the Sion was crushed to pieces with a refreshing sound. I won, understand. Anyway, it's okay, but don't mock Will anymore, huh? Flakes of ice fly like snow. Elfie walked over to the sitting Zion. The noble boy who was appointed with the finger nodded stiffly, as if completely frightened. Both the student and the teacher lost the words. The class became silent. Elfie, who was the center of attention, slowly turned around and gave her sweet smile to everyone. He gave a smile, or that's how I thought, but suddenly he jumped excitedly. Amid everyone's shock, he landed on a nearby table, really disrespectful. I'm Elfuria Serfort, my nickname Elfie. The boy who was with me was my childhood friend and my soulmate in the future, Will. We are both ordinary people. It seems like he said something amazing, but that's not the case now. Before I could run to him in a panic, Elfie had already announced while looking at everyone from above. He stood up gallantly on the table, both hands folded in the chest. Remember, yes, if you're bothering me or Will, I'll double back. Please work on it from now on. He said something so worried about with a bright big smile that the coach mastering the kids he used to do in the orphanage. He is a natural leader who knows that the quickest way to gain recognition is to show the ability. My face turned into a terrible expression seeing my childhood friend who gave warning along with his introduction. Will, I'm asking for help, don't let Elfie get out of control. Really, I beg you. My father said this with his tired face. Further, I understand. He hemeth. Who he? Is he really an ordinary people? While my face turned blue and purple, the class became unmerciful. Some were nodding many times towards Elfie, some stood up because they were too excited. There were those whose eyes changed color. Both men and women all stared with a look of surprise and admiration. In an instant, the atmosphere became very boisterous with Elfie as its center. This is the magic world. Understand the supremacy of magic, where everyone will praise anyone who has magic talent, no matter the ordinary people or nobles. Elfie, quickly get off the table, it's rude and your inner practice looks. It's okay, I've made sturdy ice panties with magic, see it, don't lift your skirt. Relax, my real underwear, I'll just show you, Will. Don't show me too, I repeatedly shouted pathetically to Elfie, who was full of confidence but wrong target. He who had picked up the skirt towards me immediately lowered it back, then jumped down. I couldn't help but his body that jumped from the table and hugged me, so I fell with the sound of "Gyu." From the corner of my eyes, I saw Sion making a very wry face, but I don't think my face was much different too. The Magic Academy class was still in a state of chaos. There, all I could do was apologize repeatedly in my adoptive father. It can't be trusted. Such a murmur was detached from Werkner's lips, who witnessed the whole incident. While covering his mouth with his right hand, he was still stunned. Next to him, Evan narrowed his eyes in admiration. Really? Amazing. After a general explanation that cannot be said to be running smoothly, it was finally finished. We new students were brought to the Academy's great dining hall, where a festive welcoming party was held. On the table there are various dishes that look very tasty. There is a whole roast chicken, a meat pie with solid contents, a thickened pasta omelet, a salmon carpaccio with a sprinkle of grated cheese, as well as beef soup that is still billowing. There's also a galantine of vine meat. This is the first time I've eaten it and immediately liked it, which is said to be a kind of fruit meat. The heavenly mori that I didn't like was available, but I ate it forced because it was said it was important to be a great witch. Meanwhile, Elfie seems to be engrossed in the candy house that almost fills half the table, made of chocolate, biscuits, marshmallows, and berry sauce. We both enjoyed the dish with sparkling eyes until our stomachs almost exploded. Despite the guilt, I secretly apologized to all the children in the orphanage. The welcoming party ended along with the words of the academy's head, and all the disciples moved to the Rigarden Magic Academy dormitory. Rigarden's Magic Academy implemented a full dorm system. Even the students who had a house in the Urbis Rigarden, the city of magic center where the academy was located, also had to stay in the dormitory, especially for those of us who come from other areas like me and Elfie. Without being surprised to see a majestic male dormitory like a mansion, we were immediately escorted to a room by the older class who became the chairman of the dormitory. My room was in the corner of the third floor, and it turned out that I was alone. Whether this is luck or misfortune, it seems like the number of new disciples is not even. After putting my little luggage on the floor of the dimly lit room and taking off the coat, I took out my short magic wand. In the midst of a mediocre life, my adoptive father prepared this stick for me and Elfie. After staring at the simple stick for a moment, I swung it towards the lamp attached in the room. Of course, the lights didn't turn on. All the buildings lit the lights with magic, and I've never managed to use magic. That's why Serfort, who doesn't have roommates, can't turn on the lights. Holding the sigh that almost came out again, I approached the window where the dimly lit light came in. When I opened the window, the academy's courtyard had been immersed in dismay. The lights of the magic street shined like a scattered jewel. In the academy, it seemed like the teachers were patrolling. I saw a light swaying like a candle. The air felt a little cold because time had changed from day to night. Looking at the scenery outside with a blank look, I slowly looked up. This season, light has not diminished. Behind the darkness, there was a huge light that shined bluish. The shape of the light is round, perhaps in the book I read with Elfie as a child is called the full moon. However, everyone in this world knows that it is not a moon. It was a big protector knitted from countless magic circles. It was a great magic created by the 5 strongest magicians, Magicvander, who was at the top of the tower. We don't know the real sky, sun, moon, even stars. He said it was only depicted in the world of books and no one had ever seen it. All we could see was the false sky created by the great protector. Once upon a time, the world was covered by darkness. The world is threatened by the Jaloks. It was a fairy tale that was read to all the little ones. At once, it's also part of the legend that really happened. That said, in a very distant past, the invader of heaven appeared suddenly. They almost destroyed this magical world. They are not clear, however, the invaders were very strong and cruel. Many people were killed and the earth was destroyed. Darkness away. Being a light, however, along with that sentence, the one who managed to expel the invaders was the great witch queen, and the 5 witches who followed her. That is Magicvander. They stretched out the big protector in the sky and put up a seal so that the occupiers could not come. That's how the wizarding world is created now. The big protector floating in the middle of the world did not move, did not disappear, and did not sink. Morning, day, and night are created from the darkest change of magic circle according to time. Therefore, there is no sun, soon even sunset. All of these are the world that formed 500 years ago. It's hard to imagine. That said, when the great protector that I still stared at it disappeared, the disaster would again befall the world. He said the Seloar would storm and destroy the world. Want to laugh and think it's just a heartbeat, but adults are very serious about this. After all, the reason for the establishment of this Rigarden Magic Academy was to fight the site occupants. As the head of the academy said during the new student admission ceremony, they attempted to educate superior witches. Because of this, many students who entered the Magic Academy dreamed of becoming Magicvander. An important role that sustains the heavens, the honorable title in the world, and glorious glory. Elfie and I also chased after the peak of the magic world that everyone had dreamed of. It's just not for noble reasons like protecting the world, but because of the childhood promise to see the sunset behind the patron. If caught chasing Magicvander's position for this reason, would Sion mock me again, or maybe he'll get angry. But for us, this is a precious promise, which is why we left the warm orphanage. The room is alone, it's very luxurious, yes, maybe because of the thought of an orphanage while staring at the pale blue night sky. I turned around while still putting my hands on the windowsill. The dormitory room is spacious. It even felt a little cold because it was empty. The orphanage where we all live is always noisy, crowded, narrow, and crowded. Even during sleep, we were jostling to feel the warmth of the raised brothers and sisters near us. It's the first time I've had this kind of calm. From now on, Elfie will also live in a women's dormitory, so from today I'm alone. Do I feel lonely? Maybe I've been hit by homesick. Then Serfort is a coward and has no guts. After closing my mouth for a moment, I shook my head firmly and intended to close the window. That's when Suddenly a girl appeared from under the open window. Elfie, why are you here? I ran away from the girls' dormitories. I want to see Will. Instead of that, Will quickly let me go in dong. Someone will see me. Elfie smiled broadly as he looked at me who fell down. I who had screamed embarrassingly immediately woke up, stood up and reached out. Elfie glad to welcome my hand and into the room agile like a cat. If you find out there's a girl sneaking into a male dorm, we can be scolded low. If you don't know, it's okay. Now I've used the disguise magic right low. That's not the case. After all, wouldn't it soon be discovered that Elfie disappeared from the female dormitory? I hurriedly closed the windows and curtains, then sat down. I can't comment any more about how he appeared from the window when this room was on the 3rd floor. Ever since in the orphanage, Elfie has always been able to infiltrate with magic to any high place. It doesn't matter either. I ordered my other self to replace me. Ah, maybe, Ars Weiss. You use a multiplier magic. Exactly. Elfie, who is very good at using magic, can use his flagship multiplier magic. She left a copy of herself in the female dormitory while the original Elfie came here. Is it okay, Elfie? You're very flashy in class and in the dormitory too. The noble children took me to tea, but fufu oh ho ho ho, if you laugh like that it would be fine. It won't work. Although Elfie's identity should not be found out, I unknowingly shouted loudly. Elfie laughed cheerfully at me, who was panicked in confusion. It's okay because, Elfura-san, where did you learn magic without that spell? That's amazing. Yufufu, Ayana, will you be friends with me? Hey, cheat if you go ahead. Elfria-san, how about trying these expensive tea leaves? Oh ho ho ho. Wow, a graceful smile since then, though the common people but like nobles, no more like saint. Elfaria-san, you're amazing. Now the situation is like this. Lying, I made a strange expression when I heard the state of the female dormitory from Elfie, who shared the vision with her complaint. Will the nobles close their eyes to anything as long as his magic talent is incredible? When I finally showed a tired face, Elfie moved his index finger. Only with that the room lights I couldn't turn on. What are you doing? I made sure there was no other girl approaching Will as long as I wasn't there. Where is there? Anyway, it's a male dormitory. My childhood friend's girl moved around me, sniffing with her nose. Unlike me, who was getting tired, Elfie seemed very happy. Then Will, you're already in the shower. If you haven't take a shower, why and Tino, this is not our orphanage. After all, we've promised an adoptive father that we won't take a shower together again after entering the academy, right? Gee, I scolded Elfie with a flushed face as she clasped her hands as if I was going to hug me. Elfie, who had smiled widely for the first time, pursed his lips. However, he soon returned cheerful and began to explore the room with me. It's bigger than our room, but the bathroom is cramped, isn't it? There was magic stuff left behind from the previous occupants. That's how we checked the layout and searched the closet. I was really troubled by Elfie, but without realizing it, the loneliness I felt had vanished somewhere. I smiled involuntarily and forgot to tell Elfie to come home. After that, we took a bath in turn. Elfie told me to take a shower first, then he took off his sleep clothes quickly and finished his bath in an instant. Elfie couldn't stand the heat, so he didn't really like taking a shower for long. But she loved it when I dried her hair and she asked to be combed. Even though my mouth says it can't, I still spoil Elfie. There was a sense of pleasure because he was so spoiled with me. Feeling needed also makes me proud. But more than that, we are a family. Although there is no blood relation, we are a precious family. In front of the mirror, I combed her beautiful long hair that was sky blue many times with the ice comb she made with her magic. Elfie, who was reflected in the mirror, narrowed his eyes like a cat. Looks very comfortable. I smiled too. We'll sleep together, yuck, if that's okay, right? Actually, I can't, but in the end I had to give up. Elfie turned off the lights and the room darkened. We both lay on the bed for one person. While panicking at Elfie, who kept getting close, I was lying sideways facing towards him. Do you remember when we were kids? When Claire and the others don't exist, we sleep together like this, right? I see, huh? I remember sleeping with my adoptive father, but when I'm bedwetting, will protect me, you. Go on, continue. Elfie did not immediately sleep, even engrossed in telling about past events. For some reason, when alone, Elfie often tells about old memories. Although most are stories that I don't really remember, his eyes were straight and serious. But because it looked a bit lonely, I kept responding and reciprocating his eyes. Its eyes are round with long lashes. It's blue, beautiful, really like a jewel. Our distance was so close, just moving our foreheads could touch. I could feel the breath and warmth of his body. His cold fingertips began to snipple my feet with ignorance. I'm getting back to it, the slender leg wrists counterattacked. Unknowingly, we laughed a little and our feet crossed with each other. Life in the academy has already begun, yes, I muttered softly in the middle of a bluish glow that pierced through the gap of the curtain. Yes, that's right. To see the sunset, it seems like we have to beat the Jelliman invaders, yes. I think that way, therefore Magivander, who is at the top of the tower, is great. Only strong people can be part of them. Yes, yes. From now on we have to try so hard. Will certainly can. Will is a hard worker, more powerful than me. Not so, Elfie is so much better. It seemed like Elfie understood where I felt. He shifted the sheets, removing the distance between us. I can't use magic at all. I can't even turn on the lights in this room. Today I can't protect Elfie either. I can't even light up the room. I can only watch the duel with Zion. I let out the feeling of inferiority that I had been harboring all this time. Will Serfort could not use magic, at least until now. During my stay, I continued to admire Elfie's magic that was so beautiful. Practice many times, try anything, but still no results. Because of this, I hope something will change after coming to the Magic Academy. But at the same time, I was afraid that it would be proven to be a useless person. What I'm most afraid of is, can't be together to make our two promises. Elfie looked at me in silence as I lowered his head. Then, he reached out his hand and hugged my head. It's okay, Will must be fine. I was wide-eyed as my face softly hugged into his chest. Elfie caressed my hair like a mother whose face and voice I don't know. As my heart rate began to calm down, Elfie let go of his hug. Then he got up and took something out of his chest. Elfie, what is that? I secretly made it before coming to the academy. For Will, as I woke up, Elfie thrust the blue light that she held with both hands. It was a blue stone necklace. The color is the same as Elfie's eye, and because of its small size, it looks like a tear gem. His name is Lionlish Tears. Blue tears? Yes, in order to cry in place of the whiny Will and give you encouragement. Elfie put the blue tears of the premonition in my hand that couldn't hide his shock. He then summed up my hands with both hands, closed my eyes, and whispered like praying. Hopefully Will's life in the academy goes well. From the sidelines of the stacked fingers, it seemed like I saw a blue light radiating. Elfie slowly let go of his hand. I opened my finger and stared at the pendant in the palm of my hand, then gently put it on the neck. The little stone swayed and sparkled in my chest. I felt the warmth and courage lit up in a place that was precious to me. I lifted my face, opened my mouth towards the beautiful girl who was bathed in bluish night light. Thank you. Elfie, I express my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. So that this feeling can be conveyed a little, I look him in the eye, just reflecting himself. The most precious girl in the world smiles as if hugged by happiness. I'm going to try hard in order to see the sunset with you. Yes, on top of the bed with our knees folded, we laughed together like when the promise was made. Chapter 2, Days at the Magic Academy. I'm dreaming. Dreams about a precious past when we became a family. Well, Serfort has had memories since he was a baby. 2 babies who were placed in front of the orphanage door along with a book. A little girl, Elfaria, and a boy, I, who sucked the milk bottle that had been prepared or cried roared. Although it sounds strange, I remember a lot of sights as if I borrowed my adoptive father's point of view. In the Serfort's orphanage is not too big. Elfie and I are always together. We were both discarded children, even though we had no blood connection. We were put together in front of the door. The day when we were picked up in our arms, my adoptive father became the same birthday for both of us. Like brothers or sisters, it may be only natural that our bond is deepening. We'll see. Bayun, Elfie is the most adept child using magic among the children in the orphanage. Maybe he's even more powerful than our grown-up dad. I've always been fascinated to see the beautiful ice flowers that Elfie created or the glittering snow floated in the air. Wind brother sucks once compared to Clara and the others. Indeed, Will's brother is better at cleaning up, but when it comes to magic, we're more powerful. Instead, I couldn't use magic at all. I've always been mocked by my adoptive younger siblings. I couldn't even turn on the lights on my own by swinging the stick. I can't make things float either. No matter how much I read a book or imitate Elfie, I can't achieve my dreams. If it could be one of the Magivanders, maybe we could see the sunset. But I don't have time to be discouraged, because when we were 5 years old, Elfie and I made a promise. For the sake of going together to see the sunset, I must not give up alone. I did anything I could do to keep that important promise, always under the supervision of our adoptive father. Hey, Will. Everyone is in trouble. What do you think we should do? I don't know when Elfie started to rely on me like that. Previously, he always kicked out the raised sisters who mocked me and always pulled my hand. But without realizing it, the Elfie who was always in front to protect me is now standing next to me. The little back that used to be in front of me turned into a shoulder that was attached to me. Will, you're okay. Nothing happened, right? You still know me, right? At the same time, I felt he was also overprotective. While it may be contrary to relying on me, Elfie hates it so much if I get hurt. For example, when I risked my body to protect the raised siblings who were almost injured, or when I protect the adoptive sisters from mischievous children around. Elfie will appear out of nowhere and begin to worry about my situation. Of course, he would scold the mischievous adoptive younger siblings and give the mischievous punishment to the mischievous children. I felt that Elfie was relying more and more while trying to reduce the time he was away from me. Since when did Elfie start admitting me? What triggered that? Looking at the water mirror from the memory that appeared and disappeared like a light reflected in the night spring, I wondered like that. But no answer came back. There's nothing I can remember as a trigger. As I tilted my head many times while staring downwards into the memory spring, time suddenly flowed quickly. It happened when I started to feel frustrated because I couldn't use magic at all. An entry recommendation letter came from the Magic Academy, a place I thought I would never have been able to reach. For me who still can't use magic at all, well, Serfort, the Magic Academy is waiting for you. The one who delivered the letter of recommendation was directly a man named Guru Evan. The letter that Master Evan handed over with the smile looked like a ticket towards my dream. I was so excited to tremble, and immediately reported it to the adoptive father and the others. My sisters raised my hands and congratulated each other. There was also a foster sister who cried because she didn't want to separate. Elfie, who also received the same letter, nodded at me. We decided to go to the Rigarden Magic Academy. With your handheld savings, we were bought a special short stick and necessary equipment. We also filled out the registration form to enter into the academy with Elfie. Rigarden Magic Academy enrollment form. Please fill in the following questions. Age, filled based on the history of magic. Race, if elves. It is obligatory to prepare permission from the royal family. Absolute. Must, place of origin referring to the continental map published by Urbis Rigarden Ancestral Genealogy. To the extent known magic attributes. For multi-attribute users, mention all usable attributes. The number of times exposed to the flu in detail may be. Although there were some strange questions in that form, we managed to fill it out. For Elfie, the magic she can use is ease, while for me, unknown. For questions about the flu, Elfie answered a lot, while I was only physically strong answered never. We laughed a little when we saw our opposite answer. And on the day of departure, escorted by everyone, we left the Serfort orphanage. While shaking inside the horse carriage that had been arranged by Master Evan, we traveled a long way. I will never forget when we arrive at the center of the world where the Magic Academy is, Urbis Rigarden, a large city surrounded by several layers of large walls. The most striking is the Witch Tower, the tallest tower in the world that became the destination of me and Elfie. The giant white tower we saw from near was so high that our neck hurt when we saw it, so magnificent. With Elfie with the cheeks flushed out of excitement, we renewed our promise. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The first thing caught by my still blurry look was silky sky blue hair. Elfie was still asleep, hugging me with her face setting on my chest. His small slumps on my neck felt tickling. Is Elfie also dreaming? Where suddenly a drop of jewel-like tear flowed down her cheeks from her still closed eyelids. Where, Will? Don't go. I'm here. I hugged her little body as if expelling nightmares. I'm on your side, so take it easy. I hugged her tightly but gently, hoping that my feelings would be conveyed. Elfie, who had cried, still with her eyes closed, slightly raised the tip of her lips and gave herself up in my arms. After hugging this lonely childhood friend for a moment, I slowly got up so as not to wake him up. From the gap of the curtain, the sunlight that is still dimming through in signifies blind morning. I squinted my eyes while still holding Elfie's little hand so that he wouldn't feel lonely. Suddenly, a blue light trembled on my chest. The blue tears gave a precious girl. I played it with a finger, stroked her affectionately, then smiled at Elfie. Let's fight today, Elfie. The real academy life began today, the first day of the academy life. After rushing to prepare my childhood friend who woke up late and still half drowsiness, Elfie managed to exchange with her clone in the princess dormitory. The first class we entered was underground. No breakfast. After all, you all must have been fed up with the words you received yesterday. Your desire to learn is already burning, deep and eternal like darkness. The nervous and enthusiastic sense stored in our chests and other students immediately vanished. The atmosphere of the Gremmeting underground class and a teacher waiting for us was the cause. Otherwise, I'll report to the head of the academy that the seeds of this year failed the harvest, and I could only condemn these next 6 years as infuriating prison days. It's really helpless. Black hair is as if darkness is boiled in a pot. In contrast to yesterday's Master Workner, his expression was cold without a small amount of hospitality. His eyes were as sharp as a snake, frankly. Just by standing there, he was so scary. Let me introduce myself for a while. Edward Serfants. The subjects I teach are Dark Witch and Handish Source History. I hope 6 years with you will be meaningful. In just 1 minute, Master Edward had mastered the classroom atmosphere, making the students sweat and frightened. I myself was a rowdy death because Elfie was still half asleep. While continuing to shake his shoulder desperately to wake him up, Master Edward continued, "Time is limited, let's start. This time we're just going to do a simple testry." Hearing those words of the attribute test, I stopped shaking Elfie's shoulder and was shocked. In the Rigarden Magic Academy, we encourage the students to master the magic of their respective attributes. First of all, after understanding that, we will proceed to the class of written tests, magical realization and praxis as customary. The attributes of magic in this world are 7. Light, fire, wind, earth, lightning, water, and darkness. There was actually also the special magic of the elves, but it should be excluded here. That said, the licenses can basically only master one attribute per person, except general magic. This is also a step to identify rare multi-attribute users. Even the nobles who had learned magic and understood their attributes must also follow suit. There are no exceptions. Multi-attribute users are those who can use 2 or more magic attributes, so what we're going to start now is the assessment of talent. Perhaps new students who don't fit here are also undergoing the same attribute test in another class. He said the class division would also change based on each other's magic attributes, so this was definitely an important ceremony. But what magic can I use? If Elfie, he is good at ice magic, which is included in the water attribute, but I've never been able to use magic at all. Let alone magic attributes, even the general magic can't. What if my attributes are unknown? When I was battling my heartbeat for imagining that unpleasant thing, why is it that there is only an attribute test that there should be such a spooky teacher? I heard someone whispering like that in a spacious classroom. And Master Edward heard it sharply. Good question, Palm Snock. As long as the Academy's life goes ahead, you should always express the doubts you have. Every time it happens, I will rebuke your stupidity and improsin and education. Why? Perhaps he did not expect to be found out. The male disciple whose name was named was turned pale. Why is it that the user of the dark magic who is in charge of doing the attribute test? Not just Snock, you all must be thinking the same. I don't have to say anything, clearly written on your face, no need to pretend, but the answer is simple. Since the magic of darkness was the origin of all magic, the earliest attributes. Lately, many misunderstand that the magic of light, which forms a huge barrier in the sky, is the earliest magic. That was wrong. All that was because people adored blind authority like Magivander. There was even a baseless spread that darkness was lower than the light, even lower than the other 5 attributes. Ah, it's so sad. Teacher Edward walked slowly between the benches, the sound of his shoes was twitching slowly. Facing this sudden college, we students could only bow our heads in despair, our faces were sweating. Oh yeah, Elfie still sleeps in the same position as me. In this class, there may be those blessed with dark magic. You may face unfounded slander and accusations later. It's none other than I've experienced. Cunning, evil, negative embodiment, even considered a novice. It's true, if we open up history, a lot of eccentric and obsessed dark witches. But it has absolutely nothing to do with us living in modern times. Generalizing like that is just stupidity. For fellow users of the dark attribute, say this to those fools. Darkness is the beginning of everything, and the user of darkness is more persistent than anyone. Master Edward returned to the podium, squinting and staring intently at us. My neck is goosebumps. Sklip and evil, the teacher is so scary. He proved himself the danger of dark magic. May my attributes not be dark magic, may it not be dark magic. He's a snake, I could hear the voices of the other students. The 2 benches in front of me, the face of Zion, who was so arrogant yesterday, looked tense. I almost misunderstood that this was just the release of his school-time vengeance. All right, let's start the main topic. In a class that no one dared to argue, Master Edward took something out. The object is similar to a portable lantern commonly used by dwarfs. Made of black embellishment, and currently the illumination section is not lit. Master Edward held the upper hand, and as he slowly exerted his strength, the black light lit up. This is called the deaf lantern. If a magician drains his magic power, a light that fits his attributes will light up. We will determine your attributes based on this light trend. Stand up and make a line. Teacher Edward swung his short stick, and 3 lentera appeared on the table. The seemingly disciples from the ordinary people came forward with hesitation, while the nobles advanced without fear, forming a line. When I pulled Elfie's arm, he finally woke up with a murmur of red light. Fire, I have blue, it looks like water attributes. Well, the land, I don't know why the magic of the ground feels mediocre. In accordance with what I was checking at my grandfather's place, my attributes were lightning. I'm not a multi-attribute user. No one seems to have got the light yet. He said it was very rare, maybe it wasn't in our generation. The pupils lined up in one of the 3 rows, taking the learning lantern, and showed various reactions. Green for wind attributes, orange for the ground, gold for lightning. Various colors of light illuminate classrooms. I can understand the reasons for their joy and disappointment. It could be said that this attribute would determine one of their future paths. For example, Magivander. The strongest wizard in each age is selected from the 7 attributes plus the elf, representing 5 attributes. The Magivander is currently composed of light, fire, lightning, ice, and high elves. Masterias Noah, Ink India Baram, Thorsius Fas, Albis Vina, Elif Canaan. In modern times, the name of the 5 sticks is most famous and arguably became an admired figure. In this test, the attributes that match Magivander at this time seem to be preferred. Sion is really a fire attribute, yes. It's good, yeah. Of course, I'm the eldest son of the Ulster family, you know. Sion also has fire attributes and seems rather proud. Everyone was jealous of him. Instead, the attributes of the land and wind seem to be less popular. Moreover, darkness need not be said anymore. In the middle of Master Edward, who glared at the students who were in a hurry to stop their vain conversation. It was my turn. Hey, look, now it's his turn. Even though the common people, he's from the same place as Alfariusan, right? Maybe he's great too, maybe the light attribute. It can be a multi-attribute user. Let's take a good look. Whispers began to sound and the whole class's gaze was fixed on me. I was the center of attention because I was Elfie's broker who yesterday showed incredible magic. Along with that attention, my tension also increased. Ordinary results are okay. But what if there is an unusual outcome? The low self-esteem growing in the orphanage makes my feet feel heavy, and I realize that only I am the one who has not undergone an attribute test. Right back then, Elfie, who had just finished his test with a blue light, turned towards me. Will, take it easy. Hey, it's going to work. Elfie looked at my face and whispered in a voice that no one could hear. I was surprised, but immediately smiled and nodded. Even though I couldn't believe myself, I could believe anything Elfie had said. While thanking in my heart to Elfie, who was smiling back, I put my right hand in the Lentra Piers that was on the table. The other students held their breath. Teacher Edward watched coldly. I grasped the lantern handle and closed my eyes tightly. Queen Witch, please grant me my wish. While praying to the Great Witch of the beginning, I exerted my strength. At that moment, my chest felt hot. I felt there was a strength flow I had never felt before pouring from my chest to my right arm. My body trembled. My shoulders went up and down embarrassingly. And the atmosphere around me became boisterous. I felt something dazzling behind my closed-eyed eyelids, and I slowly opened my eyes. Then, blue light, water attributes. One of the students turned my shock into words. The light that lights up in the garter lantern is blue, the same color as Elfie. Will, Serfort turned out to be a water witch. It worked. Great, Will. I raised the lantern with both hands and cheered happily. Soon after, Elfie hugged me from behind. But I can't think about reprimanding him. I'm happy. What a pleasure. With this, I can definitely fulfill an appointment with Elfie. We were able to sharpen magic together and chase that sunset. It's just an ordinary water attribute. It's a bit disappointing, yes. You hope too much. Is he an ordinary people? It's just Alfariusan that's special. While me and Elfie rejoiced, the other disciples showed their faces as if their tension had vanished. They seemed to be disappointed or maybe relieved, but I don't care at all. Now I know that I can use water magic. In the middle of all that, I saw Master Edward pulverizing the eyebrows from the corner of my eye. He looked at me closely as if something had made him suspicious. As I tilted my head in confusion, Master Edward opened his mouth as if exercising the awkward feeling. With this, the attribute test is finished. All of you go to the next class without being late. You succeeded, Will. Yes, thank you. I walked alone with Elfie in the corridor, illuminated by the light of the morning light from the big window. Even after coming out of the underground class, our excitement has yet to subside. While the other students were already heading for the next class, we still shared the joy cheerfully. I'll try hard to use magic like Elfie. Hehe. If we can already use the same magic, let's throw magic at each other, yes. While imagining the future of the two that we could not do in the orphanage, we kept dreaming of beautiful things. Suddenly, a man came from the opposite direction in the corridor that only had been the two of us. Good morning, Alfariusan Wilkun. Ah, Mr. Evan. I remember the person smiling kindly. Teacher Evan, who bothered to come to the Serfort orphanage to deliver a letter of recommendation. Thanks to this guy, I could be in this academy and know that I could use water magic. Aku mendicatinya dengan senium. Sepertinya tes atribut sudah selesai. Dari route wajikalyan hasilnya bagasya. Iya ternyata atribut saya sama dengan Elfie air mungkin saya juga bisa menggunakan sihir ease. Well, that's great. Keep up achievement. That way I recommend you to this academy will also feel proud. Master Evan smiled broadly, his pale purple-colored hair swayed softly. I am menole ki era gadis di balakanku. Iya kan Alfariusan. I don't know when Elfie has removed his smile, he just stares back at Master Evan without saying anything, with eyes that feel cold. Let's go, Will. Elfie, my hand was pulled past Master Evan. Aku yang tadinya bermaksud mengukapkan terima kasih karena telah membawa kami ki akademianai, hanya bisa terbengong-bengong. Kami segera berbelok di tikungan koridor, dan sosok guru Evan yang teras menatap kami pun menghilang dari pandangan. What, Elfie? Seeing his clearly strange attitude, I who were still pulled his hand could not help but ask. Elfie continued to face forward, as if wanting to get away from the place as quickly as possible. I want to always be a sweet kid in front of Will. I don't want to be considered a bitch, but he didn't turn towards me, so I didn't know what expression was attached to his face. However, Elfie clearly said, Aku tidek suka orang itu. Mendengar penolakan yang kuat dan tidak seperti elfi yang biasanya, aku hanya bisa terkejut. Akademi sihir regardan sangat besar. Dan juga luas sekali. Bahkan dua pula rumah bangsawan pun tak ada papanya dibandingkan akademi ini, seperti kumpulan istana-istana. The number of classrooms in the school building is 880. There are 296 stairs and the fireplace is 150. At least that's what the statues were told talking that stood beside the stairs and in the corridor. Either lie or right. The Magic Academy itself is divided into the first building and the second building. What is mainly used by low-level students like us is the first building. Just to explore this building alone, it seems like it takes more than a month to investigate the whole thing. Ya intinyo adala, kami tersesat. Setelah tes attribut kami berdua yang bergerak bersama berhasil tersesat di jedung sekala yang seperti labirin anai. Kami berkali-kali meminta petunjuk arah pada padang-padang berbicara, dan akhirnya berhasil tiba di ruang kelas tuan kami tapi, dasar bodoh. I'm sorry, that was after the bell came and rang. Elfie and I who are almost late get a big lightning strike from the teacher. Isn't I explained many times in the direction to be careful not to be late? When changing classes, make sure to move early. If you get lost, immediately ask the direction on the talking statue. Whatever you listen to, mafkan kami. Kami hanya bisa meminta maaf berulang kali menghadapi kemarahan guru Werkner yang memberikan pengarahan kemarin. Begitu menakutkannya sampai-sampai Elfie pun gemetaran dan nyaris menangis. Setelah dibebaskan dari Omlan, kami bergabung dengan murid-murid lain yang terkikik jeli. Baiklah dengan ini semua murid yang diketahui memiliki atribut sudah lengkap. Karena ada yang belum pernah bertemu denganku, izinkan aku memperkenalkan diri lagi. Namaku Werkner. Biasanya aku mengajar mata pelajaran sihir angin dan makhluk sihir. This classroom is somewhat different from the previous room. More precisely, there are no chairs and tables. It was as if it had been broken down with magic before. All that was left was a box-shaped empty space. Actually, the one in charge of the water witches is Mr. Bruno, but she just got married. He was on leave to accompany his wife to give birth and babysit. Therefore, for a while I will teach your classes in lieu. When I was surprised to hear the teacher's wedding story I didn't know, for some reason Elfie hooked her arm to me. He leaned his head on my shoulder, leaning on me, with closed eyes and a happy expression. Oh, what's the rest? Despite the short time, please cooperate. Is a wind witch really able to teach water magic? Just as teacher Werkner was about to end his speech, a defiant voice sounded from the line of pupils on the side. Surprised, I turned to the sound and saw a student playing his blue hair with his finger. The boy I saw during the briefing, whose hair was similar to Elfie. You, Julius Rienberg, are you not satisfied with me? Yes, frankly. I've learned a lot of witchcraft from a great private teacher. I don't want to waste time after going all the way to the Magic Academy. While teacher Werkner checked the list of names, the student called Julius answered without a doubt. Although still a child, his attitude was already like an adult. It was immediately seen that he came from a distinguished family. At the same time, I also felt a kind of logic tone that underestimated Master Werkner. Even now, he still smiled in a rather demeaning way. With the other students, I watched anxiously, worried if the teacher would get angry. However, indeed, students from honorable families always have high self-esteem, yes. All right, then Rienberg, get ready. Prepare your stick and try to attack me with your magic, in earnest. The teacher Werkner, who had smiled with one eye closed, suddenly made a surprising proposal. Julius was wide-eyed and we all started to fuss. Only Elfie remained silent beside me, stared at the teacher without changing his expression. Meanwhile, Master Werkner himself seemed relaxed, even seemed to enjoy this situation. It's a kind of routine ritual at the moment. There is always something too late like Serfort and friends, or who misunderstand the vastness of the world like you. Guru Werkner took out a short stick from his waist and swung it slowly to the right and left. Perhaps from being annoyed by those words and gestures, Julius frowned and completely took out his wand. Be a spear, cover the end, the winter war is a graceful. He directed his expensive wand carved with an ice motif towards the teacher, then immediately chanted a spell. Roddle heel snow. What appeared was a long white snow spear. The ice penetration magic that his devastating power was higher than the magic that Elfie used against Zion. Facing the spear of that terrifying magic power, Master Werkner, Melvin, just swinging his short stick a little, that's all. Only then, airflow appeared in front of him, caught the magic spear and smashed it into pieces. What? Even with wind magic, if it can withstand water or ice magic, we can defeat it. It all depends on the magic power that is the source of magic and the magician's ability to control it. Without using the hedge magic to fend off an attack, he simply summoned a regular wind to stop it. That fact makes us all, not just Julius, surprised. The broken spear fragments of glittering pieces floated throughout the classroom. Furthermore, if I spend the appropriate effort and costs, even I can use magic at the level of snowstorms. Like this, Guru Workner took out a small bottle from his waist and poured the contents into the flow of air that still had not disappeared. Instantly, the wind began to freeze with the sound of krek krek and shrouded in snow crystals. As Master Workner said, it was a swirling, small snowstorm. That little bottle was definitely a catalyst for ice magic. By combining it with wind magic, a snowstorm created. The teacher swung his wand as if pulling the invisible thread, controlling the snowstorm, then flicking his finger. The snowstorm disappeared and the fresh cold air enveloped our bodies. I've demonstrated it. Are you still dissatisfied, Rienberg? Teacher Workner said as if it was just part of the lesson. He spoke to Julius and all of us who were dumbfounded with gaping mouth. I'm sorry for my impurity, Mr. Workner. Good. The ability to apologize sincerely is good. After this routine ritual, many of your seniors are quite stubborn. Julius, though with a face like just chewing on a bitter insect, saluted a noble-style apology. Master Workner nodded, then looked at us as if nothing had happened and said, "Well, let's start the lesson." Incredible, this great magician will be our teacher and teach us things. I felt the greatness of the Magic Academy as well as feeling amazed at the Master Workner. I think the other students felt the same way. Unless Julius still seems annoyed, everyone's gaze towards Guru Workner has changed. That teacher's strong, yeah. Elfie also thought so, it's really great, yeah. Elfie also admitted it, but then it's different than an ordinary witch around his chest, like hiding something. In this academy there is a monster like that too, must be careful. He continued to observe Master Workner like a vigilant cat. As I tilted my head hearing the softening, the explanation of the lesson began. The time after this attribute test can be said to be an introduction. You guys who are here are the water and ice classes. You will often meet in lessons based on attributes, especially in the subjects of magic realization. You will be a small classmate in the truest sense. I hope you can hone each other with your friends with the same attributes. It seemed like many lessons in the Magic Academy were adapted to each disciple's magic attribute. Come to think of it, maybe it's natural. If one could only use water magic, learning fire magic would definitely be in vain. As the teacher said, the students who are here will be the ones I often meet with Elfie. But the introduction alone feels less interesting. Next month we will also face the first praxis of dungeon, so today let's practice basic attack magic. The line of students suddenly became boisterous. Some are excited, some are tense, the reaction is diverse. I'm a tense one. The Workner Master reassembles the students in one line and begins to give instructions with a clear voice. The basis of magic is the control of magic power and the pronunciation of the correct spell. First of all, try to close your eyes. Take a breath, calm the mind, and feel the magic power that flows throughout the body. You should be able to feel something different from the blood flow, which moves along with your heartbeat. Lunai's alert, don't push yourself too much. FUL. Although I had thought that the sudden magic practice of attack was dangerous and alarming. Perhaps this shows how high the level of the Rigarden Magic Academy is. It is said that this academy could not even be compared to the schools in other cities, and crucially, many noble disciples entered. As Sion said, many children had already learned magic before entering the academy. And even for ordinary people who come in through recommendations, surely they are children whose talents have been recognized. Students who cannot follow the speed of this lesson will inevitably fail in Rigarden. I was also recognized by Master Evan and was here. I have to be confident. For those who can already feel the power of magic, try to follow my spell. O water, obey. O water, obey. Stay down. O water, obey. 3 students immediately cast a spell. The first 2 male disciples failed, only the last female disciple succeeded. The flow of water gushes firmly from his short stick and the wind blocks it before hitting the window. While Master Workner's airflow prevented class damage, the female student cheered, "I'm successful. This is a low-level water magic, Christo Reese. If you are already proficient, you can penetrate the iron plate. The activated magic I will prevent with my wind, so try it without hesitation." The magic of the Christo Reese that the classmates activated became a trigger for the spirit of the other students. All became excited and the mantra, "O water, get down," scatter everywhere. There are 2 types of reactions seen in the classroom. First, the disciples who kept chanting spells alternating between joyful and disillusionment. This was probably the disciples of the ordinary people or nobles who were less proficient in magic. They checked the flow of magic power within them, asked Master Workner, and kept trying. The second was the disciples who with a calm face prepared their stick and managed to activate magic in one try. They must be children who have received higher education like Zion and can already use magic for a long time. It could possibly be called an elite group in this water class. Julius, who used great magic, certainly belongs to this elite group. Glace Ethia, and Elfie too. He activated a different ice magic from the moment of a duel with Zion without chanting a spell, leaving the disciples around him shocked. The raw removal of the spell requires control of high-level magic power which even the upper-level disciple is struggling. But it seems like you are indeed amazing, huh, Elfaria Serfort. Surprised and admirational noises were heard among the disciples, and Master Werkner smiled wryly while praising. It turns out that Elfie is amazing. Even in Rigarden, called the center of the world, I have to chase him. I need to be able to stand next to him. I also want to use ice magic, not just water. While trying to control my breathing that began to hunt, I prepared my short stick. First of all, I have to feel the magic power. My chest was warm. It's a sensation I never felt before yesterday. Is this? I hope this is what I mean. Next spell, if I'm not mistaken, the ice magic. While closing my eyes and concentrating, I remember what Master Werkner said in my mind. Although all this time I couldn't use magic, I've learned a lot by reading books. Of course, it cannot be compared to the education received by Zion and others, but at least I have basic knowledge. I opened my eyes and slowly chanted the low-level ice magic spell that Elfie used. Oh ice, sing, oh ease, wait Serfort, come here. Just as I wished my magic would be active, Master Werkner called me. Maybe he heard clearly the spell I said. I gasped in shock and with a shy face I looked to the side. Elfie smiled and said, "Good luck." I nodded at him before walking towards the teacher. Serfort. Called you so confusingly with Elfaria. Can I call you Will? Be good. Will, I'm sure I've taught the water magic spell. What are you going to say? Ice magic. Right, ice magic is a derivative of the water. If you can't master the basic water magic, you'd easily fail, unless you're very compatible with the attribute of the ice. That too, I know, it's written in the book I've read. Even though I knew that, I was still desperate to try ice magic. For Julius, Elfaria, and the others who are already proficient in magic, I did let them. But you're different, right? Why are you trying such an impossible thing? Because I don't want to be left behind by Elfie. Because I was in such a hurry. Hearing Master Werkner's calm voice that sounded more like advising than scolding, I confessed honestly. I glanced back for a moment. There, Elfie was surrounded by other disciples after I left. Everyone was fascinated with him. Some were praising, someone asked about his magic. Elfie answered them with a friendly smile that was different from the usual smile he showed me. I feel threatened. I'm afraid I'll be separated from Elfie, who will definitely become popular as I'm seen now. There are elite groups and that aren't, as I felt earlier. If I couldn't use magic well, Elfie and I would definitely be separated into the two groups. The hand that is currently still connected someday may be released. Such a terrifying shadow grew in my mind. The Werkner teacher, who followed my gaze filled with anxiety, muttered, Will. That's why you shouldn't ignore the basics. Elfaria can indeed be called a special student. To pursue such a special one, it takes strong determination and right effort. As I turned around, Master Werkner smiled as if he was looking at a much younger brother. I also had friends in school who kept trying to catch up with the special. Really? Yes. Even though he knew he wasn't talented, he still didn't let go of his strong determination, kept trying right. And finally reaching the top of the royal. You already have a strong determination that no other student has, so just pile up the right effort. I'm wide-eyed, the big tower that was visible outside the window. My destination and Elfie, it felt a little closer. At the same time, I could feel that Master Werkner had a lot of respect for that friend. Will, I'll teach you a special mantra. What is it? Don't ever give up, it's even stronger than the magic power. Unknowingly, I blinked a few times. Guru Werkner put his finger in front of his lips and closed one of his eyes like a child. The smile slowly expands on my face. I started to like Master Werkner. Well, don't rush, do it right and try to move forward. Fine, I answered loudly, and this time preparing my short stick properly. Taking a deep breath, concentrating, and under the supervision of Master Werkner, I uttered that spell. O water, obey Christo Reese. The heat appeared from around my chest, moving through my right arm towards a short stick and gushed from the end. The flow of water emanated with a force that shocked myself. The wind, Master Werkner caught it, creating a sparkling water splash like a fountain. Mr. Werkner, yes, that's great, keep trying like this. As I turned around, Master Werkner nodded with a happy smile. I replied, okay, and bowed before leaving the place. I made it, Elfie, I can do it well. When I was about to report my success to that childhood friend. Miss Elfaria, let me introduce myself. I'm Julius Rienberg. Just like you, I'm a chosen witch. The sight suddenly appeared in front of me. In the center of the circle of students who had completed their magic trials, Elfie and a boy faced each other. It was Julius, one of the strongest in this water weight. Your talent is real. Even though I'm an ordinary people, I respect beautiful jewels. What if you become my partner? Partner, it's exactly like I said. As a fellow chosen man, we can move together and hone our magic skills. We can lead this water weight to be the best in our generation. If we join, we can immediately reach the top of the tower. Even one day I can give Rienberg your name. Hearing the contents of the conversation, I was surprised. If I don't misunderstand, and he's not proposing, right? That can't be. I don't know what to say to Dad. I don't want to part with Elfie either. I immediately broke through to the middle of the student circle. As an introduction, can I kiss the back of your hand? Just as Julius was about to kiss the back of Elfie's hand, I interrupted between them. Wait a minute, who are you? It's so presumable for people who aren't talented. Julius clearly furrowed the forehead on me, who forced me into between them with their arms outstretched. Whether you're a childhood friend of Miss Elferia or what, don't bother. If an ordinary person like you take his time, it would be a loss for the wizarding world, you know. His sharp gaze that was ice cold and pierced me down almost made me shrink. Until now, I took Julius's gaze straight away and said, maybe I'm not talented, but I won't give up. Tidek meni rakatamu hahura payang bisa kalakukan dengan itu, aku tidek akan kalah dari sihirmu atau bakatmu. Dan aku bisa melindungi Elfie dari anak-anak sepertimu. Wajah Julius yang tadinya tertawa berubah terkejut. From the corner of my eyes, I could see the master workner who came to stop this, holding back a laugh. Right behind me, I heard a sweet voice calling for Will Hart's suit, but I ignored it. This time, Julius was really wrinkling his face with displeased. The common people's bottom of the world are like knights in the story. Then let me show you the little thief here. Julius yang mara mengakunkan tongkat pendeknya. Guru workner juga mengingat tingkatnya untuk menghentikan situasi ini. Pandinganku meningkap semua itu dengan jelas. Aku bersiap untuk bertindak berdasarkan apa yang kulihat. Namun, bencuran lembat dari belakangku adalah hal yang tak terduga. Aku tidak bisa menjadi partnermu. Aku ingin bersama Will, that's Elfie. He hugged me from behind and peeked from behind my shoulder, staring at Julius, who was surprised. Legipula apakah kamu menyukai seseorang? What do you mean? I can't be the someone you like low. I and maybe the other students as well don't understand what Elfie said. Tapi efeknya langsung terlihat. Wajah Julius yang awalnya kebingungan berubah drastis menjadi merah padam. Seolah-olah buku harian rahasianya baru saja terbongkar. Julius opened and closed his mouth many times. Ah, that's kind of funny. Setelah itu, Julius yang akhirnya bisa mengendalikan diri, berbalik sambil menjebaskan jubahnya seolah ingin melarikan diri. He shouted "Durl" to the other disciples, asking them to give way, then leave us. Along with that, there was a huge bell sound from above. Clang, clang. That's the lesson sign, bell is over. Don't be late for the next class. Hearing the voice of Master Workner, the students who had been looking awkwardly looked at each other, immediately splitting up. All I had left was that I was the one holding Elfie on my back. Elfie, what did your last words mean? Some kind of pathetic end of love, perhaps. How do you know? NG, instincts of women. When I thought, what the hell, Elfie inflated her cheeks and peeked at my face. Instead of that, Will, you doubt me, right? No, that's not it. Lying, I heard clearly what you talked to Mr. Workner from that distance. But our place is far enough, how sharp is his hearing? When I gasped in surprise, Jayet, Elfie tightened his arms that were coiled around my neck and smiled as she stuck her cheeks to my cheeks. I'm not going to leave Will alone, it will never be. Looks like he could see all my silly worries, to the extent that I smiled, realizing how in vain the worry was. The Rigarden Magic Academy carries a 6-year system. The students entered at the age of 11 and were able to receive a high-level magic education until the age of 16. However, if they do not qualify for class hikes for each school year, they will be issued mercilessly. An important number related to the terms of class increase, and this expenditure is credit. Credit is set for each subject, and the student who is declared graduated by the teacher can obtain it. For example, if you pass the Mainfday Basics I exam, the student will get 1 credit. The type of lesson is divided into 3 broad categories. Written exam, whose graduation is mainly determined by a written test. Realization of magic, which assesses the level of mastery and maturity of magic. Practice, which measures the ability by defeating certain monsters in the dungeon. The total credit that can be obtained during the 6 years of academy life is 12,000. The details are 36-0 for the written test, 48-0 for magic realization, and 36-0 for praxis. Focus on magic realization according to the name of the Magic Academy, because what is sought is the superior magic user. To move up the class, the number of credits needed is 1,000 to become a second-year student, 2,000 to become a third-year student. The calculation continues to grow 1,000 every year until it finally takes 6,000 credits to graduate from the academy. And to be able to proceed to the tower, it takes a minimum of 72 credits. Of the hundreds of students in each generation, only about 30 people could pass through this narrow gate. That's the high and steep road that can't be avoided to reach Magivander. Despite getting such an explanation from the teacher, Elfie and I didn't understand at all, so for a while we made the sentence. We have to graduate from many classes and get 72 credits in order to see the emdamented. as our motto, and began to be excited to live life in the academy. After completing the attribute test and knowing our magic attribute, the class we first took was a mandatory class. Mainful basics, mantra techniques, certain deepness, larynculus science, and so on. We learned hard about the origins of the world and the basics of magic. The teachers are all firm and the speed of the lesson is very high. I'm overwhelmed following him, especially Master Edward, who is feared by many students. I can't answer questions as easily as this. It's sad. Do you want to learn from me? If you want to waste my time, inevitably I will make you born again. How? Every time we heard those words, we trembled in fear. Everyone learns desperately so as not to get read. The lesson of history of magic source taught by Master Edward became a scourge for every student missing. I heard teacher Edward nicknamed the snake in hindsight, making me sweat cold. In written lessons such as the history of magic source, the magic attribute has no effect. I even met Sion and there was a bit of a commotion. The people of the world, that's our seat, print, I. Sorry, Elfie just pointed with her index finger without saying anything, making Zion terrified with I. It's been a common pattern. I often have to break down them, and it seems like Sion already thinks of me as his enemy. In addition to written lessons, there is also a lesson in the realization of magic. We were in the water class and met with Julius every day. But Julius, just like Zion, seems to be nervous in front of Elfie. Good morning, Elfaria-sama, that's it, I'm sorry. Will, lately I feel sad because I was treated like a demon king. Ah yes, that's it. He always ran away in a hurry, making Elfie a little moody. I can't even help in this situation, but I've decided, from today on I'm going to be Santo. The next morning he said something like that, so I guess everything was going to be fine. In a sense, magic that is more important to you at the moment than the attack magic is the water mirror written on page 17 water book. This is a bloom magic that protects itself from enemy attacks. This magic had high magic resilience and was better suited for fighting against witches. Conversely, the ice wall written in the ice book is stronger against physical attack, but for the shallow layer of dungeon, the water mirror is already quite effective. You can calm down about that. In the lesson, Master Workner taught us some magic, low-level spells such as assault magic and brightening magic. In addition, we also learned general magic that can be used by witches from any attribute. Search to detect enemies and realize strange. Analysis to examine in detail special mineral stones, plants, or certain substances. Zoom to enlarge and see objects that are far from view. Every time I learned a new magic I had never known before, I felt excited and tense, because I'm aware that all this is to protect our lives in the labyrinth. Our days are filled with classes of written tests and realization of magic. I couldn't prevent Elfie, who always slipped into the male dormitory, and every night we slept together in the same bed. After having such days for a whole month, the last class after the written test in magical magic, i.e. Praxis, finally opened. Yes, the exploration of the dungeon. Will, hurry, our classmates are already going to the enter door. Ah yes, Suzuman, the 16th day. The third week of Dark Day. Elfie and I ran down the city's main street after exiting the Magic Academy. The Rigarden Magic Academy stands in the center of the Urbis Rigarden, the world's largest city. The entrance is not in the Academy complex built together with the tower and is equipped with various facilities. That said, the entrance was made in a distant place to reduce the impact on the tower. In other words, just in case the ferocious monster overflowed from that entrance. Today, we will plunge for the first time to the rank container inhabited by such monstrous monsters. So this. The Deep Earth's Gateway. I was still wearing an ordinary academy uniform and robe, got there with Elfie. The giant building stood right south of the Magic Academy. The Earth's Gate is within, the entrance to the underground maze of the dungeon. The building consists of a giant cylindrical pillar that resembles a pole and stone gate. Just as great as the Magic Academy, so high that the neck hurts if looking up to look at it. The gate itself looks like a cathedral decorated with intricate designs, but in various places there is a sitting demon statue. They were all winged and looked down as if they could move at any time. The demon frame with a very long arm seemed like waving, as if saying goodbye to hell. Seeing his magnificent and terrifying appearance, I gulped spit involuntarily. How is this? My heart is starting to pound. I too, but we've learned a lot of magic. It can definitely defeat monsters. It seems that many students who have already gathered in front of the gate also cannot escape the sense of tension. Both men and women, even students from the class other than the water class, repeatedly inspected their short sticks. Even the noble children who had received a magic education were seen tense this time. The students I consider to be elite groups were even who looked calm were much less. All that seemed calm was Julius, who was twirling his hair with his fingers. Moreover, there was only a petite girl from the pettier class with a blonde hair decorated with bandeau. In a moment, we will pass through this gate and into the dungeon. As soon as I thought about that, my palms began to sweat. I became a stiff statue, not inferior to the students around me when strength, the noise without intonation and it felt cold was freezing my nape. When I turned around in surprise, I was again hit by double shock. The one standing behind me was a girl, citing colored hair that passes the waist long. Her hair was cluttered and wasn't styled at all, as if it had never been treated. Her pale skin showed no signs of life, even doubting if she was eating properly. However, the most interesting thing is his eyes. Both of his eyes, which were supposed to be the same color as his hair, did not reflect anything, just black and dark. It feels like it's stared at by a blank glass dyed in a pitch black color. He should have been as beautiful as Elfie, but he didn't look so. It can't be felt. Depressed by his aura that is like a desperate person against the world, my feet involuntarily give way. The student wearing the same uniform as us passed in front of us without saying anything. At that time, wine. I sniffed the scent that swept just above my lips, the smell of a strange flower, this is for sure. No, Iris, I once kissed him once in my adoptive father's room working in the medical field. A distinctive sweet but cool smell, I unknowingly followed the girl's figure with my eyes when, Will, you can't look at any other girl but me. Yueha, Elfie's body attack hit my back. He hugged me from behind to make me almost fall forward, but I managed to maintain balance, Suat. Elfie, who quickly jumped from my back and landed, came back to approach me. Sniffing the other girl is not allowed, it's a pervert. Forgive me. I don't remember raising Will to be like that. That's right. I'm in a hurry to apologize, but since when did Elfie become my mom? As I bowed, apologizing to my angry childhood friend while brandishing my fingers, but also confused. As if it wasn't enough, hey, the commoners. Don't be disrespectful to Colette. You are second mother. Who is your mother? Don't joke. Sion, who was not seen, suddenly appeared from the side. The red-haired boy who was angry and flushed with my screams spoke incoherently until his saliva spouted. Even though her family has fallen, she remains the single daughter of the Loire family who inherited the noble blood. You are not someone who deserves to be with him easily. So the boy's name is Colette Loire. Didn't I say it? They were a famous land magic family that even produced Magicvander. All that can relate to her is just a witch from a respected family like me, and could you like that kid? Hey what? Why do you know? No, don't make any strange conclusions. I'm just warning you as a well-regarding family member about Colette. It's not. Hey, why are you brandishing your thumbs up? Why are you smiling like that, which I've never seen before? Don't wink, this is not a spirit. Hey wait, don't get me wrong. The one who used to explain about the girl, her face was getting flushed. Elfie was getting excited as her questions began to give support. Two friends behind Sion tried to stop him frantically. However, before that happened, the jarring voice of Master Workner, "Hey of you, what are you saying? Snatch us." While Zion, Elfie, and the others who were not tense were scolded, I looked into the distance. The girl who appeared to be from the land class passed through the gate and headed to the dungeon first. I remember now. I must have seen the girl also on the first day of the school entrance. During this month, I was too busy adjusting to the academy's life, so I forgot to forget. Colette Loire, huh? After muttering his name, I decided to obey and be scolded with Elfie and the others. Dungeon? That's the vast and gigantic natural underground maze stretching under the feet of the Urbis Rigarden. The width is enough to accommodate the entire city, and the depth is invisible to the end. Without exaggerating, it is said that it is not known to the extent that this level of dungeon continues. The noteworthy thing about this unexpected dungeon is the birth of the monster. It is said that at each level there appeared a completely different kind of monster, blocking the path of the intruders. One of the characteristics is that the deeper the level, the stronger and more dangerous the monsters that appear. Every year, many witches fall victim, including students of the academy. Maybe you think, then mending doesn't go into that dangerous dungeon. However, there were several reasons why Rigarden, even the magical world, couldn't ignore the dungeon. A prime example is a valuable underground resource. Materials for witch sticks, materials for magic lights that illuminate the city, and raw materials for a variety of equipment. The resources of the dungeon are used in various places in our world, enriching our lives. It includes the rare gems and metals contained in the body of the monster, which is also called the drop. In the textbook, it is written that the exploration and conquest of the dungeon is equivalent to the prosperity of the wizarding world. And there's one other big reason. Dungeon became an ideal training ground for witches. They sharpen magic against scary monsters, training talent to be sent to the tower, to produce as many candidates as possible Magicvander, to maintain the great barrier that makes up the false sky forever, to fight the sets of heaven that is said to still be after the wizarding world. Things are born from the dungeon. O children of magic, conquer with knowledge and wisdom, change the unknown to be known and conquered. Everything is connected. These are the words left by the founder of the great magical world, the Queen of the Merced's Witch. The teaching of the Witch Queen who built the tower we were heading, the M. Irionaire Tower of the Merceds. Following that teaching, the future witches who are new to the academy today will challenge the labyrinth for the first time. It's so dark. Will, don't let go of my hand, huh? In the middle of such a situation, I pitifully went down the long stairs while holding hands with Elfie. We were just escorted by the security team and the staff of the Magic Academy in the lobby of the first floor of the Inner World Gate. The big hole that gaped was endless dark. It seemed like we were walking on the giant spiral staircase, but I couldn't understand it at all. Because it's too dark, I can't see anything. But Elfie and other students are different. Hey, people are obscure even though you're licensed, you can't see through this kind of darkness. Can't use dark vision. Are you an elf or a dwarf? Ha ha ha, if he's a dwarf, he can't use magic. I could hear the laughter of Sion and his friends. If I didn't get me wrong, his name was Leral and Gordon. It seemed like Zion and the others were near me and mocked me out of the run, but I didn't have the energy to retaliate. Because as they say, I can't fight this dungeon's darkness at all. This is another reason why I was mocked by my adoptive siblings in the orphanage. Besides not being able to use magic, I also don't have dark vision. Our race called Lysance is known as strong race in the dark. Ordinary darkness is not at all a problem, even we can see the scenery far ahead easily. However, I was born with a weak dark vision ability. When the night arrived, I often lost my eyes to my adopted younger siblings. They often surprise me with their ignorance and I can only scream pathetic. My father's special glasses helped a little, but this is very different from the surface illuminated by the light big barrier. Inside the dungeon is completely pitch black. The underground labyrinth without a light source at all evokes primitive fear. But the biggest problem is that I'm the only one who's struggling. For other students, this is by no means a problem. Of course, Sion and others who have good dark vision do not experience any difficulties. Therefore, if I kindly lit a light here, I would definitely be showered with criticism. Glad, do you want to blind us? Don't joke, I can clearly imagine those kinds of shouts. Even the accompanying teachers may not think about anyone like me. I also feel bad if I have to be treated specifically alone and don't want to be troublesome. With a thought similar to that strong pretentious attitude, I didn't even tell Master Workner. I'm silent, but maybe like Elfie said, I should have reported it. I heard the elves have magic to see through the darkness, but Lysance couldn't learn it. Why can I be this stupid? The feeling of inferiority that I had forgotten since I could use magic again appeared a little. I shouldn't be pretentious in the dungeon that can take my life. By bringing that regret, I went down the stairs carefully. Maybe Elfie gave a sharp look without saying anything because Zion and the others were just shouting "Hee-I" once, then become silent, and then. This is the first floor of the dungeon, Eternal Dark Garden. As soon as we finished the stairs and stepped on the ground, the voice of Guru Workner echoed. Still pitch black, I still can't see the circumstances around. Therefore, I tried to remember the knowledge of the dungeon I learned in the classroom. Eternal Dark Garden. Dark areas that stretch from floor 1 to floor 2, shallow areas for the introduction of dungeon. The structure is like a cave maze with wide passageways and high ceilings. The monster that appeared was of course the weakest kind in the dungeon. There are also strong individuals, but it's basically not a problem for first-year students of the academy would be a witch if they move in a group. But I can't see anything, let alone fight, can't even do anything. Are monsters near? Should I use the search even though it hasn't worked? I started to panic a little. While Elfie clasped my hand tighter to calm me, there was a sound of instruction. There's a room in front, you'll face the monsters there. Water class descends into the dungeon along with the fire class. From the aura around, I could feel all the students noticed Master Workner's explanation. Don't measure the magic distance wrong, be careful not to put other students in the attack track. Also, the magic of the fire would weigh on the eyes that were already accustomed to the darkness. Don't forget to dribble light eye medicine. If you handle it quietly, you can definitely fight the monsters well. Shortly thereafter, there was a sound of the footsteps of the students who began to move. Softly guided by Elfie, I followed the line of footsteps. The student line immediately stopped. We've arrived in a large room, the room mentioned by Master Workner. Still, I can't see anything, however I can hear it clearly. Grrrrrr, the sound of a terrifying monster grow. What emerges from the darkness is the flashes of the eyes. Along with the sound of the students' breaths, the spells began to be called simultaneously. O water, obey, Christo Reese. There was a sound of water, simultaneous shots from the friends of the water class, followed by the loud screams of creatures that might be monsters, invisible, ah look. Glace Ethia, ice magic was released by Elfie who was right next to me. The blue ice gleam splits the darkness, and my eyes that had been narrowed could finally catch the scene. The body is ball-shaped the size of a fist, with a bat wing that sticks out from it. In the middle there is a single eye that is bigger than our eyes. That is, Lesser Gazer, Kiik. Elfie ice magic hit the target, making the Lesser Gazer screaming with a squeak like a mouse. Some of his wings and body were torn apart and he fell to the ground. After stopping moving as if it lost its power, the monster let out a black smoke with a bewoosh sound, although it wasn't me who beat him. Sweat poured out of my whole body. With just one attack, you are great, Elfie. This is thanks to Will. No, I didn't do anything. That's not it. Thanks to you grasping my hand, my magic power increased greatly. I smiled wryly, looking at my childhood friend who was so excited, then refocused attention towards the monster that had fallen. Thanks to the ice Elfie still stuck on the wall and glowing dim, I could see a little. The Lesser Gazer is a winged monster of a gazer type with single eyes and wings. It is considered to be the weakest individual among the type of gazer, with attacks that are only in the form of body ulcers. Instead, he could fly freely in the air, making it difficult to hit it with magic. If not mistaken, in the textbook it is written that because the attack barely causes serious injuries, this monster is suitable as an opponent of practice for aspiring witches. Then what about Elfie, who could defeat him with one attack? Well, Elfie has been amazing for a long time, so maybe this is not surprising anymore. Good work, Elfaria, Mr. Workner. Well, now absorb the main scene into your short stick. There was a sound of footsteps, and Master Workner's silhouette vaguely appeared near us. Elfie nodded obediently and raised his short stick towards the chest. He closed his eyes and concentrated, then the crystal attached at the end of the stick began to shine. Then the black smoke coming out of the defeated Lesser Gazer, the magic Elsenshin, began to be absorbed into the stick. This is the absorption of magic scenes. As discussed in class, by doing this, your stick will be a registrar's medium. This way, the teachers can find out what monsters the student has defeated just by checking his wand. Right, that's right, Will. Conversely, if you do not absorb this maneful essence, you will not get a credit even though it manages to defeat monsters, so remember this. As I answered, Elfie had just finished the absorption process. Guru Workner nodded and said, good. The evidence of the defeat of the Lesser Gazer was accepted. Elfaria Serfort gets 1 credit. Successful, congratulations, Elfie, the first step to seeing the Severus sun together. I celebrated Elfie's success as if it were my own achievements. The Workner teacher then spoke to the rest of the room. Be sure to always absorb the main light that emerges from the monster carcass. Even if you already get a credit to beat him, if maneful scenes are left, it's likely that the dungeon will absorb it and produce a stronger monster will increase rapidly. Fine, the students answered loudly, as if promising not to forget the frightening warning of Guru Workner. At this moment, students other than Elfie also began to calm down. Marika yang sehernya tidak mengenai sasaran atau gagal diaktifkan pun mendingarkan instruksi dari para guru. Di bawah pengawasan Guru Workner dan guru-guru lainnya, mereka terus menggalakan monster. Aku juga, meski beruang dengan kejelapan yang tidak biasa, berhasil menjatuhkan satu Lesser Gazer. Meskipun itu berkat bantuan arahan bidikan dari Elfie. Yuwa. Relax, Roy. There were also students who were attacked by monsters in addition to the Lesser Gazer and became panicked. Shadow Wolf with 4 legs and sharp fangs. Black Centipede, a centipede monster with a length of more than 2 meters. Even after being exposed to direct magic, they did not fall, and even barrier magic did not have time to be used, resulting in the skin being slashed. Some students were bleeding and crying while holding their arms, aided by the teachers. Seeing that, the students who were laughing casually came back tense. The reason we were galvanized with knowledge and magic for a month has become clear. To prepare yourself as best as possible, to be prepared carefully so as not to be swallowed by the darkness of this labyrinth. You can't be caught off guard, it's not to be arrogant. I thought so just like the other students. Sion, you're how? Bringing out such stupid fire against a weak monster, you want to blind my eyes. Didn't Mr. Workner have told us to dribble light dim eye medicine properly? Besides, you first took my prey. Suddenly one corner of the room became extremely bright, followed by a shout of a quarrel. Sion and Julius. They were arguing against the backdrop of a burning fire. Although the light helped me, Julius seemed to be very angry. Meanwhile, Sion's followers and Julius' followers glared at each other. Not only that, the atmosphere among the students of fire class and water class became tense. Don't start your routine rituals here, it's the dungeon, you know you want to die. Seeing that, Master Workner mediated with a sigh. When they're both from the family, aren't they getting along? I don't know. Maybe it's because of fire and water. Elfie and I, who were in the distance, could only talk like that. Other looking upset teachers keep a close eye on the surroundings to make sure there is no danger to the students. The magic energy wave emanated from the short sticks. They were alerted. That's search. They might check if there was a suspicious monster reaction around and make sure the number of students was complete. When combined, the number of students from the fire and water classes is more than 50 people, and the room is also spacious. It may not be possible to keep an eye on everything just with the naked eye. After a tedious moment, just when the Sion and the others' quarrel almost subsided, Workner, are there students from the land class who came here? The fuss doesn't stop. An academy teacher ran into the room from the back hallway with a pale face. A student disappeared from the room we were keeping an eye on. What do you say? What are you doing, Ferdy? Sorry. But it seemed like he wasn't attacked by a monster but rather left alone without our knowledge. There is no reaction to the search. He must have used hide. This news surprised Guru Werkner and we were the students. The teacher who came in the hurry was responsible for the land class and wind class. It seemed like a student from those classes disappeared. The student is, what is the name of the missing student? Colette Loire. Daughter of the land, the girl who passed us before entering the dungeon. I was surprised to hear that unexpected name. Elfie beside me is the same. Cocolette. Even the usually arrogant Sion was his face paled. Take out Mazer. Everything you have, I'll call my magic pet too. Dungeon instantly went awry. Instructions from the teachers continue quickly and the praxis is stopped. The commotion among the students did not stop. The teacher's anxiety was felt. Time is very critical, but there is no way to immediately find Colette. It's not about me, not about Elfie, but still my sweat didn't stop flowing. I don't know anything about that girl. Still, however, the situation where someone might die made my heart pounding and terrifying. Is there anything I can do? No, but what can I do? I already know how scary this dungeon is. The cruelty of the monsters that injure and make the students bleed. The gruesome darkness that rules over this underground maze. What can I do that can be frightened like this? Elfie beside me stopped moving, seemed to be thinking of something. Maybe he's got an idea. It might be better to leave everything to Elfie. Yeah, that's a good idea, it's gonna be, but even so, let's go find him. I don't think Zion, even the teachers can't do anything, let alone us. I saw the figure of Sion trying to break away from his friend's hands. Colette will probably die, you know. I saw her red eyes teary-eyed for the girl. I can't just shut up. Those tears, the cry shook my heart was blazing. My hands clenched, my whole body trembled. I wanted to stop those tears, I didn't want anyone to cry, the forgotten something screamed in me. The stern fear is drowned by a small courage. Because of that, I started running. Relinquishing Elfie's hand, stared at by the shocked Zion, following the sweet cold Noah scent shown by my sense of smell that is like an animal. Don't, the voice of my childhood friend tried to stop me. Apologizing in my heart, I brushed it off. Elfie probably won't be able to chase me quickly, because when it comes to running, I'm always faster than him. Eternal Dark Garden is a cave-shaped maze. The ceiling and the walls are rough. Even in the ground there are stones scattered and the difference in height. Most importantly, the darkness was so concentrated that it made the night on the surface look like a joke. What happens if you run as hard as you can in such a place? Doug, falling and bumped, something easy to imagine. For example, when waking up at night to the toilet, walk in the aisle without turning on the lights and suddenly bumping into something in an unexpected place. Even in your own home that is familiar can happen. On an unknown road, especially in the dungeon, it is only natural that the situation becomes uncontrollable. In short, what I wanted to say was, my body was already full of wounds. Fear scared, I screamed while running. Blood flowed from my nose, tears pooled in my eyes, but I still swung both my arms and kept running. I've always thought, why are others not afraid of the darkness? What if a ghost appears? What if the devil's hand drags us into the darkness? If suddenly attacked by a monster now, I'm sure my heart will jump out. I'm lucky I haven't met a monster in person yet. Even though I ran without thinking, following the scent of Noah, the dungeon wasn't that friendly. Grrr, monsters. As I thought so, a pair of flaming eyes stared at me sharply from the darkness in front. Unknowingly, my feet stopped. Darkness instantly binds my body and mind. I don't know the exact distance or the conditions around. Breaking through forward is the same as suicide, like jumping into a gaping dragon's mouth. What should I do? When doubts arose along with the sweat that was flowing, suddenly, the blue light gushed from behind my clothes around my chest. This is. In surprise, I peered into the collar of my shirt. Blue Tear's necklace gives Elfie shines dim. It's as if you're saying your base. I was stunned, involuntarily pulled a short stick from my waist. The Blue Tear's neck still emits light. The hot reappeared as if pushing me. The current of strength flowed into my right arm. I feel like I can fire magic now. Oh, I sing. The same ice magic is like Elfie. Glace Ethia, along with the dazzling light, the giant ice pillar shot from my short stick. Shadow Wolf, who was about to pounce on me, was immediately swallowed by an ice blob in an instant. Aua, screams echo and cold air spun. Reflexively, I covered my face with one hand, and when I looked back at the front, the monster had disappeared. Instead, the shining ice pillars were dim plugging in the ground. The softly glowing ice clot was extremely inadequate as a light source, but at least, even a little, the darkness has been split. I did it work, and with this. If I let go of Glace Ethia, every time I step forward, I can make an impromptu road light and see the labyrinth. Even those of me who can't use dark vision won't be disturbed by the darkness anymore. I can do it, feeling the reassuring warmness in my chest. I increased my running speed without hesitation. It's enough here. Colette Loire has been desperate for the world. Can't find hope, can't dream, not allowed to think about the future. He must accept the destruction that will one day come. Because of this, he wanted to die. It can't die on the surface. His blood and the power that accompanies it prevents death. That's why Colette was waiting for today, as she could go to the underground labyrinth. Disgusting, deep in the labyrinth, after escaping the supervision of the Academy's teachers and hiding his whereabouts. What moves in the dark is a giant worm with a body as big as an adult, the big boss crawler, monster with the nickname Crime Cracks Creepy, Carrion Eaters. He caught the prey with the tentacles moving in his stomach, then chewed it with a large jaw that was not like ordinary insects. His hard skin could withstand some low-level magic attacks, one of the most dangerous monsters on the first floor. The value is 2 credits according to the standards of the Magic Academy. The dark executions are always avoided by Academy teachers for first-year students who have just entered. Looking around, the other monsters also began to gather. Maybe want to taste the leftovers of food that will be spread by the leader. But, you're pretty good. The girl's side face showed a sense of disgust when she saw a moving tentacles. However, there was not a speck of fear in his empty eyes. His empty dark eyes stared at death through the monster before him. Perhaps because it considers the prey standing still without the intention of fighting only as a regular food. The big boss crawler approached unquestionably, opening his disgusting jaw. Mucus drips. The tentacles that protrude to the right and left attempted to wrap around the girl's shoulders and arms. While being snock that was far from the ideal death, Colette was about to close his eyes. Tungu, but he didn't have time to do it. Because a boy jumped in with an unusually loud shout. Gudju, a surprise attack with all its might hit that big side of the body, making the big boss crawler bounce. The caterpillar screams resounded and Colette's murmurs slipped from her lips. The death that the girl wanted had been taken for granted by an unknown boy. Exactly the time. While gasping for the mucus that was attached when I hit the monster earlier, I brandished my short stick. Right behind me, the Colette Loire stood empty. While protecting him with my back, I looked around, observing the circle of monsters that were still plentiful. I want to ask why you did this, but there doesn't seem to be time for that. The enmity was centered to me that had thrown the monster leader, and the monster mob started attacking. Greta, oh water, obey. The first to attack was One-Eyed Flame Jewel. A rare type of goblin with red gem eyes on one side, called the Frayne Gem, is worth 2 credits. Of course he could use fire magic, and if his red jeweled eyes were hit, he would explode. To avoid being hit by an explosion, avoid an attack on the face, or use water magic. Christo Reese, Jaya, the goblin crashed into the wall by a burst of water coming out firmly from my wand and immediately motionless. However, there was no time to make sure as the other monsters began to attack. I kept firing Christo Reese while protecting Colette, but their numbers didn't decrease at all. It's not gonna be over. If I'm surrounded and attacked from all directions, it's over. Ah, sucky. That rude thought flashed through my mind when I was cornered. Having tried too hard to fight for the first time since entering the Magic Academy, I almost threw my short stick. In this case, I'd better attack directly with my hands. The strength that my adoptive father was strictly forbidden. Just as I clenched my hand, I was about to use it. A snowstorm was jarring. Will, you're all right. Elfie, he chased after me and let out an incredible snowstorm magic, eliminating all the monsters. It's great. Maybe without needing me to do anything unnecessary, Elfie himself can overcome this. Will, I'll give you a lecture, full. And you, because of you. Elfie, who stopped in front of me with a breathless breath, scolded me. Then he also glared at the Colette who was behind me. His gaze was so sharp that I gasped. Come back, Will, before the teachers were found out. Wait a minute, Elfie, we can't just go back alone. We helped him, but this kid... I'll put up a barrier. Monsters won't be able to touch it, and the teachers will soon find it. So hurry up. After saying so, Elfie swung his short stick and activated the brightening magic that we hadn't even learned. A semicircular blue dome envelops the area around Colette. If you tell someone about this, I won't forgive you. Finally, Elfie once again glared at Colette and shouted. Colette had remained silent, just looking at us without saying anything. Come on, Will. Be careful. When Elfie pulled my hand and we were about to leave, I turned around and said so to the doll-like girl. While we were away, he remained motionless, still staring at us. The boy and girl were no longer seen. They disappeared in a hurry into the dungeon. The abandoned Colette began to walk without saying anything. He stopped in front of one of the monsters lying in the barrier and stared at him. It was the big boss crawler that Will was hit. It's dead. The 2 credits worth monster was lying dead by spitting out his stomach, with just that one collision. Without using magic, who exactly is he? The dark eyes that were always emotionless began to tremble with various feelings, starting with shock. The last one appeared in the eyes of the tick and was a little interest. The magic Elda of that lost place began to rise and float from the monster. Colette looked at him blankly, then hugged his short stick to his chest and absorbed the essence. Even so, he still didn't understand anything about the boy who had helped him. "It's weird," the girl muttered softly. "Will you recognize me?" Instead of returning to the place of Zion and the others without being caught by Master Workner, Elfie took me out of the dungeon to the back of the deep world gate. The first thing he asked was that, "Did you forget it? Are you all right?" I didn't forget anything. "What's wrong with you, Elfie?" His small and soft hand gripped both of my shoulders. He held desperately and constantly ascertained the same thing. I could only get confused because I didn't understand the meaning of Elfie's question. "If you're okay, it's okay. Want to go back to the dormitory?" "If we do that, Mr. Workner will be angry. I don't want to take Will to a dangerous place anymore." For a moment he looked lethargic, but then Elfie pulled my hand back and started walking. Protests from me are pointless. I know that if Elfie was like this, he couldn't stop. Thinking what happened to this too worried Elfie, I thought of it. Just then, I reached out of my hand out of curiosity about something that flashed at my sight, around my hair bangs. In the palm of my hand was a hair loss, the color being white. While pulled by Elfie's hand, I stared at the strands of white hair. My confusion that doesn't understand anything just increases. Chapter 3. Truth revealed. At the desk in the spacious teacher's room, Workner showed a hard-thinking face. Today is the lifetime time where the light from the big protector penetrates through the giant windows. Around it, there were several teachers who were enjoying their short break time. Diligent teachers swung their magic wands, making dozens of parchments float in the air, composing a collection of questions for the next lesson. While the less serious is opening the magazine of the magic information tablet blatantly, eagerly predicting the outcome of the hippogriff race. In the middle of the atmosphere, Workner groaned while staring at the documents that were lying on his desk. "It's weird, yeah, it's weird, that kid, Will." It was an evaluation sheet for each student of the first year of the water class that he had filled up to this day. This document will be submitted to Bruno Marcus, the teacher who is on leave. Supposedly, the water weight was handled by Bruno, a water witch. Workner is recording the information of the students in order to be able to hand it out smoothly to his coworkers, but it can use water and ice to attribute magic, but it can't use general magic. Is such a thing possible? He was dizzy thinking about a student named Will Serfort. As written in the document, Will's value for magic attributes is almost perfect to this day. Both the magic of attack and the magic of defense, he could use it at a sufficient level for the dungeon. However, he could not use general magic such as search or analysis. The success rate is 0. It should be reversed. General magic can be used by anyone who has magic power. Despite the differences in its effectiveness, even ordinary people who don't have the title of witch can use it. Usually, using magic attribute is much more difficult. He could use water and ice magic that emerged as a phenomenon, but only the general magic worked internally that he couldn't activate. Or maybe it's actually activated, but Will himself can't feel the effect. Was he not aware of the information related to his magic power? I don't understand. After a long murmur, he finally leaned backwards while holding his head. As a teacher, if something cannot be measured by normal standards, he must suspect fraud, but no, that's not possible. Especially for Will Serfort, Workner is sure of that one thing. It's impossible for Will to cheat. The child is basically honest, hardworking, and too kind. If he knew he was doing something illegal, he might have cried. The 21-year-old Workner can still be considered a junior among the teachers. Yet even in the eyes of the young Workner, Will Serfort was a sincere, exemplary disciple. To be honest, he thought of it as a fun kid. As an ordinary fellow people who are not from noble families, he also supports it. While it may not be very good as a teacher, he must be in favor of Will. Seeing Will, who strives every day to realize his dream with his childhood friend, is really heartwarming. In the eyes of adults, it can even be considered beautiful. Although he could not be a choice, as a Workner teacher hoped that Will could succeed, and his hard work came to fruition. That's why I can't suspect it. I don't want to suspect him. If you have to suspect someone, not him but someone else. When he corrected his glasses that sagged with his finger and thought up there was a sound of footsteps, talk, 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 and a teacher walked over. "Workner, there's something I want to talk about." Mr. Edward, with his long pitch-black hair for men's size, stopped next to the Workner's desk. Despite the age of Workner, Edward already has a much greater authority as a teacher and a dark wizard. Workner also knew that Edward was feared by the disciples because of his attitude that was too hard. "What's wrong? What do you want to talk about?" "It's about Elfaria Serfort." Because he happened to be thinking about the same thing, Workner's heart was a little pounding when he heard the name of the girl who had the same clan as Will. "Aren't you the one who's handling him now? Is there anything strange?" "Something strange? Don't reply to my question with the question, you must feel it too. He's amazing. Not just among the new disciples this year, but also in the entire Magic Academy." Elfaria, who became famous despite being from ordinary people, after a duel incident with Zion on the first day of school. Although his ability to use magic without spells was impressive, he was nothing more than an exemplary disciple. He never failed, but also never showed a striking feat. Perhaps only his courage was praiseworthy. Together with Lehanna Owenshouse from the Lightning class and Mary Lowe of the Fire class, she will probably be one of the promising disciples and compete for the top spot in her generation. That is the objective assessment that approaches consensus among teachers. Edward said that he felt something more than that judgment on Alferia. Besides, I feel like he's still hiding something. I can't get that feeling. The man's eyes narrowed like a snake. At the same time, thin wrinkles appear between their brows. Werkner knew that it came from animosity, vigilance, and jealousy. As an old friend who best knew Edward's background, Werkner understood this. Interesting talk, Mr. Edward and Mr. Werkner. A third party appeared there, Evan Gallord, a teacher in a magic academy just like Werkner and the others. He was also the one who invited Will and Alferia to the academy. What does it need, Gallord? As soon as he saw Evan's face, Edward was clearly ticking. He doesn't like Evan. He once said that he was very disliked Evan's skinny appearance and his gaze that seemed to judge others. Werkner once slipped out, "Students also think the same thing about you, Mr. Edward," and so he was kicked in the calf. However, Werkner could understand Edward's feelings. Evan has a title other than the teacher. You could even say that was his main job. Its nature that looks like an honorable man but is actually only interested in the other people's value comes from there. I can answer all of your questions. It's time to reveal the truth to the surface. Evan smiled broadly in front of Werkner and Edward. It was a smile that Edward said was very unpleasant. Would you both work together? All this is for the prosperity of the world of magic. Politely and slightly exaggerated, Evan bowed his body. Without waiting for the answer from Werkner and Edward, Evan asked, "Please prepare for the Meyerline mirror. The ghost of the library." Yes. This will definitely be one of the 7 wonders of the Academy. Suzuman, Day 33, the 5th week of the Wind Day. As Elfie and I were studying in the Academy's self-study room, there were such voices. When I stopped the movement of my hand, holding the pen and looked towards that voice, it turned out that there were some noblest students, even the classmates who were chatting. He said since a month ago, every night appeared the ghost of a girl in the Academy's great library. It is said that he took the forbidden books from the shelves that were forbidden to read. Ghost. This must be the act of the Sir Development Club or something, right? Right, the class brothers there are all creepy or weird. But he said that's not it. The 6th level grade brother and patrol teacher had seen him several times, but when chased, the ghost disappeared like an illusion. I've heard that too. He said even search couldn't track him, and if it wasn't a ghost, it would mean he's a very great witch. Mr. Feldy was dizzy thinking about it. Like the Braunhammer witch of the 7 wonders, who said kidnap the student to be used as the experiment. Kaya, spicy. Without the need to sharpen the ears, the noise that likes to gossip is echoing in the study room. The disturbed gaze of the other students was on them, making the elder brothers blush in embarrassment and out of the room, but the story was also a gossip in the waterweight, yes. Diving silently to the big library seems difficult even for the upperclassmen. While whispering to the Elfie sitting next to me, I unfurled a map of the academy above my head. The Rigarden Magic Academy is divided into 2 major parts, the first building and second building. The first building was used by a low-level would-be witches like us, while the second building is mainly used by high-level magicians from the upper class. The big library is in the second building. It's just the older class or the teachers who can sneak in there. What do you think, Elfie? Is that really a ghost? It's possible. Elfie seemed less interested in gossip that was being hotly talked about throughout the academy. He didn't look so caring, just flipping through the pages of the book that opened up at his desk and kept reading. Wasn't it that when in the orphanage, Elfie was so afraid of ghosts? I remember the scene as he cried in front of his adoptive father and me. Maybe Elfie is no longer afraid of ghosts anymore at his age. By the way, Elfie, what have you been reading from earlier? I immediately found out that the book that was open next to me was not a first-year textbook. Many difficult writings and complicated magic diagrams are written in them. In response to my question, Elfie closed his book quickly. In a hard book, I took it carelessly from the shelves. Oh, that's it? Yes, I don't really understand, so I'll give it back. Elfie smiled sweetly and stood up. I, who was always with him, could realize something was a little strange with his attitude. I stole an Elfie's hand when he left his chair. The title of the book, Reproduction and Manifestation of Memory Through Magic. It seems difficult, but why did he take a book like that? Hey, Serfort kun, wah. Moments after Elfie completely disappeared from the study room, suddenly some girls surrounded me. You're an Alferia-sama's childhood friend, right? Do you know Alferia-sama's favorite snack or tea brand? Alferia-sama. I was surprised by the sudden question and the Sama call for my childhood friend. It's not just Julius. We want to be closer to Alferia-sama. If we can, we want to be his best friend. We are willing to be the bearer of the goods or followers. It's hard to believe that he's an ordinary people with such elegance. Ah, surely Elfaria-sama is the reincarnation of Saint Viola. We have to be his personal bodyguards to protect him. So that's what it seems. These excited girls are all my classmates and it looks like they adore Elfie. In front of me, Elfie was always being normal, but it seemed like in front of the others he played the role of an exemplary disciple. Otherwise, when speaking to another disciple, he replied with a bright smile. He used to say, "I'm going to be a saint." It turns out he's serious. By the way, guys, did you forget when Elfie fought with Zion and acted like a boss boys? Despite the matter of saints, Elfaria-sama can definitely be the best in our generation. We want to form a support group from now on. We want to be close to a talented person like him. If we can, we want to benefit from it. While hearing the classmates who were outdated to express their motives, I could only think and look around restlessly. Like the older classmates, we are also being looked at with a look of displease by the people around. Hey, so tell me about Elfaria-sama. The story of the past is also possible. The story of the past. It seemed like it was faster if I satiated them and got them away. Feeling very awkward and driven by their enthusiasm, I'm about to open my mouth, but I don't know why I can't remember the word of the past. No, more precisely different. There's a story I can tell you, a lot of it, but strangely those stories felt very objective and I barely felt it personally. I know Elfie's smile, his cries, things he likes and doesn't like, everything, but I feel like I'm reading others' diary. It was as if me was not in the memories with Elfie. Hey, don't make us curious, tell me quickly. Someone said something. But I can't focus on that now. What is this? It doesn't taste good. My head is like I'm going to break, like something is going out, but what? But this bad feeling, I've seemed to have felt it before. What are you doing? That's when. A loud voice enough to restore my woe that began to waver. Sharp anger that makes noisy classmates and other students who look at cynics jolted. That's Elfie. Either he hastily returned after returning the book, or he realized something was happening to me. He reappeared at the entrance of the study room, gasping for breath. He ran towards the classmates who were frozen, broke through between them, and protected me with his back. Don't do this again, Elfaria-san, that's not it, we never do it again. Elfie's anger was great. Even I held my breath and the girls trembled in fear. Elfie was really angry, more than I had seen before. Will, let's go. Elfie's hand cleaned up my stationery because I couldn't move. After packing things, he grabbed my hand and made me stand up. We passed through classmates who looked very disappointed and blistered, then came out of the study room. Elfie, just now no, Will doesn't get weird or anything, that's not it, Will is still Will. Elfie cut off my words as if he understood what I wanted to say. He didn't let me reveal the strange feeling I was about to express. Will is still the Will I've always loved. His back that kept going forward said that. I don't know what expression Elfie is showing at the moment. But as if pleading, his little hand clasped my hand tightly. Warmth and security, right now I can only trust that. We need to be quick. On the sidelines of her beautiful sky blue hair and still swaying from his front-facing lips, I felt I heard the whisper of worry. Even though I had doubted myself and became unstable, the days in the academy became so busy that I had to be stable immediately in order to follow him. With the start of labyrinth exploration, all the lessons of the written exam, magic realization and praxis are carried out simultaneously. Morning is filled with recording written exam lessons and the realization of magic. From day is a praxis eradicating monsters. If you don't repeat the lesson and prepare well at the night of the day, the next morning will be a sad start. Because of this, I could only stick to the table and learn as hard as I could, not to be left behind by other students, in order to stay next to Elfie. To be honest, I wanted to consult with Elfie about the incident in the self-study room of that time. But Elfie didn't seem to want to talk about it. In fact, when I tried to ask, he hugged my head to his chest and pushed me into bed. With the sound of ooh, my childhood friend sanded me with the bed, making me just give up with a reddened face and almost shortness of breath. The tower, in this case it is top senate. Anyway, to climb the Mare Shasty Tower, there is actually another way besides getting credit. It is the creation of magic. Although the lesson is difficult, not only that, there is also pleasure in learning new things. In the middle of the process of adding new knowledge, one day Master Werkner began such a discussion. A magic that has not been registered in the Motorant Tower is considered a new magic and is recognized for its value. This means you can jump over the graduation process of the Magic Academy, a kind of acceleration. Arguably, this is one of the shortcuts to Magicvander. Hearing that, I was whispering with another student, but to be honest, I felt it was very difficult. Because basically, it's the same as being asked to do something that's not in the textbook. I'm still having trouble learning the contents of the textbooks, feel it's impossible to do it. However, during that explanation, Master Werkner continued to look at one point. That is Elfie, who secretly read another thick book that is not a textbook. The sudden test of history of magic sources passed. Will Serfort gets 1 credit. Exams related to credit acquisition also begin in each lesson. Of course, I was surprised when Master Edward suddenly started handing out exam papers. In the middle of everyone's screams, Elfie and I managed to get credit. The written test, magic realization, praxis. Every day we are tested for knowledge and ability in these three types of lessons. I felt that the real academy life had begun, and I tried hard to follow him. Every credit given is a piece of dream. Although it is said to be quite collecting 72 zero credits, but I must not waste a single one. I'm not a noble or a genius, I can't get me wrong. I can't take myself special. I don't know if there's any result from continuing to remind yourself like that. But Will Serfort, 43 credits. Elfaria Serfort, 43 credits. I managed to pass all the exams with Elfie. Most are lessons magic realization, but so far we've managed to do well. With this, maybe our dreams could be realized. Maybe we could see the sunset. Thinking like that, we celebrate and laugh together. And then that day arrived. Today's magic realization test will be held together for all classes. Surzamoon, day 18, the third week of Water Day. The sky that day, as usual, was blue. Under the big protector that started to crack in the top left, we gathered again in today's class. Due to consideration of the number of participants, this time the exam will be divided into two groups. Half will go to the magic realization arena, the other half move to the basement with Mr. Edward. The magic realization exam is usually done together for all classes, except for content that tests the specific skills of attributes. Just like the first time praxis. But this is the first time the number of students in the class has been divided. The mainly realization arena outside the school building is a special facility for magic realization, as the name implies. The place had enough resilience and breadth to test the magic. It looks like our entire force can fit there, albeit a bit tight. There may be a risk of injury if the arena is too crowded and magic is released accidentally. Maybe that's why they split the number of participants. I was a little surprised, but I could accept it. What bothered me more was, I can't look at Mr. Werkner. Usually we often look at it, but today I can't meet my eyes at all. As if sewn with a thread, his gaze continued to be fixed on the list of names in his hands. He looked like he was wrestling with his own thoughts. Will, it's okay, I'm going to try hard. I'll definitely pass and pick you up. Elfie and I have to separate. Elfie looks sad and a little anxious. Therefore, I tried to act a little more daring and patting my chest so that Elfie can feel calm. Although it seemed reluctant to separate, Elfie finally nodded and took off my sleeve that he was holding. From now on, we will do a magical realization exam to test the magic output. Each destroy the crystal block with your attribute magic. Elfie went to the mainly realization arena, while I moved to the basement. The classroom where Master Edward was waiting had been emptied from all the tables, and some crystal balls floated in the middle of the room. The crystal block is a magic tool that will be destroyed if it is drained by a certain amount of magic energy. In this exam, we were considered to pass if we managed to destroy it with our attribute magic. In other words, this was a test that tested our magic power at this time. Very simple, but precisely because there is no way to cheat. This test demands how much we have honed our magic skills to this day. I've been practicing magic with Elfie all this time. I have to believe in my strength right now. The magic used is only a low-level magic of each attribute. It is forbidden to use spells of more than 3 stanzas. 5 people will go forward at once. All right, the test starts. The disciples with tense faces lined up in 5 rows and began chanting spells simultaneously. Those in this classroom are the students of the water, ground, and wind classes. Colette is also here, although it looks not excited. Water flow, stone bullets, and strong winds were fired. Every time the crystal block was destroyed, Master Edward swung his short stick. The new crystal block appeared from the wooden box and replenished the center of the room. Keep it destroyed and replenished. The students who couldn't destroy him in the 2 occasions given looked very disappointed. Seeing a classmate walking backwards the room with her head down, my breathing trembled slightly. I can't end up like that. For the sake of calming Elfie as well, I'm fighting against nervousness. My heart was pounding as fast as usual, but that's okay, warmth is as always. The warmness sits on my chest, waiting to spread to my right arm. While continuing to repeat the spell in my head, I hugged the short stick that I always held to my chest. I felt Master Edward glanced at me at a glance. Phew, oh water obey, finally it's my turn. The last 2 students and I was left. I took a breath, uttered the mantra I most often train to this day and called for the magic name, Christo Reese. The warmness shot out of my chest, emanating firmly through the stick as his channel. A gust of water hit the crystal block without missing and smashed it. The grayish crystal ball was incapable of holding the magic power and smashing to pieces. Successful, I can do it in 1 experiment. I can get a credit again. Just as I thought so, a shadow enveloped me. Teacher Edward with his eyes glared and clutching my hand. Wait, you My right hand that was holding the stick was gripped and lifted until my feet barely touched the floor. Time seemed to stop in the classroom due to the sudden actions of Master Edward and myself who were barely lifted. All the other disciples turned towards us with a shocked face. I guess it's true. The strangeness I felt that day was nothing wrong. Sir Edward, on the day of the attribute test you dared to deceive me. The sound of anger, the cry of burning self-esteem hit my face. My face frowned in pain as my wrist was tightly gripped. My short stick fell and rolled on the floor. What is this? What does that mean? I don't understand what's going on. Ignoring my voice filled with confusion, Master Edward shouted. You did it, Elfaria. The teacher's right hand was torn my uniform, withdrawing my collar and taking that, the talisman of Elfie that I always convene. Lying tears, you made Serfort able to use magic. I don't understand what he's saying. The whole classroom is like that too. The other students looked at Master Edward with stumble. Colette looked at me with blank and dark eyes, and the blue tears was blinking as if holding his breath. There's no way anyone can use magic attribute but can't use general magic. It would be unreasonable if someone who could bring up the phenomenon outside could not feel the interference of magic energy inside. If there's a person like that, it means he's receiving a supply of magic energy from the outside. You send magic energy through this pendant, reproduce your own magic. Make it as if this guy is using magic. Master Edward's anger, the contents of his screams, slowly soaked into my head, but my common sense refused to understand it. I shouted inwardly, refusing to be pushed to the brink of despair. There's no way that something like that happened. There was no way actually I couldn't use magic and just borrow Elfie's magic. Otherwise, Elfie and I learned magic together and went to see the sunset together. You even managed to trick our eyes, the Academy's teachers. Give the illusion of magic to someone who is not talented, it's impossible, and the one doing this kind of trick is a 10-year-old little girl. Although fake, making a person who can't use magic, using magic is nothing unprecedented. Teacher Edward, with a terrifying expression, kept repeating those words. After removing my right hand and pulling the pendant from my neck, Master Edward's eyebrows twitched and cracked. It was as if to overflowing, as if trying to be fair, but also as if admitting defeat. You too, the annoying genius. Teacher Edward regurgitates the word genius with emotion, not no. I can only move my mouth and say that. Holding my waist that was almost sucked onto the floor, I dropped a broken word that was shapeless. Master Edward, with the eyebrows still wrinkled, threw a short stick lying towards me. Then say the spell, prove that this anger that burned me was just a misunderstanding. I grasped that short stick, gritted my teeth, and prepared. I uttered a spell towards the crystal clump that was still floating. However. O water obey, the spell is unresonated. The speech that usually shakes the world with the warmness of my chest now does not work. O water obey, O go crazy sing, O the water, O ease. Obey sing, no matter how many times I screamed, the result was the same. No matter how many times I repeat, it remains the same. Like from the beginning, only empty shouts echoed. Christo res glace ethia. Only silence is there. Only stupid, irrevocable, and helpless silence is everything to me. Despair began to undermine the tips of my body. This time my body was completely sucked onto the floor. Both of my knees fell to the floor. It's as if to say, no, don't you think, only the blue tears retout kept blinking. Ace, what does that mean? So all the magic he used was actually done by Elfaria. Is it really possible to do such a thing? It's too great, but wait a minute, so that ordinary people can't use magic. The classroom that was silent is now turbulent with whispers. Skeptical gazes, derives, atmosphere of disappointment and anger are all fixed on me. I, whose mind was empty, couldn't give any reaction. As a teacher, I had to ask, are you also involved in this act? Did you do this cheating by realizing the uniqueness of Elfaria? Teacher Edward's shoes reflected in my eyes that were just staring at the floor. Despite trying to calm down, the accusation of the teacher who failed to hold back his emotions hit my cheek. With a daze, I slowly lifted my chin and looked into a pair of eyes that looked down on me. Don't do it, that's all I can say. Didn't do it, Elfie and I don't do that. I can only make a sad sound that sounds like a mere excuse. I quickly jumped, reclaimed the blue tears routine from Master Edward and ran out. Ignoring the sound that was trying to stop me, I ran out of the basement. Elfie, Elfie, holding tightly to the pendant, I ran in the hallway while continuing to call out that precious name. I want to meet Elfie. I want to make sure of Elfie. I want him to tell me that that's not true. What the teachers say is a lie, that I can use glory. I want him to smile like he used to be. I ran like crazy. Ignoring the sweat that poured, I shot through the academy. From a distance, there was the sound of something collapsing. At the end of my sight, the smoke billowed. I don't know what's going on, but that doesn't change my purpose. Therefore, I broke into the magic realization arena where Elfie was, and at the next moment, a large, beautiful, and crucially cruel has descended there. My voice disappeared in the middle of a blue light that illuminated my face and the cold that froze my skin. The roof of the magic realization arena has vanished. Whether because of the appearance of the iceberg or not, the roof as high as more than 10 meters had collapsed, showing the blue sky. The light of the big protector broke through like a blessing, making the wings of the ice bird that floated glittering. "It's impossible," someone whispered, the expression of horror that everyone who saw the iceberg was feeling. On the floor is a giant magic circle, all around it the wreckage of the collapsed roof. Furthermore, many students were sitting limply or punctuated, Master Workner who seemed to have protected them from rubble with magic. Everyone looked up at the incredible symbol of intimidating over their heads, the great iceberg. Zion is there, standing stunned, losing his power. Julius was there. Sitting on the floor, his face was pale. There's a blonde girl. His eyes reflected desperation, as if he had given up. A lightning-patterned short stick slipped from his hand. The stick rolled on the floor with a dry clang sound. Everyone realizes that they are different from the one who created this. Elfie was there. Under the iceberg, at the center of the magic circle, he sat holding his chest. That's when I finally realized. The identity of the magic circle unfolded on the floor. Mirror Mercedes, a magic tool I've once seen in the academy books I learned. The other name is Forcing Activation Magic Circle Device. This tool materializes the witch's magic talent that goes into a circle in the form of magic. In other words, the iceberg was a talent manifestation and absolute amount of magic energy that Elfie had. This is the visualization of the talents itself. Is this part of the lesson? Improper. That doesn't make sense. How could there be such a stupid thing? It's not something Elfie wants. Surely one had put up a magic circle on the floor, hit it, and forced the Elfie's strength out. "I'm sorry I've trapped you like this, Elfaria-sama. However, it is necessary to reveal the truth to the surface." Just then, a voice was heard from behind me. I turned around in shock, and Master Evan had appeared in the Maneful Realization arena. Yes, right. Today is an introductory day, a historic day. This is the Great Ice Princess ceremony to announce on the meal no on the magic world that absolute talent like you have appeared. A slippery voice accompanied by his same cunning gaze. A smile of joy that for the first time made me feel disgusting. Master Evan, who was getting excited in his words, lifted his short stick quickly and emitted a light to the left and right. The light turned out to be a silver ball that was smaller than my fist. The balls unfurled a pair of wings-like magic circles and floated around the giant iceberg. The ball-shaped magic tool, from a gem like an eye, simultaneously projected a magic image into the empty air. That Elfie, what was shown were some girls. A girl wears a robe on her head, reading books in secret in a large dark library. Then the melting and disappearing ice hued when caught by the teacher who was patrolling. Similar images keep popping up. These pictures are the events I recorded at the same time. That is, at the same time in different places there are some girls with the same appearance. Of course, this is not an illusion. They have a real form, take the academy books and gather the information they want. They are really there. I began to understand what Master Evan wanted to say, and I also realized the real identity of the rumor was surprised. That's right, Elfaria-sama is the library ghost which has been the subject of conversation lately, and what allows this is the clone's magic that has never existed before. The law of the library I heard in the self-study room. That's Elfie's work, the magic of the Ars Ways clone created by Elfie. While the original Elfie was in my room in the men's dormitory, the clones continued to move. None other than the Elicloth clones, who infiltrated the great library of the academy every night. Although there were many illusion magics, there had never been any magic capable of creating a high-level clone with strength equivalent to his original body. This 10-year-old girl has created this amazing magic self-taught. Hearing Master Evan's conclusion, the witches who could only be stunned by the situation began to flare up. Many students, including Teacher Workner and other academy teachers, were fascinated by the shock. Is that the creation of magic? Then he can go straight to the tower now. Amazing, too great, impossible, we can't match it. The talent, too different, surprise turned into joy. The unknown became admiration. The pupils' voices turned into a whirlwind of admiration, shaking the half-destroyed main realization arena. Elfie, who was at the center of the vortex, was still unable to move. That's not it. Either because of the side effects of the magic energy forced out by the Merced mirror, he couldn't move. While still pressing his chest with one hand, he tried hard to stand up. His other hand was out of me, ignoring the cheers around him, just staring at me. But I can't move. Too many things happen my body and mind can't follow. Most importantly, I felt devastated. The fact that I couldn't use magic without Elfie's help. The truth about the incredible talent Elfie is hiding in him. He can create a great iceberg, and I can't create anything. The difference in strength that is too contrasting and isolated has built a deep gap between us. Extraordinary magic creation, most importantly the absolute talent shown by this iceberg. As one of the witches in charge of this world, I'm putting together a recommendation. Master Evan's voice, no, his clothing doesn't stop. With his hands stretched wide and a smile that was trembling by glory, he looked up at the ice bird. He cried out towards the blue sky above the ice. Elfaria-sama to be the new Magivander, the world held his breath. Elfi, the disciples, the teachers, the academy, all who heard the voice stopped breathing. What do you think, your excellency Magivander, O king of light? Except for one thing, the tower is seen behind the collapsed roof. On top of the ice bird that still floats, there is a golden ball that is different from the previous silver ball. I don't know when it's been there, the golden eye that has heard everything says one word. It will be considered. The authoritative voice of an old man reverberated and the golden ball flew away, towards the lander. Master Evans smiled satisfiedly. The people around slowly understood the meaning of what had just happened and exploded in excitement. The voice, is it the Mysterias of Noah Sama, the strongest stick among the Magivander, so Elfaria is recognized by him, even though it hasn't been decided. Is he really going to be the next Magivander? He's still a student of the first year of the academy, unbelievable. Luout Akea, the sound of excitement exploded. Men, women, students, teachers, all raging because of the great meaning of what is happening here. Everyone understands. If this goes on, the world will change, that the new highest stick will be born and history will be rewritten. Then what about me? Elfi can now go to the tower alone. He could go to the top of the tower alone, no need to be alone anymore. Then I could only stand fixed outside this cheering crowd, a long time ago, taking the Elfaria-sama who was stubborn to the main stage. A more frightening sound from a monster was heard from behind me. He always refused, to go to the tower. He said stupid things like he wanted to always be with you. A creepy long, dark shadow overlapped with my shadow. Can you believe it? The noble talent that will bear the future of the wizarding world is almost rotting in a place that nobody knows because of the worthless stone. It can't be forgiven, it's unforgivable, isn't it? Both hands of a very warm adult were placed on both of my shoulders. Therefore, reluctantly, engulfing the disgust, I called you to this magic academy, to take him out. It's just to wake up the princess who thinks the worthless stone is a glittering gem. My breath trembled, my heart was pounding. My teeth can't fight. The other truth revealed the cruel reality that I didn't want to know destroyed me. Have you realized your stupidity? Do you understand your sins? People like you must not destroy that talent. Along with my broken heart, the ice's bird also began to crack, limits on the ability to maintain it. Magical energy is scattered. The ice body was shattered in a loud voice, and the beautiful yet fragile flaky ice flakes fell like rain. Among him who widened my eyes and me, the blue light split like tears. Lastly, Master Evan whispered in my ear. It's no longer needed, I know I'm worthless. That was the last blow. The map incompetence was the last hammer. I, whose heart was already fractured and broken to pieces, followed the last push left and started running. Will, turning back on the cheers that still didn't stop without looking at his voice. Pulling out a voiceless scream, I ran away from everything. Will, wait. Elfaria deployed the remains of his power to stand. Forcing his still shaky body to move, he chased after the boy. Where are you going, Elfaria-sama, when your success is just about to begin? Regardless of Evan's words, Elfaria went through it. Actually, he wanted to freeze Evan, but there was something much more important for Elfaria. There was a wounded boy who he had to keep guarding and protecting. Everything was revealed. His actions, the things he's hiding, all have been known to Will. His estimate missed. He thought he could pretend that Will could use magic. He was overconfident that he could deceive the teachers of the Magic Academy. He became a slave to his own confidence, convinced he could achieve his goals without their knowledge. It's not so. Edward and Werkner are very smart, they can see through his children's tricks. Even Evan knew it and watched the use of his clone magic. When Edward found out the trick behind Will's magic that time, Elfaria, connected to Blue Tear's linen, became panicked. Therefore, he did not realize the forced activation magic circle hidden on the floor and just got stuck. Today's lesson that separates Will and Elfaria turns out to be Evan and the others' plans. Because of me, Will was hurt, he cried out in his heart, even though it's no longer meant he could only scream. Elfaria, who ran out of the magic realization arena filled with cheers, knew where Will was, while still tightly grasping the Blue Tear's revolver. The sadness was delivered. Elfaria kept running. Although several times almost fell, he continued to chase after the boy. Keep running, until it finally gets outside the Magic Academy. They arrived in the forest that stretched near the Rigarden Magic Academy dormitory. Will alone, crying with both hands leaning against the trunk of a large tree. He tried hard to hold his voice, the great tears flowed profusely. Will, Elfaria paused for a moment but kept approaching him. Elfaria is ready. He thought Will curse him who had lied to him, but it turned out to be different. I'm sorry, Elfie, Will apologized. I can't use magic. I don't deserve to stand next to you. I'm sorry. While cursing himself who is not talented, desperate for not being able to fulfill his promise, he continued to apologize to Elfaria. Hearing that, tears began to pool in the corner of Elfaria's eyes. Don't apologize, Will. Elfaria hugged Will's back, who kept crying and apologizing while crying as well. "It's okay. I'll always be with Will. I'm sorry, he said. While continuing to apologize, he continued to hug him. It was as if the sadness of the two of them would melt and disappear. It was as if they licked each other's wounds with that little warmth. Sorely, the cries of boys and girls who mix continued to resound in the deserted forest. Even after the big protective light in the sky faded and the day went from day to night, they continued like that. Chapter 4, and the sword is deforested. Ever since Elfaria Serfort was aware of his existence, Will had been with him. Elfaria likes Will. There's no need for excuses or proofs to like something that's always by your side and warms you up. Elfaria need Will, and Will also needs Elfaria. Nothing special. Will Serfort was just that girl's soulmate, the figure of the most precious to him. "Will, you like me?" "Yes, I like it." "Me too." "I really like Will." Elfaria is always on Will's side. They play together, they sleep in the same place, even taking a shower together. He often made Will's favorite ice candy with his magic and licked him together. Elfaria loved Will's smile at the time. Once, without the knowledge of their adoptive father, they went up to the roof of the orphanage and looked at the night sky. That's when they kissed. It was an unexpected sudden attack of Elfaria. Will's face is flushed, clearly visible even though it's at night. Elfaria also blushed but still smiled and hugged the helpless boy. Elfaria have understood since then that this is where happiness is. "Elfie, can you read?" "Yes, I can." "Great." There are many difficult letters. In addition to Will, there's one more thing Elfaria likes: reading stories. He was complacent by the praise of the boy whose eyes twinkled, and that was the beginning of his interest. Regardless of how it was originally, Elfaria fell in love with various stories. Although their orphanage cannot be said to be rich, either because of their adoptive father's hobby or what, there are a lot of books. He reads all sorts of books. The legend of the Witch Queen, the story of the Ice Palace and the princesses associated with her, the story of heroism about the knights controlling the wand and the dragon. Many times he imagined himself and Will as the witches who adventured in the pages behind it. On that story stage, Elfaria and Will in his imagination saw a lot of beautiful sights. Unknowingly, Elfaria began to hope to be able to see the scene in the story with Will. In a sense, it's only natural that Elfaria starts to want that. He said in the original sky there was a month and the sun floating low, then when they were 5 years old. Elfaria and Will made a promise. If we could get to the top of the tower closest to the sky, if we could be Magivander, maybe we could see the sunset, then let's go see it together. Yes. Promise? The beautifully light purple eyes stared at Elfria. The boy who smiled like the sun written in the story was so bright, dazzling, and adorable. Elfaria felt very happy because Will had the same desire as him. That's why it's a very precious promise. The promise that only belongs to the two of them, who will never fade. For Elfaria, it doesn't matter even if Will can't use magic at all. He could protect Will with his magic and pave the way for both of them. Like a hero who protects witches in a book that is the beginning of their promise. As long as there is Will, that's where Elfaria's happiness is. However, that happiness suddenly broke into pieces. Running Elfie. One day, Elfaria and Will are attacked by a monster they have never seen before, which appears in the forest behind the orphanage. Elfaria helplessly confronted the monster that had the power to reflect that magic. He was injured and cornered. His trembling body sensed the presence of death, which was so close for the first time. However, Will rose up to protect Elfaria, who was in such conditions. As if conscious like a figure in a fairy tale, he defeated that terrible monster. That's obviously a magic. Elfaria knew it was the cell phone magic. Elfaria were fascinated by magic Will, by the boy's courage. Elfaria grew more affectionate. Will, who had protected him, his feelings deepened. However, after taking Will, who was injured and unconsciously returned to the orphanage, a cruel reality came to them. "Who are you, Will Serfort has lost his memory. That short 5 years and everything about Elfaria, all of them. Where is this? You know who, What are you saying? Please stop. Don't lie like that. I'm not lying, I don't remember anything. If you're angry, I'll be sorry. I'm sorry for not being able to protect Will. I'm not angry, cause I don't remember anything. I can't get mad. Lying, don't want to. Will has lost everything. Treasures with Elfaria, countless memories, abundant happiness, even the kisses they shared, all of them. Elfaria held on to Will, who was lying in bed, crying and screaming. The confused boy no longer stroked his usual hair and unstoppable tears flowed. Various why filling the mind of Elfaria. "Elfie, listen carefully. Will's memory loss must have been caused by the wind's magic you saw." Then, at night when Will was still exhausted asleep, their adoptive father, who had tried various ways to restore the boy's memory, called out to Elfaria. Will didn't be able to use magic all this time. Maybe he wasn't ready to use it. The magic of this child has a very big effect, and in return, he loses things. Impossible. Elfaria almost collapsed to hear the words of his adoptive father, who began to speak alone at the side of Will's bed. If only Elfaria hadn't gone into the woods with Will. If only Elfaria could defeat the monster, Will would not have lost his memory. That reality continues to torture Elfaria. You've also seen Will expend a power like the dwarfs, right? I think that power is also part of that magic, the flakes of the power that seep out. There are some things that are stuck. Will does have a very superior physical ability in lieu of his inability to use magic. He could jump and land on a tree that was much taller than himself, even once smashing a brick with his bare hands. It is almost unbelievable that she is a licence who could use magic. While Elfaria was silent, his adoptive father emphasized his short stick to Will's forehead. Suddenly, an intricate magic circle, like a mirror of water in the night's spring, appeared on Will's forehead. In front of the shocked Elfaria, the tip of the short stick sank into the water mirror with a plop sound. I have complete my own memory with magic. With this, Will should be able to remember you. Really? Yes. But that doesn't mean his memory is back to the way it was. The magic I used was a suggestion magic. I just gave the hypnosis that things like this have happened based on my memory. Elfaria's adoptive father and Will Ashley Serfort. Right now, he manages an orphanage, but he used to say he was a witch and a wandering physician for some reason. He used a rare suggestion magic to fill the void of the badly damaged memory of Will. With Ashley's perspective over these 5 years, she filled Will and Elfaria's memories. Therefore, the memory that Will remember is an objective view seen through their adoptive father's eyes. And of course, the memories of Will and Elfaria that were not witnessed by him would not be able to return. Hearing that, Elfaria couldn't hide her shock. Therefore, you can't make Will feel like something is weird. If he realized that this 5-year-old memory was just the note I transferred, this child would definitely become very unstable. I understand. Elfie, no Elfaria, from now on you should prevent Will from using his power. Especially if he used the witch Will again. Even if you manage to make new memories, Will lose his memory again. While holding back tears and grieving, Elfaria nodded, appetizing his appointment with his adoptive father. After that, when Will woke up, Elfaria and Will's relationship returned to the way it was on the surface, but Will still forget the memories of the two of them. Elfaria always tells the memories of the past whenever there is a chance, but Will just tilted his head and said, "Is there ever something like that? It hurts." Elfaria felt like crying all the time. Even so, he kept telling stories about the past, hoping Will would remember. Since that sad incident, Elfaria has become more dependent on Will. Because he knows that Will is not just a figure that needs to be protected. But at the same time, he also became overprotective, as opposed to his previous attitude, so that Will does not use his strength again by accident. He was more with Will than ever before and dispelled all the dangers that were threatening like a burning fire. I don't know about the promise of sunset, therefore Will too. Do not remember the promise. Ahead of their 10th anniversary, Elfaria had given up on one thing, that is to go to the Magic Academy, to the towers closest to the sky. He wanted to make an idea of an important promise to see the sunset with Will. But if there's a chance Will force himself and lose his memory again, it shouldn't happen. That's what Elfaria thinks. Elfaria became afraid of losing something again. Greetings, Elfaria-san. No, Elfaria-sama. I'm Evan Gallord. I really hope you're willing to come to the Magic Academy. However, the people around them didn't let Elfaria alone. Evan, who deliberately came from the Urbis Rigarden, the center of the magic world, to recruit Elfaria. He claimed to be a teacher at the Magic Academy as well as a secret agent affiliated with the tower. He said his mission was to gather the best talents not only from the Magic Academy, but also from all over the world. Evan, who claimed so, visited the village where their orphanage was, and it turned out that he witnessed something. He saw Elfaria using an extraordinarily powerful magic to protect Will, a terrifying sight where parts of the village froze along with a mob of monsters that raged on the surface. You can definitely be one of the Magivanders. Let's stand on the top of the tower and become the one who leads this wizarding world, no doubt for sure. In the private room of the orphanage, Evan, who bowed forward without caring about their adoptive father's rebuke, looks disgusting. His sticky gaze was not fixed on Elfaria. His eyes were only fixed on the talent that Elfaria had. He was only interested in things of value. Go away. Elfaria looked at him with cold eyes and refused Evan's request. After that, even though Evan came repeatedly to recruit him, Elfaria refused everything. I don't even want to respond to it at all. I've decided I'll continue to stay in the orphanage with Will. Although it means living in a small corner of a boring world, it's better than losing. There are things he wants to get back, but it's better to do this than to lose. Losing is scary. He wanted to be adventurous as in the story with Will, but now it's enough. That's what he thought, however. Look, Elfie. I got a letter of recommendation from the Magic Academy. I can learn magic in Rigarden. Will ran towards Elfie, who was alone in the backyard of the orphanage, feeling lonely. With a breath of gasp, he spread out a piece of letter, his cheeks flushed out of joy. Elfaria was surprised. At the same time, behind Will, behind the shadow of the trees, he saw the figure of Evan smiling satisfied. He soon realized Evan's plan. The man intended to make Will a feed, though he knew Will didn't have a talent as a witch, to lure Elfaria to the Magic Academy. Unforgivable, Elfaria are angry. He wanted to chase after Evan, who left and turned him into an ice sculpture with no sound. He wanted to tear apart the letter of recommendation that Will was holding and stopped him from leaving. However, since Will's eyes were so sparkling with hope, Elfaria hesitated. Will, who imagined the future where he could use magic and walk with Elfaria. It felt too cruel and painful to destroy that reality before him. Elfaria was in his heart. What to do, what is the best, what will benefit Will? He kept thinking about it longer and deeper than he had ever done since he was born in this world. Their adoptive father visited Elfria, who was fidgeting at night. Elfaria, I've said it a long time ago, you have an amazing talent, regardless of Will. As a person who could use magic, I want you to go to Rigarden. Dad said that too. Most importantly, I doubt whether to say it or not. In Rigarden, there are many rare magic and forbidden spells. There may be a secret technique that can restore Will's memory. And with your talent, maybe you can find a way to help Will. Elfaria widened his eyes. Ashley smiled awkwardly, the wrinkles on her face deepened from before. Elfaria soon realized that his gentle and kindful adoptive father also experienced inner conflict like himself. Even so, as Elfaria and Will's parents, he gave option to them. If you could go up to the tower, it would likely get even greater. Think about it. Father, after saying all this, it might sound like shit, but I'll respect your decision. Whatever happens, I'm sure the bond between you and Will never be cut off. Ashley didn't order Elfaria to do this or that. As for the child who has grown up, he handed over the decision to Elfaria himself. After his adoptive father left, Elfria was again struck by anxiety. He walked around the dark orphanage like a ghost, his head hurting because he thought too much. He walked down the corridor. Passing through the children's room where his adoptive siblings fell asleep, open the door and get out. There's Will, alone in the backyard where they once promised to go see sunset. Staring at the big protector, false moon floating in the night sky. What are you doing, Will? Elfie, I can't sleep. I still can't believe I can go to Rigarden. I'm so happy. As Elfaria approached and stood next to him, Will revealed his happiness could go to the academy with an excited face. Hearing that was painful for Elfaria right now. Why would Will really want to go to the Magic Academy? Even though he had forgotten the memories and feelings of both of them, while hiding those words in his throat, Elfaria involuntarily asked, and then, because I promised Elfie. We'll go see the sunset. Elfaria was silent. I can be closer to our dream with Elfie, that's why I want to go. Elfaria was crying, all the memories of the two of them that he thought had been completely lost. Among all that, Will still remember their important promise. He did not let go of his feelings towards Elfria. Elfaria hugged Will while crying, and in the midst of Will's confusion, he decided. Although this was Evan's trap, he would go to the Magic Academy. He would never pardon Will and would get rid of all the dangers around him. He would definitely find magic that could restore Will's memory. For that, he was determined to do anything, even breaking the rules. After deciding to go to the Magic Academy with Will, Elfaria immediately began to prepare. First, with the help of his adoptive father, he made a blue tears Linton who could transfer his magic. So that Will, who cannot use magic, is not disturbed, so that he did not use his strength by accident. He also improved the incognito magic accuracy of R's ways and prepared a plan to sneak into the Academy's library with remote control. To discover the secret techniques and forbidden spells that the Academy kept, especially with regard to memory. And with Will, who didn't know anything, Elfaria left their house, heading to the Urbis Rigarden where all fate awaits them. With the promise and hope of being with Will in his chest, Elfaria stepped into the gates of the Magic Academy. And now, those promises and hopes are almost in vain. That sunset sun is at the end of the long road, he said. At the end of a long day, the moment of night arrived. Elfie and I were talking while sitting on the trunk of an old tree that fell on the edge of the forest near the dormitory. We have to go through a lot of danger, so we have to learn a lot of magic and get ready. More precisely, only Elfie kept talking. It was as if he wanted to say that they could still make their promise both happen. With the same smile as it was usually attached to his face, as if wanting to hold me back. I is a useless person. The sign of useless people that Guru Evan said today is still ringing in my ears. I couldn't look at Elfie's face. I didn't have a face-to-face with the girl who gave me a pendant and always helped me this crummy. Elfie, who looks cheerful and innocent like a child, is actually forcing himself. I, who were always with him, could immediately know that he might cry if something happened. My whereabouts have made him cornered to that point. Despite forcing themselves, Elfie's eyes that still tell about their dreams are still beautiful like a gem. You're too radiant, and I'm the one who's just this worthless stone feels so weak. I don't want to take that light from you. The cowardly lips that lowered his gaze to the ground moved embarrassingly. Elfie can definitely go. But no, however, Elfie didn't let me finish my words. He reached out his hands and pushed me down to the grass. The green carpet held my body. My eyes were wide-eyed in shock. The rain of tears fell to my cheeks. If you're not with Will, you can't, Elfie was crying. The tears he had held all along had finally flowed from the corner of his eye, wetting my skin. If Will doesn't exist, everything is meaningless. His two small hands that were on both sides of my face trembled, gripping the grass and the ground. Elfie smiled beautifully while holding back various emotions. That's why, let's go together. My eyes trembled, I feel so sad. Even so, I can't betray the feelings that are in front of me. Will Serfort will never break his promise with Elfie, no matter what. While desperately holding back sobs, I reached out my hands to support his skinny arm that seemed to be broken at any time towards his body. Elfie unleashed his strength and fell to me. I hugged her gently. We share the warmth. 4 arms searched each other. I was the one who held back the tears while staring at the pitch-black night sky slowly laying Elfie beside me. We both lay down and looked into each other's eyes like a mirror, ensuring each other's feelings. That promise won't go away, as long as we're together forever. When our foreheads were about to touch, we both suddenly blush, remembering something. We feel ashamed because we just realized how seriously we are to make sure each other feels, when we usually always sleep in the same bed. Even so, the sensation of a grass tickling cheek made us laugh involuntarily. Let's go, yes, Elfie got up. I also got up and put my hand on my outstretched hand. We both stood up and started walking without saying anything. It's painful and embarrassing. But let's make it happen. Even though I couldn't use magic, I would make an appointment with Elfie. The dark feeling like the darkness is still not gone, but I kept convincing myself. I held my right hand tightly so as not to lose, in order not to ever let go of this left hand that is still connected. And as we walked through the forest to get back into the dormitory, that's when. Where do you want to go, Elfaria-sama? No, Vander's new candidate. Master Evan appeared before us with some witches. You, Mr. Evan, do you intend to go back to the dormitory? But it doesn't need any more. The palace where you will live is not a place for ordinary people like that, but rather that great tower. In front of us, whose body and hands were stiffened, Master Evan smiled broadly. With half-open eyes, he pointed towards the giant towers seen in the distance, just as it used to be. Aaron Sama, the leader of Vander, Mysterious Noah, has given his official approval. He will add you as a respectable new member among the 5 great sticks. As the death penalty was announced, Master Evan conveyed that to us who lost the word. It's as if to say that the children's game has ended. Or as if mocking our hands that are still connected. Don't joke, you guys decide as soon as possible. I don't know anything about this, I'll stay with Will. You can't be selfish, Elfaria-sama. Otherwise, we have to take you by force. If you dare to do that, I'll freeze you all. Elfie, who showed the attitude of resistance, was serious. It was as if rejecting everything other than Elfie and me, the terrible cold air began to rage. Even without chanting a spell, the raging magic breeze began to freeze the trees and the flowers around. Master Evan's face that had never lost his smile, for the first time showed a sense of alertness. This magic power. Is he really a kid? Evan, don't let us use the seal of the barrier. Wait, even though he was young and lacked fighting experience, he was a talented monster. Just by using a small portion of his strength, he could destroy us, the high-level witches. These guys must have been great witches who came from the towers. Under normal circumstances, they could easily destroy academy disciples like us. But now, it was precisely those who were depressed by Elfie who exuded the power of blue magic and brandished his short stick. In the midst of the panic of other witches wearing colorless official robes, only Guru Evan remained calm. Therefore, we have to fight against monsters with equal monsters. His lips reformed a thin arch. In response to his words, 2 new shadows emerged from the darkness of the forest. One person is a strange man whose 2 eyes are covered in cloth, with a beard and white hair that makes him look about 60 years old. And the other one calling us monster is outrageous Evan. The first one that emerged from the darkness was a long red robe, a young man wearing a jet black outfit. He was much older than us, but it was definitely still younger than Master Werkner. The flaming red hair similar to Sion's suede, her curved eyes were always in the form of a smile. But for some reason I felt so afraid of the young man. Forgive me in my impudence, Karat-sama, but all I say is my true heart. Fear and respect are 2 sides of the same coin. Isn't that the law of the world? Haha, your bullshit is always interesting. You don't need to talk anymore. Just like Senior Edward, I don't like you either. The young man didn't even glance at Master Evan, who bowed respectfully with an exaggerated attitude. He passed Master Evan and stood face to face with us, keeping his distance. Elfuria, right, we're going to have a long relationship. Let me introduce myself here. Without looking at me at all, he just looked at Elfie and deepened his smile. I don't know what he's thinking, but my skin could feel the extraordinary magic power hidden in it and my blood was turbulent. Elfie also changed the expression beside me. My name is Sertindian Weissman. I have the title of Insertia Baram, one of the Magivanders. KH, Inktia Baram, one of the Magivanders at the moment, the figure is above the clouds and the purpose we dreamed of. A meeting we never imagined and the current situation was mixed, making our sense of danger increase. You know what I'm going to do now, right? Well, get ready, please don't disappoint me. After saying that, he prepared. Without further ado, he directed his short stick. I could clearly see Elfie's hair standing like a cat. While the sweaty Elfie flowed profusely on his face brandishing his wand, the red-haired young man uttered a spell. O Fire Obey, a spell that is spoken flatly, the same spell that Zion used first. Repetition of the duel Elfie and the others 2 months ago, but the red magic circle that appeared before him was much smaller than that of Zion's. Elfie also reacted quickly like that time. Before the fire gushed from his opponent's short stick, he activated magic without chanting a spell. Phrase grace, it's all frozen. Surfing magic designed to stop enemy movements trying to confine the entire forest in the sea of ice. But, he didn't freeze, only that person was unaffected. Magivander, who was shrouded in the power of hot magic like a mirage, could not be frozen, and the Inserka Baram with a calm smile uttered her magic name, Ignis Lux. In an instant, the world turned into red. What was released was a giant pillar of fire that burned everything. Accurum, Elfie's movement was also lightning fast. Facing a near-coming red flame, he gave rise to a water barrier. A large blue mirror like the palace gates protects us, but as soon as the fire and the water barrier collided, there was an unusually devastating impact. Uah, Accurum that held the fire boiled with an unbelievable sound. Elfie's screams are trying to survive. The deaf-looking hot sound drowned his screams. The barrier began to evaporate and almost vanished. The terrible fire will burn out everything. Instinctively, my body is moving. I hugged Elfie holding a short stick in her left hand and held her elbow with her right hand, trying to protect her with my body. I turned my back on that terrible fire, determined to protect Elfie no matter what. The Elfie I hugged was screaming. It was as if he wanted to protect me too or vowed to never lose me again. The water mirror emitted a very strong light and at the expense of itself managed to eliminate the red flames. However, due to that impact we bounced. Cold and hot air mixed into a powerful wind wave. The forest screams as twigs and tree trunks curved. Our little body rolled around like a ball due to a grimly muddy shock. Our body that was hugging tightly finally separated after repeatedly hitting the ground. Even though I've held back, he managed to neutralize my attack. I intend to burn it a little, but it's a pleasant surprise. While I hit a big tree and Elfie fell on his stomach, the Incendia Baram smiled. With the adult smile that ostensibly considers our desperate resistance just as entertainment. It sucks, but I have to acknowledge the sharpness of your eyes, Evan. As per the decision of His Majesty, we will take him to the tower. Elfie got up with trembling hands and feet. I, whose back was hit hard and my breathing was stopped, still could not move. I can't stop them. I left it to you, Logwell. After saying that, the Incendia Baram turned his back to us, his red robe fluttered. Instead, the old man whose 2 eyes were covered in the cloth, a follower of Magivander, moving. With a soundless gesture in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the shocked Elfie. Open. He gripped Elfie's forehead with one hand and uttered one word. The circle of uncolored magic blossoms was like a flower, and Elfie screamed short before losing his strength. The man easily cradled Elfie's limp body like losing consciousness on his shoulder. Seeing the scene, my gaze turned red. Take it off. Ignoring my body that was still in pain, I forced myself to run. While letting out an even hotter cry from the fire earlier, I jumped towards the man. Don't let it, but I can't achieve it. Our deeds and your own weaknesses. Before my hand could reach Elfie, the man's index finger touched my forehead. Instantly, light appeared. The flash of light that immediately struck into my head past my gaze. When I realized that it was an attenuated magic birth, my body had already collapsed into the grass. Elfie. As the man began to step away, Elfie extended his left hand towards me with unfocused eyes. I'm the same too. I tried hard to maintain my almost lost consciousness, reaching out my trembling right hand. But still not until. Even the distance between us is widening. Body, heart, feelings, promises, everything is separated in a way. Elfie. The tear-eyed face was Elfie's last sight I saw. They disappeared into the forest, the man, Elfie, and the other witches. They went towards the tower that towered into the sky. A sad goodbye, yes, but with this you're satisfied, will you? No, useless people are disgusting. KH. As my outstretched hand lost strength and fell to the ground with my face, I heard the sound of footsteps near my ears. The shadow covered my body, blocking the light of the Great Protector, which was different from the original moon. Master Evans stood very close, staring at me down. Be aware of your unuse, and be ashamed, on the fact that trash like you has ruined the treasure of the magic world. His tone changed drastically, the sound without a little warmth pierced my ears. My heart that no longer has a gap to be broken is now trampled along with despair. The sound of footsteps was heard again. The presence of that scary person was away. I couldn't even lend a hand to beg. As my consciousness began to sink in the deep darkness, the tears that were gathered in the corner of my eyes fell. I don't know how long I've been in that condition, but when my eyelids trembled, there was no one in the forest, only the silence filled the place. The flow of time seemed to comfort my broken heart. The darkness of the night that I was very afraid of now seemed to comfort my injured body. My tongue feels tired. I held back the sobs. Even after waking up, nightmares remain nightmares. My body is moving. Keep moving. A valuable thing that I can't let go even though my hands and feet are torn. Despite having lost that, this body still drains the blood and obeys my orders without any problems. Although I couldn't get back that precious thing, even though my struggle was in vain and it was too late. I got up and rubbed my eyes many times with my right arm, then stood up. I walked to the end of the forest, towards the tower I can see from here, to the prison where he was taken. The tower that used to be visible from the orphanage was the place we promised. Now it is no longer a symbol of dreams, but a symbol of despair. Even so there, where Elfie is, I walked with a jolt. Passing through the forest, expelling the darkness, mastering the deserted path alone. I wandered around like an undead in the area of the academy that was hardened with magic stones and neatly arranged. Finally, I arrived at the entrance of the tower. "Return, Elfie, please." I climbed the stairs wide and long, then knocked on the door of Merced's Collies aloud. The entrance of the tower closest to the sunset did not say anything. The big and thick gate remained tightly closed, as if telling me to leave without words, without mercy. "Return, please return, my family, please, please." I knelt while holding onto the door, keep knocking on the door with my fist. "Return, give it back." The knocking sound on the door was getting louder. The sound that hit the door lost his senses. The cry of a little boy turned into a burning fury, a plea turned into a ferocious determination. The skin of my hands began to tear. Red blood began to seep. The white door was stained with the color of anger. My previously broken knee is now getting up. The tightly closed mute door began to curve inward, emitting a groaning sound. I furrowed my forehead and raised my fist. "Return, Elfie," and when my strongest fist was about to smash the door, all of a sudden, "It's so noisy, what are you doing?" The rude voice thrown on my back stopped my fist. I turned around. There stood some witches and an ivory-haired young man with brownish skin. The first impression of the young man in one word was unlike a witch. His open clothes on the front showed clearly his chest and belly trained. If she was a witch, they would definitely immediately rebuke her with words like barbar or disrespectful. However, the witches behind him didn't show such an attitude at all. In fact, they were seen following the young man like a paralege that I only had ever seen in the book. Who are you? People are rude. He is Magicvander." With a voice that almost drowned my voice, a blond young man standing right behind the young man shouted in anger. My consciousness that had stopped was now attracted by the words Magicvander. "He is Mr. Zio Thorsius Rienbolt. Don't you know that banging name, the village boy? Thorsius, Fass, exactly. Zio-sama just returned from the dungeon expedition. He was on the way of a glorious victory. If you understand, quickly step aside, you don't know yourself." "Gil, shut up for a moment. You're noisy." "Fine, Zio-sama." The blonde-haired young man who had previously let out the harsh words immediately stood upright and closed his mouth. The young man called Zio put his little finger in his ear as he stepped up the stairs. As I looked at him closely, I unknowingly let out an almost vengeful anger. "Magicvander, if there was no such thing, Elfie wouldn't." "Huh, what are you talking about?" "Oh yes, there was a notification from Meezer about that. He said they would appoint a boy who had not even spent 10 years as Magicvander." The young man, who was initially confused, seemed to understand everything from my murmur, and the corners of his lips were lifted. "I thought they were crazy, but I understand now. In other words, you are then with the bats. Sound, the boy whose lover was taken, did he?" When I thought the electric flash appeared, the young man was in front of my eyes. He was on the bottom of the stairs. Between me standing at the top of the stairs at the door and he, there is a distance of about 10 meters. Did he move, in this instant, without using magic? Isn't it possible? Without being surprised, my shirt was gripped with one hand and I was thrown. Our position is swapping from the doorstep to the bottom of the stairs. The witches lined up, easily dodged, and I fell on my back on the ground. My breathing stopped for a moment. "Gil, you go home first." "Huh, what are you saying, Zio-sama? You know, right, I prefer dirty boy like this rather than the students of the academy who are polite." When I was in pain, I heard such a conversation. Then I heard the blonde-haired young man sighing and said, "Zio-sama's bad habit again," as he began to move. The door of the tower that didn't open even though I knocked it many times now opened and the witches got into it. After the door closed in a heavy voice, only Mai and the young man were left around here. "So, what do you want to do?" Again, the voice of the bats. From the electric flash was heard and the young man moved in an instant in front of me. He crowed violently, equaned his gaze with me who was still gasping for breath. Want to take your girlfriend back or revenge, want to beat everyone you don't like? I was confused by that sudden successive question. Why is he asking something like that? Besides, I just realized it, but what he was carrying on his waist. Maybe the spawn. In a world that prioritizes magic, a witch carries a weapon other than a stick. It seemed that realizing my gaze, the young man tapped his sword handle with his fist. Here, I took it while fighting against dwarfs' grandfathers. I wanted it. All right, this is what it's going on. After a glance at my bloodied hand, he suddenly pulled the sword in his scabbard from his waist. What if you take this and we kill each other? Apps, if you could behead me, maybe your lover would come back, you know. What did he say? Actually, what does he want? It's like dealing with a barbaric tribe whose way of thinking and culture is completely different. I was getting confused and backing, and the young man snorted, sad. If you're a losing dog, at least show a fight like a dog losing. The person who got up from the bottom of the abyss was interesting. Most importantly, they are strong. KH, what are you saying? I don't understand, then shut up and let me insult you. I'm Magicvander, you know. I really like to demean dogs lose and weak people like you. The young man, the Thorsius Fast, was clearly seen enjoying this situation. He suddenly behaved arrogantly, provoked me, and looked at me with an unnatural mocking smile. My head is getting hot again. Red is extinguished because of anger. I still don't understand what he wants. But one thing is for sure, he tried to have fun by using me. Because of you, because you're like that. Even though you are great, even if you're strong, you guys are careless and selfish. That's why Elfie was taken away. Huh, a useless boy who can't do anything dare to bark. If you get so angry that your head is boiling, try to hit me once. He stood up quickly, still holding a sword in one hand. It was Magicvander who had casted a cruel injustice on me. Magicvander is also now trying to play with me like a toy. The respect and admiration that I had been harboring as a goal to see the sunset, now everything turned around. I vented all my retents towards Magicvander, no, against the towers itself, to the figure before me. Feel this EEI, the right box I've swung with all my might. Without hesitation, I beat it to a brown muscular stomach that was wide open. With the bug voice, the blunt sound was like hitting a sturdy tree, rang out between my fist and my opponent's stomach. Thorsius Fast, who received my blow as if there was no problem at all, smiling broadly. Oh he made, my stomach hurts this. But as soon as then, he turned his back and squatted quickly. He screamed in pain while holding his stomach with both hands. You damn boy, you have a good fist. Unknowingly, I forgot the situation, and my face showed a mixture of confusion and shock. After shaking and moaning in pain while holding his stomach for a while, Thorsius Fast finally turned to me. Only his face turned his head, and he grinned again. Abnormal power for size is not dwarf. I just meant to tease you a little, but nice, this is interesting. After saying that, he rubbed his mouth violently and stood up. Continued from the conversation, boy, I'll teach you the absolute rules of this world, turning around and looking at me down. With eyes shining sharply, your boyfriend is taken, that's our fault, no, it's all because you're weak. KH, the weak will lose anything, that's got to mind, lovers, treasures, self-respect, even your own life. That's our world, he yelled at me as if explaining the laws of nature. His words were rude, logic is arbitrary, his argument jumped up and down, but I can't deny it. Wherever we are, whatever we do, we always lose something because of a stronger person. I remember the nightmare today. My pride was snatched by Master Evan, Elfie was taken by Indindia Baram, and my daily life was destroyed. All that remained was the wreckage of Will Serfort that had been weathered. If you don't want to lose anything, hang out like an animal, throw away your weaknesses and get up, show that you are ready to die to reclaim everything. Right. What he's saying now is the truth. This is the absolute rule in this world, but not everyone can be like that. I've done it, I've tried hard too, I've also been fighting desperately. I vomited all the dirty things that had been buried in the bottom of my heart. I vented the feeling I had always wanted to tell me to this unjust world. In order to be able to stand next to Elfie, I practiced magic many times. I also studied hard, but still, I can't. I was a useless person and couldn't use magic. I am different from the others. I was screaming about myself who failed. I revealed the stamp of useless people that was affixed to me. Unlike the previous anger, the frustration began to burst, and I cried while begging. Even though he's a stranger I've just met, I keep expressing feelings that I haven't been able to tell anyone. With overflowing emotions, I tried to defend the arguments of the weak. I've also been fighting desperately, lies. However, my words were easily trampled. My body and mind froze. The gaze of the Tur that seemed to be looking through everything was different from before, made me unable to continue my reason. You're still alive now, aren't you? That's not enough. Where is your determination to die, Thorsius Fast? Zeo Thorsius Reinbolt didn't forgive me. He did not allow the special rights of the weak to keep looking for excuses and succumb to the rules of the world. The real people who fight desperately are no longer in this world. What happened to them? Of course they died. The young man's mouth was wide open and his trained left arm was swung horizontally. The power of active magic, lightning flashes shot towards the sky. A moment later, from a height far above, the very powerful farmer snatched. The blow and the roar sound hit right behind me, causing a vibration that shook the ground. Even though I wasn't bouncing because I was restrained by the strong throw as fast as legs, I was still surprised not to play. Holding my head ringing, I turned around and lost words. There was a hole created. A hole with a diameter of about 5 meters. The vertical hole is very deep, as if heading to the bottom of the earth that is dark. If I sharpen my hearing, I can hear it. The howl of the monsters were hiding underground. Perhaps the lightning strike pierced through the ground and connected to the dungeon, therefore you too just die once. I was gripped, the collar of my clothes that have been tacked. My body was pushed up the hole that headed to hell as if it was offered as a victim. My eyes are wide-eyed. Both eyes of my opponent smiled. It was as if giving the only boost that was only allowed for the strong Thorsius fast said. Die and reborn. I was released, the last rope that grabbed my neck. For a moment there was a drifting sensation, then the cruel freefall begins. You are splitting the wind, saying goodbye to the top world. I sucked to the bottom of the hole. This is a farewell gift I gave you. After saying so, Zio threw the sword he was carrying into the hole where the boy fell and disappeared. I'm going to get rid of all the distractions, hang out as much as possible. Revenge, anger, everything. The academy suddenly became rowdy because of the lightning bolting in the campus area. The tower was vibrating. The witches who didn't know anything would immediately run here frantically. Because of this, Zio put up a barrier so that no one can get into that hole. The layer of lightning that covered the hole was Magivander's closing. Even for the equivalent of it, it would be very difficult to penetrate. I'll forget your face in 3 seconds. I'm not interested in useless people. Therefore, get up to take revenge on me to get your lover back. He turned around. It was as if it had lost interest. Humbly, impolitely, and selfishly, Zio stepped towards the paradise. To destroy that fucking sky, we'll never have enough strong people. He looked up, reached out his left hand, and laughed while clutching the big protector that was still shining. The man who knew that the weak man who rose up was also the absolute rule of the world, laughing ferociously. I just fainted for a while because of the impact that hit my body. My body summoned emergency consciousness, feeling the killing intent that surrounds me. I opened my eyes. Woo, guerre, flashes of the eyes that appear in the darkness around me. The monsters in the labyrinth growled on the stupid intruder who fell from above. First floor dungeon, eternal dark garden, absolutely dangerous zone for Will Serfort who can't see in the dark. Thanks to the hole made by lightning, the light from the surface still slightly penetrated. But for common people, this remains an unavoidable place of death. Despite being in a desperate situation after being dropped, I didn't cry or scream. My heart that was so messed up is now calm. It was as if calm before the storm. Beyond surrender to enlightenment, I realized that if I continue to swallow nightmares, my feelings will numb. I got up and saw the sword that fell next to me, then pulled it closer. My hands and feet hurt. On the contrary, there are no parts that do not hurt. That is why today my body and mind are so tormented. My bones are crackling, my flesh is torn apart. Even so, my tears were already dry. That alone is enough. I plugged the sword that was still in the scabbard to the ground. I stood like an old man leaning on a stick. The killing intent that surrounds me is still the same. In a few seconds, the monster's feast would begin. Because of this, I closed my eyes. In the midst of the free time given to me, I reached out my hands at those words. You're still alive now, aren't you? The rough lightning message came back ringing in my mind. Forced injustice, extreme cruelty, male laws in which there is no law or morality. This cruelty will surely kill Will Serfort from now on. But I didn't blame that rude lightning. The reason Elfie is not beside me now is my fault. I admit it. Who's wrong? Who is the most sinful? Who the most wanted to help the precious girl at that time? Everything. Your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Your fault. Can't protect Elfie. Can't get it back. Everything is your fault. It's all the wrong. The weak Will Serfort that can't stand in line with that talented girl. Because of that, I ran. Bug, I stepped on the ground firmly until it cracked. I grasped the handle of the sword until my veins protrude. I smashed the sword at the enemy in front of me. Monsters exploded, fresh blood scatter. The red color littered my face. The full power is not at all as beautiful as magic, far from what I dreamed of. The only abnormal power that useless people have, that magic is left behind. That's the identity of Will Serfort. The end and the beginning of me who turned out to be not the stick. Because of that, I took out the first cry. Uea, I started it. The monster parties, I rang it. The opening shot of the war with my own hands. As I attacked with shouting, the monsters stormed to turn me into plain food. I froze claws and fangs that rattling. I swung a sword like a storm, without removing it from the sarong. A useless person who thinks he is a witch doesn't know how to use a sword. Therefore, with the sword still in its sarong, I hit and kept hitting. Ooh, while the monsters I hit were scattered, a large number of tentacles shot towards me. Big Boss Crawler tried to pull me to eat me. My swordslership was wrapped around by the tentacles. The disgusting jaw is grinning, then why, I still pulled the handle by force without caring. That's when the sword stopped being a blunt weapon. With the overwhelming sound of friction and sparks, the dazzling silver blades were revealed. Gyuji, along with the unsheathed sword, the screams of death were heard. With a slash that splits the wind, I cut the tentacles as well as split the big boss crawler in two. The three lesser gazer flying from above I also destroyed with a sword swing. I split the shadow wolf and cut off the black centipede head. The monster's corpse is lying. Red mist flew. Song of the fight between wild beasts resounded in the labyrinth. Even without magic, I kept slashing countless monsters. Darkness is approaching, the light began to disappear, the hole above is almost closed. Automatic regeneration of dungeon. The structure of the rock is slowly being repaired. The underground labyrinth that was hollowed out by lightning from the outside covered his wound like a human body. I no longer have Elfaria protection. That fake magic I can't use anymore now. If the light source from the surface is completely severed and the total darkness envelops, this place will turn into a one-sided execution site. I grasped the pendant with one hand, then ran straight towards the only light left. The one in front of me was one monster, one-eyed flame jewel. Without caring about the others, I launched a stab as hard as I could in the direction of the red-eyed goblin. Ga, the red eye called the fire jewel, was pierced by the tip of my sword, the bomb that even a small impact could trigger the explosion to explode. A terrible explosion occurred and the monsters around bounced. I'm the same too. I flew unequally and rolled around in the ground. But the witch coat that the academy, which also serves as a first-rate armor, protects my body, and the flames of explosions scattered around turned into bonfires, illuminating the dark maze with bright light. With this, I can fight. My hands and feet are on fire, but it can still move. Then there's no problem. As I stood up with a wobbly, the monster's killing intent was weakened, and the real fear emanated in their eyes. Without caring about that, I ran, through a burning maze of burning red burning. So as not to be eaten by the intention of killing monsters and labyrinths that bounce back, I kept slashing, yelling, roaring, and fighting. No matter how many times I was bitten by a fangs, no matter how many times I was clawed, I slashed it with pain and suffering. My head is heating up. My mind accelerated. My blood and flesh were screaming. Unknowingly, unconditionally, without rules, my body and mind kept moving. Will, your strength cannot be shown in the academy. In the middle of my bleaching head, my adoptive father's words ringing. But only when I say this, you can break that promise. That was the only thing I had said before leaving for the academy. When protecting Elfaria, that's when you have to use your power. I bit my lips. I felt the sense of blood. The promise that has been violated is too late to protect the precious thing. But it's still not too late. I have to make sure it's not too late. Therefore, because of that, I want to be strong in order to go where Elfie is. So as not to lose anything that stands in our way, in order to go pick him up at the top of that royal, for that dead I slashed, dead I split, died, I cut, destroyed, and destroyed. Dead will Serfort, just once die and be reborn, in order to protect a valuable person, so as not to make him cry again, like this silver bar that will never break, like a sword. My swearing in echoed in the labyrinth. Along with the flash of the sword that kept slaughtering the monster, I once again took out the first cry of the sword. Elfuria-san, oh no, Elfaria just really went to the tower, yes. In the morning, under the flash of a flash that unfolded. Even though it was time for the lesson to begin, the Magic Academy was still filled with topics that had never happened before. He said all the stuff had already been transported from the princess dormitory. That's what her roommate said. Is he really going to be one of the Magivanders? Both female and male students, they all exchanged information and opinions with friends next to them. In the middle of such a rowdy class, Edward exuded a cold fury. Call your mouth. If you don't calm down immediately, I'll order you alone. The class used for a general explanation on the first day was immediately silent. Edward closed his eyes and sighed, unable to hide his annoyance. It wasn't just the disciples, the whole academy was busy handling this huge incident. Edward, who usually teaches in the underground class, was forced to teach in a multi-purpose room on the first floor. Due to the shortage of teaching staff, he was asked to help fill the void. Edward himself was also uneasy thinking about the appearance of this genius. He stared intently at the blue sky and the royal visible from the big window, which looked infuriating because it was so bright. Mr. Edward, is Will here? Suddenly, the classroom door opened in a loud voice. That's a panting earning Workner. Since yesterday he's not around, he didn't even go back to the dormitory. He's not here. Wouldn't you better tell your familiars to find them? I've let them go, but they couldn't find it anywhere in the academy area. Although this was in the middle of the lesson, Workner approached Edward. Only he left Elfaria's related affairs and kept looking for one disciple. We shouldn't have followed Mr. Evans' plan. There must be another way. It's like we sacrificed Will to add Alferia to the tower. With a distance that only Edward can hear, Werkner showed an expression full of regret. He still regretted his decision to prioritize the handling of the damaged Werna of magic realization and taking care of many students who were confused or shaken. He thought he should be chasing Alferia and Will together. Edward was silent to see the figure of Werkner who endured regret as a teacher. It looks like Serfort disappeared, yes. He must have been reliant on Alferia-sama to hide the fact that he couldn't use magic right. He said he was really calm used to be. Alferia-sama has also gone to the nails. If I were him, I would have run away from the academy. What do you think, Zion? Sion? Sion just silently stared at Werkner and the others from the top seat. She didn't even participate in conversations with Gordon Beret and Lyral Mars, her friend and followers. I told you right, don't be pretentious just because you're a commoner. He furrowed his brows in the same class where he was humiliated. He was annoyed at the black-haired boy, as upset as Alferia was pretentious. Actually, the person who disturbs. As she moved her fire-like red hair and muttered those words annoyed, that's when, swoosh, a rowdy sound that is different from before spreads like waves. Because a student emerged from the door that was left open by Werkner. Kaya! A noble schoolgirl screamed. Others were silent. The boy had become red. His skin was torn, covered in blood. The boundary between his own blood and the enemy's blood was vague. He was seriously injured like a ragged cloth. Even the magician coat that is famous for its durability became tatters, and with the sound of crit, he walked. Dragging a forgotten sword inserted back into its sheath, the tip of the sword's eye eroding the floor. Dropping a lot of drops of blood with both burning arms drooping down, he continued to step. With dark eyes like darkness harboring the determination of the weak man, he continued to advance. Sion stopped time. The whole class became quiet. The boy Will thrust something wrapped in a cloth in front of Werkner and the others who lost the word. This, drop, the cloth was wrapped in the flame jewel goblin, Kakar shadow wolf, big boss crawler's magic skin. There are a variety of other drops that are put into it. Will, maybe you since yesterday continue. The boy could no longer collect where. The boy could no longer use a stick. That's why he brought the evidence of what he had achieved. Give me credit, from his hoarse throat broken words fell, the blood crystal that dries fall from the tip of his lips. Without joy, anger, or suffering, only with open determination, the boy said, I'm going to the tower. To where Elfie is. Chapter 5, Unshakable Determination and the Beginning of Destruction. Elfie. I ran as hard as I could in the dark, divide the sea of darkness that I could not distinguish which right, left, front, or back while continuing to call his name. Because there, deep in the depths of darkness, only his back could be seen. If I lose that view, I won't be able to keep my word. I won't be able to be with him anymore. That's all I can understand clearly. But my outstretched hand didn't go forward, while his back was getting further away. Even my hands and feet were entangled in the darkness that was like mud. My body slowly sank. Elfie. Elfie, no matter how much I scream, it doesn't mean anything. The little back vanished in the dark distance. And when everything turns black, the dream is over. Will. The voice that called my name touched my cheek and fell. Thanks to him, my eyelids trembled and my blurred vision began to widen. The first one I saw was the high ceiling and a teacher staring at me from behind his glasses. Sir, wow, I'm getting. Arnur, I called him in a raucous voice I didn't recognize as my own. Teacher Werkner smiled with relief. Where, this is, health room, yesterday you passed out in front of us. You fell asleep all day. Master Werkner replied slowly as he moved his silver-gray hair. My consciousness has not fully recovered, my mind has not been able to work well. But I unknowingly put my hand on my chest, and as I touched the stone, I gasped. Lying tears, the only thing that connects me at this time with the girl who had disappeared. Elfie, I got up straight. Instantly, a great pain spread throughout my body. It was like burning, and in an instant cold sweat washed my skin, but I forced myself to hold my whole body screams. I curled up on the bed with a rush of pain, then got rid of the blanket. Wait, Will, where are you going? It's obvious, I have to go to Elfie's place. I tried to get away from the panicked Master Werkner's hand trying to stop me, but my hands and feet couldn't move properly. My body that has not healed completely cannot even get out of bed. I have to go to the tower, I have to bring Elfie back. That's impossible, listen to me, Will, Master Werkner shouted while holding my shoulder with both hands, holding back my resistance. His loud voice and his firm demeanor was like splashing cold water into my hot head. As our gaze met, Master Werkner began to choose his words as if trying to convince me. The tower has recognized Alferia as the next Magicvander candidate. Even if he didn't become Magicvander, he would join the Ice faction and move there from now on. He is no longer registered in this academy. And people who don't qualify cannot enter the towers. Breaking in is not possible. Before you can reach Alferia, hundreds of high-level witches will confront you. Then I'll go up to the tower. Now I will learn defeat monsters, collect credits. If a forced breakthrough is not allowed and declared impossible, I shout that I will use the right way. Master Workner looked at me closely, then with a face that looked painful, he revealed the reality to me. No matter how hard you become, no matter how many monsters you beat, without being able to use magic, you won't be able to go to the tower. That place is Merced's Collies. The training grounds of hell that only allowed talented witches to ride. People who can't use magic aren't allowed to set foot there. Lysans who could use magic, the elves, could go up just by showing their qualifications. But dwarf can never go up. People can't are the same. That reality cannot be changed, however. I who had stopped moving like a doll whose rope had broken bowed his head. Guru Workner unspokenly laid me back on the bed and tidied my blanket. That doesn't mean I'm calm. It's just that the heat that controls my mind and my body has been lost. Teacher Workner is right. Even though yesterday I went on a rampage in the dungeon, it didn't change anything. Even though I had killed the weak will Serfort and was reborn as a field, it didn't change anything. Because the world embraces magic absolutism. Rest in a minute, I just begged the high elf faction and they gave the elf secrets. If you drink it, your condition should be better. Thank you very much. Regarding Elfaria, I will talk to the head of Cauldron Academy. Wait here. Understood. Master Workner looked at me with pity as I managed to get out words of gratitude. After making sure I drank the liquid from the small bottle, he left the health room. The secret pot is really powerful. The wave of pain that was so excruciating began to recede and my body could move back. I closed my eyes, then opened it again. Holding tightly blue tears Rianayan, I got up. I was wearing an academy uniform that had returned to what it was, but before it was so ragged. Apologizing, I left the health room. I want to know the current situation. I want to make sure if Elfie really didn't come back, but even without the need for me to investigate, the academy's atmosphere has told me everything. Hey, look. That's it, that's the useless that sticks to Elfria-sama. That fake dwarf dared to step on the Magic Academy. Hate, humiliation, and anger were fixed on me as I walked in the corridor. After 2 nights passed, it seemed like a rumor about Elfie and I had spread throughout the academy. Classmates, seniors, even the teachers immediately took a distance as soon as they saw me, shrugged the eyebrows and clog. I've never cursed my sharp hearing like today. I can catch all their whispers. Useless people who don't have magic qualifications. Noda who had to be immediately expelled from the Magic Academy. Every time the voices reached my ears, like a soft fruit that was split with a knife, part of my heart was torn apart. This is different from the discrimination that has been aimed at ordinary people. This is something else. Yes, distinction. Although ordinary people, if they have superior magic talent, the Magic Academy will admit it indiscriminately, just like Elfie, but what is aimed at me now is different. Exclusion of those who lack magic talent. This is a boundary line that separates the inappropriate existence in the wizarding world. Painful, torturing, my feet trembled. It was like visiting the forest in the winter with a piercing wind. Everyone knows too much about me. This targeted criticism also means that specific information about useless has spread. Munkin Temen Sekelas Yang Mengacuti Eugen Guru Edward Bersamaku Yang Menia Barkanya. Tapi aku merasa sumber kebencian inayadala ol yole dari Guru Evan. Sebupesan yang kuat bawa Amerika injin aku menghilang, sekering setelah Amerika membawa Elfie ki menara. Fakta bawa aku dikhianati oleh sasak yang memberiku harapan memangkalkan keputusan yang tak terkatakan. Aku bisa merasakan kehidupan perlahan memudar dari mataku sendiri. He said he couldn't use magic. There's a guy like that I heard the first time I heard. Why did he get into the academy? It looks like he's just a feed to bring Elfaria-sama to the academy. Then he's no longer needed, right? The genius Elfaria-sama is already a Magivander. He'll be kicked out in a moment. Along the long corridor, scorn and ridicule continue to be thrown. Even the students who had not heard the rumors immediately turned black, mocking me. I walked down along the long corridor where nobody approached or tried to touch me. My chest was torn to tears by an invisible wound. I think I saw the figure of Sion and Colette staring at me at the end of my view. I don't have the energy to be sure. I left the place, as if escaping from the line of disciples that were split on the left and right of the corridor. Even after the bell rang and the students left the corridor towards the class, I kept fighting in vain. Looking for Elfie, I went around to the self-study room and the courtyard we had visited together. And of course, he's nowhere to be. Even when I asked Mural, the witch-shaped talking statues were attached to the corridors and stairs, they just said, Elfaria have graduated, he is the pride of the academy. He's going to be remembered as a rare genius. Rasanya kehidupan sehari-hari telah hilang. Langit yang biasanya baru kini terlihat abu-abu. Aku berhenti di jembatan penghubung antar jedung sekala. Kukeluarkan liantan air mata baru dari dadaku. Badu baru yang indah itu terdiam. It doesn't give hot that allows me to use magic. As if our bond had been cut off, the pendant never shone again. Elfie, I looked at the tower that was clearly visible from here. Will he be able to change his own clothes? Will he be able to comb his hair? Is she crying right now? When I squinted my eyes, bearing loneliness and pain, Bukin kasuda kukatakan untuk tetap diam. Guru Workner Munkul di Jembetan Penghubung Yang Tadinya Kasong. Aku Marasa Bersala Karana Melinger Parentanya. Tapi aku bakan tak punya tenaga untuk memberikan riksi yang layak. Dengan mata yang kehilangan kehidupan, aku hanya menatap sepatuku. Seeing me like that, Master Workner sighed and said, Ikutlah. Kepala akadmi memangilmu. Ruangan itu berada di jedung akadmi kedua. Luas seperti ruang kelas tersa lapang, dengan satu sisi dinding dipenuhi rak buku besar. Di bagian belakang ruangan terdapat kuali besar yang bahkan aku tak tahu kegunaannya. Dan di depan kuali besar itu seorang penyihir duduk santai di kursi. Welcome back, Workner, and welcome, Will. In my room, the headroom of the academy that should only be used by the supreme leadership of the Magic Academy. There, the head of Cauldron Academy greeted us kindly. His figure full of wrinkles and old is very compatible with the phrase witches who live in the forest in fairy tales. We just met at the reception ceremony, yes. I always remember the faces and names of the students who came in. Especially you, because standing next to a sparkling jewel, so it's very imprinted in the memory. Your purple eyes are beautiful like the jewel of whist. But now it looks foggy, yes. Want to drink my tea? Just now I received my favorite Erlant tea leaves. I've brought Will as you asked, the head of Cauldron Academy. Please tell him about Elfaria's situation in detail. Even a small talk can't be. You're impatient, yes, Workner. Teacher Workner is clearing his throat to stop the atmosphere that looks like it will continue with a long chatter. The head of the academy, which seemed hard to guess, was smiling casually, then looked back at me. The hard thing has happened, yes. I left Evan too much to do as he pleases. From now on, he was banned from doing academy activities. We must not allow people who are not guiding and praking and torturing students here. And about the Elfaria you're worried about. The tower has recognized his talent. The appointment of Elfaria as Magivander is just a matter of time. I was silent like a doll, heard that, and was struck by deeper despair. At the same time, I also thought, I'm guessing. The main reason is Ilvar, the current Albis Vina holder, who is old and soon will die from old age. The vacant position in Magivander must be filled immediately. Therefore, Elfaria is expected to replace Ilvar. Although the way he took her to the tower was a bit rude, her joining Magivander was already unavoidable. Impossible. Guru Workner Menjurang Mendinger Penjelasan Kepala Akademi. Sepertinya para guru juga memiliki pendapat tersendiri tentang dibawanya Elfi. Tapi meski begitu, kenyataannya mereka tidak bisa membawa Elfi kembali. That must be because the peace of the magic world takes precedence. Those living in this world must maintain the great protector presented by Magivander. Bahkan jika harus mengorbankan apapun. If not, according to the legend, the heaven insurer will appear and destroy the world. Let it be destroyed. Aku merasa malu dan takut pada diriku sendiri yang sempat berpikir seperti itu, bahkan hanya sesat. Seharusnya aku tidak boleh mengharapkan kemalangan orang lain, meski betapa menyakitkan, kesepian dan membenci dunia ini. Saat aku menyundak dengan mulut terketup rapat, ora kepala akademi berubah. Nah, sekarang kita masuk ke topik utama bagiku, Will Serfort. Kudengar kau tidak bisa menggunakan sihir, keheningan menjadi jawaban. Aku bisa merasakan Guru Workner yang berdiri di sampingku menegang. Mungkin Guru Workner lebih mengkhawatirkan aku daripada Elfi. Barangkali dia telah bernegosiasi dengan kepala akademi agar aku bisa tetap tinggal di akademi. Prinsip akademi sihir rigardan adalah membina bakat sihir. Mereka yang tidak sesuai dengan prinsip itu harus meninggalkan akademi. Kepala akademi menyusun kata-katanya satu per satu, siala menganianya. Bagiku itu terdengar seperti vanas hukuman mati yang sedang dibikakan, that I wasn't allowed to catch up with Elfi even to be here. Moreover, someone who couldn't use the magic had never happened before. Yes, it's never before. After saying that, the head of the academy took out his short stick. Then he made the something that's on the table hovering a short dagger. Kemudian dia menggirim belati yang melyang itu ki hadapanku. Aku yang memendinginya dengan linglung, secara reflex mengularkan tangan dan menerimanya. Sesat kemudian, beberapa tanda kehadiran kekuatan sihir bermunculan di sekitar. Apa, setengah detik kemudian, aku mendorong Guru Workner yang berada di sampingku ki samping. Setengah detik berikutnya sesuai dugaan beberapa lingkaran sihir menjelalingiku. Tepat satu detik sejak aku menyadari bahwa anak panah API ditembakkan dari berbagai arah. In an instant my body moved. I swung the dagger in my hand. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings, jump, and 5 swings. I slashed the arrows fired from behind, left, right, front, and close range with the dagger. One shot I didn't have time to fend off I had time to crush with a kick, and the last fire arrow the pitched vertically. A bar of sedated red arrows was scattered. All magic circles disappeared as if defeated by the sword blade dance. The fallen master workner was sitting staring at me in amazement while I wagged the sparks flying. What I'm doing? I lowered the horses and went back to normal position as if nothing had happened, then looked at the dagger in my hand. Even though I've been desperate, become like a doll and lose my spirits. Although I knew that whatever I was doing, I couldn't go to Elfie's place, but why am I? Fufu ha 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 ha. When I was confused by my own feelings that I didn't understand, suddenly there was a sound of laughter. Idu Kapala Akadmi Cauldron, Dalingdi Balak Sarangan Sihir API Idu Turtawa Sambal Mengan King Bahunya Separdi Anak Kessel. After a few moments of laughter, the head of the academy opened his mouth. Okay, Workner. I allowed him to stay in school from now on. The teacher Workner, who had been standing, turned around in surprise. My supposedly hand like a doll shook a little. Are you sure? Even though we can't use magic. Ya Karana and I Menarik, Pedeng Yang Mendambak and Tonket. I don't understand the meaning of that word. I couldn't even guess the hidden intent behind it. Meski Bijidu, Aku Berhenti Menjadi Bonka Yang Putus Asa, Dan Membuka by Berku Yang Berjitter, Jika Saya Belajar di Akademi, Apaka Saya Bisa Naik Ki Menara. Aku Mengankat Wajah Dan Bertanya, Pandinginku Mengaber Karana Ermata. Jika Saya Menjadi Kuat, Bisaka Saya Pergi Ki Tempet Elfi, Kepala Akademi Cauldron Menganguk. If you give you endless effort and unwavering determination, it's possible. That answer is enough for me. If I could pursue that goal, all I had left was running. Aku Mengusep area di Sekitar Mataku Yang Memora Dan Menatep Balik Kepala Akademi Cauldron. Aku Bersumpapada Beladi Yang Kujingemirat, Berdikad Untuk Memertankan Kanjanan Inai Dengan Tak Turgakan. Anak Laki-Laki Idu Meninggalkan Ruang Kepala Akademi Bersama Workner. Settle Pintu Turdutup Dan Sasak Merika Menghiling, Cauldron Menatep Kian Kasa. Diatersinium Seperti Penihir Yang Suka Berbia Jahil. Mafkan Aku, Tapianai Salamukarana Tidek Melandinginya can, a mutter that no one can hear. The pioneers who would somehow come to whom. The witch kept the dagger that had been returned to his scabbard with magic, his charred blade then squinted. The sword chasing the stick. Let's see what's going to happen. 21 Surzamoon, the third week, long day. Since that day my new academic life began, however compared to 2 months ago this was a much more bad start. We acknowledge Will Serfort's violation in various lessons and retract his credits. Pertama-tama, credit Yang Kumaliki Dikabati Depan Semua Orang. Semua Yang Berkaitan Dengan Realisasi Sihir Dan Praxis, Yang Kuparole Dengan Sihir Elfi. All I have left is 11 credits I got from the written test. My classmates really looked down on me who had earned the credit using Elfi's magic. That's inevitable. I can't argue. All this is my fault that can't use magic. Because of this, I received their condemnation. Maybe that's what's wrong. Shortly thereafter, the oppression of me began. Why are you still in the academy? You can't use magic. Sepet Pergi Sana Orang Tak Berguna. Bakan Murid Yang Perna Berdamu Denganku Sebalumnya Juga Yang Tidek Kukinal Semuanya Menjakamku. No one forgave any contradictions where someone who can't use magic remains in the Magic Academy. The oppression of the students is increasing against me, who continue to learn in silence. When walking in the corridor, it was usual that I was pushed with magic from behind or snatched to fall. Saat aku meminjam baniak buku di ruang belajar mandiri dan membuka katatinku, semuanya diterbankan oleh sihir angin. Dalam pelajaran realisasi sihir di mana aku tidak bisa melakukan apa-apa. Ada kalanya mereka mencoba menjadikanku target atau kalinsai perkabanan tuk sihir baru. Penghinaan terhadapku tanpa sadar berubah menjadi permanen yang sehingga menyenangkan bagi mereka. Anak-anak bisa menjadi sangat kejam. Aku yang dikelilingi keluarga yang hangat di panti asuhan dan tidak tahu apa-apa, kini menyadari hal itu. Sian mulai berdekak begitu melihat wajahku. Itu adalah campuran kejengkelan dan penghinaan. Julius berhenti berhubungan denganku siala aku sudah tidak berguna lagi. Itu adalah ketidakpedulian yang berlawanan dengan kebaikan. Colette, as usual, looked at me from a distance. I don't really understand the meaning of his gaze. No one helped me, but I was grateful for that. If anyone reached out to me and ended up being a victim of oppression, I would falter. Aku akan mergukan kigoisan diriku yang menyusahkan orang lain dan menjadi bimbang. Karena itu, inai sudah cukup. Inai yang terbaik. Kenapa kepala akademi cauldron membayarkan orang seperti itu tetap berada di akademi? Hal seperti inai belum pernah terjadi sejak berdirinya akademi. Inai bisa mensamari sejarah regarding yang terhormat. Para guru juga sepertinya mempertanyakan keberadangku di akademi, bahkan lebih membensiku. If it wasn't for the orders of the head of the academy, maybe I had already been expelled at will. In the lesson, I was treated as if I didn't exist or were like a rare animal. And Master Edward, who first exposed my relationship with Elfie, surprisingly defended me. Why do you have time to mock people who can't use magic? Do you have the free time to do something like that? In that case, never say stupid things like, I want to go to the tower, or I want to be Magivander in front of me. It's sad. In the basement of the basement where the history of the source of magic takes place. Para murid yang menjajeku dengan suara kiras seperti di pelajaran lain mendapat teguran. Mereka memukat di bawah tatapan dengan Guru Edward. Aku yang tadinya menyundak mengangkat wajah, lebih merasa bingung daripada terkejut. Karena kupikir Guru Edward yang tegas dan menakutkan akan yang pertama mendiskriminasi dan membedakanku. Serfort, get out of this class. A. You are disturbing the concentration of others and have a bad effect. Most importantly, there's no benefit to you here. You chose the wrong path you had to take. Guru Edward tetap regional dan dengan seperti biasanya tapi. Aku merasa ada kahia yang sama seperti saat Guru Werkner melihatku di kedua matanya. Excellent subjects related to special professions can usually be taken gradually starting from the second year. However, if you want, I'll talk to the head of Cauldron Academy. P. Mr. Edward, the magic technician or herb expert. Under the guidance of the Werkner, you can also more easily gain qualification as a magic animal trainer. It should be considered for you at this time. The tone of Master Edward's voice that turned my back and wrote on the whiteboard with magic remained as usual, but there is clearly the responsibility of a teacher who tries to guide the lost student. Mungkin aku salahpaham, mungkin aku keliru tapi itulah yang kurasakan, dan setelah merasakan itu aku harus menolaknya. Tunggu dulu saya tidak bisa memilih jalan lain. Kenapa? Guru Edward berbalik. Aku sambil duduk di kursi menjepalkan tangan di atas meja. Dengan tekad untuk tidak melepaskan persungku pada Elfie yang masih membara di dalam dada, aku membuka mulut. Because I had to go up to the royals and became Magivander, sesat setelah aku mengatakan itu, tarik kembali ucapanmu, Guru Edward berubah drastis. You who can't use magic want to go to the tower. That's impossible. What is Magivander? What you're saying now is the dumbest thing. That's not a noble ideal or a hungry ambition. It's just a desire of suicide. He approached my chair with a loud footstep, screaming in front of my face. With a horrible expression I had never seen before, he looked at me sharply. The tower is the grave Wanda. You who are not even a magic wand, if you set foot there, even the tombstone will not be left. Do you want to end your life like a farm animal? There is no hope anymore. His outstretched hand gripped my collar. Drawn closer, his angry gaze was just a moment from my face. Forgetting his position as a teacher, Teacher Edward gave a warning. Without the ability to use magic, how can you chase the peak of magic? What is the logic? Pull you back up now. Swear here that you will not chase the tower. There's only one thing I understand. Teacher Edward reacted very strongly to the words tower and Magivander. It was as if he had an inferiority complex. It was as if there wasn't something that couldn't be ignored. I must have touched the sensitive point of the dragon disguised as a snake. The disciples were terrified and my arms trembled. Even so, I had to rebel. I can't. I'm going to the towers. Basic idiot. Although Master Edward did not resort to violence, for the first time I felt I would be killed by someone. Our debate continued until Master Werkner had to come to stop him. From that day on, Master Edward became the enemy of Will Serfort. He humiliated me more than anyone, trying to break my spirit, even trying to get me out of school. I'm getting isolated. I realized no, from the beginning, only Master Werkner became my ally. Will, what kind of wound is that? I was called to Master Werkner's special main creature room and hid my left hand behind the back. My nasty and swollen hands due to the oppression of other students' throbbing pain, but I don't even have time to question who is responsible. With eyes that already looked tired, I looked at Master Werkner. It's nothing, I just fell. By the way, what does it need to call me? You idiot, Master Werkner, perhaps realizing I won't talk, frown and take my left hand. He provided first aid skillfully using ointments and bandages. I also often do this for Elfie, my adopted brother and sister, while in the orphanage. I wondered if Master Werkner also had a someone that made him get used to giving first aid. Will, even though the head of the academy said so. You can't go to the tower. If this goes on, not only your body but your soul will also be destroyed. After completing the first aid, Guru Werkner said. After hesitating whether or not he would say it, he finally began to advise me, unable to bear to see my messy state. The total credit that can be earned over 6 years in the academy is 12,000. Of that number, the realization of magic relating to magic includes 48 credits. You're gonna fail to get all that credit. And the credit required to go to the tower is 72. So if I get all the written exam and praxis credits, it will be exactly 72. I can go to the tower. I can go to Elfie's place. No one has ever gone to the tower in that way. I said it was impossible. Stop being reckless. From now on, I won't be able to pass all the lessons realization of magic. On the other hand, the credits that can be obtained from the written exam and praxis are 36-0 respectively. In other words, will Serfort must not fail to get a single credit from now on. I have to keep going all the lessons to be able to go to the tower. Teacher Werkner says that it's impossible. He said that it would be very difficult for me who had a heavy load could not use magic, especially when compared to other disciples. But there's still a chance to go, although it's very difficult that way exists. If so, there's no way I'm not trying it, I conveyed that clearly. He's stubborn, I don't want to know anymore. That's when I had a fight with Master Werkner for the first time. I lost the only person who understood me. After coming out of the room, I almost cried. But after that, Master Werkner began to look restless. In the end, he began to quietly watch over me who was immersed in learning. I'm happy. After a long time, a smile again adorned my lips. But more than that, I feel guilty. Therefore, in order not to trouble Master Werkner, I began to often go to the dungeon. Has the date of 32 Surzamoon. The 5th week, Water Day. About 2.5 months after school admission, the praxis after school hours opened for first-year pupils. Practice is usually done per class or combined between classes. But even for one floor alone, the number of monsters that could be defeated in the lesson in the vast labyrinth was limited. Therefore, in the Rigarden Magic Academy, the praxis of after-school hours carried out on the initiative of the students themselves is highly recommended. Each pupil submits a praxis form to the academy, and the pupils form a group to explore the dungeon. Of course, if the ability is not recognized, the teachers will not allow to go to the labyrinth. Even if permitted, exploration areas are strictly managed and strictly restricted to each zone. If it violates, there will be punishment. In the worst case, the credits owned can be confiscated. All these rules seem to be made to encourage pupil training while protecting their lives. In the midst of such a situation, no teacher would allow me to explore the labyrinth even though I applied for a praxis form. The other teachers need not be talked about anymore, even Master Werkner against me going to a dangerous area. Therefore, even though I felt that I couldn't be too dependent, I decided to ask the head of the academy for help. All right, but remember, don't ever treat your life recklessly, huh? The head of Cauldron Academy looked at me closely, then signed an exploration permit indefinitely for me. Although the exploration area is limited to only on the one floor, I can get a credit. I kept entering the dungeon like a possessed person and defeating a monster. Only with the credit of the written test can be obtained in the first year. I can't go to class, let alone go to the tower. To stay in the academy and go to the tower, getting a praxis credit in the dungeon is an absolute thing. GISHEA, Eternal Dark Garden is still a threat to me. Since I couldn't see in the dark, I had to prepare a homemade torch and had no choice but to explore the dark labyrinth. The Magic Academy students laughed out loud while pointing at me. They could light the light easily just by swinging their short sticks. Even without that, the darkness is not a scary thing for them. I went to the dungeon with a torch must have looked very silly, but want to be silly or embarrassing, I have to do this. I memorized the labyrinth map that the Academy had published, studying the characteristics of the monsters from the previous textbooks. With a torch in the left hand and the sword in the right hand, I kept slashing, slashing, and slashing. Bringing a sword instead of a stick, it's a barbaric. You're not dwarf, you know the shame. Everyone mocked me who brought the sword I got from the Thorsius Fass. Even the teachers hated me, but this is all I'm going to let go. For me who can't use a stick, this sword is the only weapon. If I lose this, I can't fight anymore. The student locker could only be opened with magic. Because I can't use the locker, I always have to bring this sword with me. I'm training. In order to use the sword better, I kept swinging it both inside and outside the labyrinth. Morning, as soon as I woke up, I swung the sword. Night, before I went to bed, I was training on basic movements. I'm not a hero in Elfie's favorite fairy tale. I'm not a genius. That's why I need to get used to this sword as much as possible. With this silver blade that is almost as high as mine. With a tool that produces a slash that is very underrated by witches. After using it, I realized that the sword was a terrifying weapon. To use the sword, you have to approach the enemy. You have to attack a bigger, faster, and stronger opponent than you. Talks are different. The stick that releases magic can strike from a distance that is not reached by fangs or monster claws. I realized the great magic I had used thanks to Elfie. At the same time, I had to really understand the characteristics of the field that is almost like this flaw. If I'm not diligent, I'll get hurt. If I'm afraid of the enemy, I'll bleed. If I do it all the two, I'll die. With the sword, I have to fight my own fears. For me, being timid and cowardly, this is the second thing that hurts the most. The most painful thing was to run away and turn away from Elfie. That's all I can't hold. That's all I can't accept. Because of that, I'll fight my fears. I kept swinging the sword and attacking towards the monster. By swapping the pain of the burning wound, I slowly learned how to use the sword. And one day, I realized it. The sword I've always used felt was much more comfortable in my hands than a stick. I smiled awkwardly, realizing how ironic it was. Evidence of the 20 big boss crawler defeat was received, 10 credits were awarded. In the space of a magic creature, I handed over the drop of a total of 20 monsters and earned a lot of credits. Looking at this exaggerated dungeon exploration, Master Workner lost the words and then scolded me seriously. But I've been at the point where I can't stop. Number of credits held, 112. The number that slightly calmed me, visualized over the pile of monster corpses. The result of my reckless effort is more than double that of Elfie. Unwittingly by anyone but Master Workner, I continue to increase my credit amount exponentially. The darkness of the primordial and light of the end naturally includes 5 elements: fire, wind, soil, lightning, and water. The low-level dark magic of the Dax Darbicans uses fire with dark attributes. This shows that the appearance of the 5-element magic occurred later, which also supported the Mabeth observation, which stated that everything started from darkness and returned to the light. This relationship between elements is believed to be rooted in the origin of the wizarding world, and the magic system changed drastically before and after the reign of the Merced's Witch Queen, I learned. I muttered the material I memorized and kept writing in my notebook with a pen. I can't fail in the written exam once. I have to get a perfect answer and a full grade that even the teachers who hate me can't argue. Memorize, calculate, analyze, write reports. I tried hard to take control of everything. Unlike other disciples, I can't use magic. I don't understand the magic sensation. What they understand intuitively, I have to describe it theoretically and verbally. That means I have to study harder than other students. Just like the sword practice, or even more than that, I kept glued to the study table. I kept learning, and learning. Of course, I cut back on my sleep. I stacked the mountain of books on the table like an obligation. Like dwarves, I fought against the darkness until the night was over, borrowing magic candles. Along with the sword training, I didn't waste a single second. White hair. When I looked at the mirror, I realized that my tribut was growing. Between my black hair, white hair began to look mixed. Seeing me like this, laughter in the academy never stopped. I was even teased like an old man. This must be a side effect of my overeffort. It's okay, I got it. No problem. Because of this, I kept immersed in training and learning. I started chasing credit more than anything else. Will Serfort pass, 2 credits are given. I often accept exam results with displeased faces from the teachers, students who continue to fail in the realization of magic. The paper flea that continues to get perfect grades in the written exam, either appreciate or underestimate myself like that. I don't know when I've started to be called learner or exemplary college in writing. Maybe it's better than calm used to it. With heavy eyes and increasingly tired thoughts, that's all I can feel. Impossible, as the boy was immersed in practice and learning, and the name learner began to spread. The shudderer looked at the Will's value report that was only allowed to be seen by the head of the Cauldron Academy. The value of the written is still understandable. That's proof he tried hard in learning even though he couldn't use magic. But this praxis value is impossible. Total credit, 170. Will's growing credit details indicate that praxis now includes 80% of the total. Not a single first-year student earned nearly 120 praxis credits at this stage. Even Lehanna Owenshaus and Mary Lowe had yet to reach that level. This is proof that he has explored every corner of the first floor in depth. No, there was even a chance he had secretly gone to the second floor without the knowledge of Workner and the others. If he did such a thing, he could die. A first-year student who just entered the academy for less than 3 months would definitely lose his life. However, Will is still intact and today went to the labyrinth to do reckless things. Unbelievable. Even confusing, therefore this is impossible. Other teachers and the pupils underestimated the child, but this kind of fact couldn't be left to unfold. The morning after Elfaria was taken to the tower, Will brought a lot of drop. Among the disciples, it was thought to be just hunting weak monsters or stealing from others. No one knows or acknowledges the boy's strangeness. In a sense, it is a blessing in the midst of misfortune. If this is known, there is no doubt the self-esteem of the witches will be hurt and the situation around will deteriorate. It is not difficult to imagine that the oppression will increase and the pressure will be stronger beyond Workner's supervision. Let alone telling Edward that's absolutely impossible. Edward's hard stance towards Will was because of useless people who couldn't use magic chasing the tower. Even if he knew about the Will's fighting ability, his attitude wouldn't change. It was precisely if he knew the secret, if he knew there was a power that exceeded magic, he would probably take extreme action. For the current mentally and physically distressed Will, Edward's extreme action could be the last blow. Workner, who knew Edward well, swore in his heart not to tell him. Workner, don't talk about Will to anyone. The head of Cauldron Academy also gave such a firm order. The Workner, just like Will, had to bear the kid's secret alone. Will's power, it's like a dwarf tank. No more than that, a warrior. The Workner had tried several times to take Will back from the dungeon. The way the boy was fighting that he saw there was terrible. The power when swinging the sword was not normal. Impossible. He muttered once more while staring at the value report with the drawing of Will Magic on it on the table of the magic creature's space. The deviant child from the wizarding world. Such words appeared in his mind. At the same time, Will is currently very dangerous. Although it had been warned many times, the next day he returned to do reckless things as if nothing had happened. Seeing the figure of the child who continues to force himself every day, Workner's worries did not subside. If this goes on, the boy will be broken. Destroyed is okay. If the results equivalent to destruction could be obtained, I would accept it as much as anything. The only thing I feared was completely destroyed and couldn't step forward. I was the one who realized from the beginning that I was doing reckless things, thinking so. Is it true that it just goes on like this? However, there is conflict in me. Am I really going to live this kind of life for the next 6 years? Is it okay not to go to Elfie's place immediately? I have that kind of mind, but I have no other choice. Even if I break into the tower, as Master Workner said, I would definitely lose. Insertia Barham, who I saw that night, was a very scary figure. Will Serfort, who now couldn't fight him. My heart says that. Thorsius Fast, I'm not so sure. But I know he's not going to help. Those words of lightning that made me rise up and became the driving force to fight against despair. That is a fact, that weak people like me can only get back up. Elfie, many times I let out a blue light that I hung around my neck from my chest and looked at him. But the lion of blue tears didn't shine, he didn't tell me anything. Although I sent a letter to Elfie to the tower every day, of course there was no reply. While staring at the blue sky and towers, I can only live the days as common people. Therefore, I learned defeating monsters, forcing my brain, torturing my body, repeating such days as my white hair count began to increase. Little by little, I started to get weird. Date at number Nullsmoon. Day at number at. That day, while I was in the dungeon, I saw it. Please, I know. In the direction I pointed with the torch, there were 3 disciples who escaped from a group of monsters. I recognized their faces. If they're not mistaken, they're the seniors who often bully me. In addition to the one-eyed flame jewel, there was also a huge monster I had never seen before. I came to the 2nd floor silently without Master Workner's knowledge to get more credits, just staring blankly. If I'm asked for help, I have to help. Even though they were the ones who had bullied me and made me suffer. My adoptive father would definitely want that. Therefore, I who had just stared blankly tightly grasped my sword, and when I woke up I was already standing in the middle of a sea of fire. When looking around, the fire blazed everywhere in a loud voice. Did there appear a monster that could control the fire, or maybe the one-eyed flame jewel exploded? I don't know when I lost my torch. Fortunately, thanks to this fire I can still see. In addition to the fire, the corpses of monsters were strewn everywhere. Could it be me who beat them? I don't remember at all. My memory is not continuous. What about his drop? Surprised, I hurriedly checked my luggage. Inside the bag is the booty that I collected until earlier. And there is also a drop that seems to come from the monster I just defeated. Then that's okay. As long as I can get a credit, it doesn't matter if I don't remember a few things. After deciding so, I intend to leave this place. Is this a hole? In the wide passageway, there was a strange hole as if a dragon had bumped into it. There should be no such thing here. Next to that hole, a huge monster I didn't know was lying, killed by a slash. As I turned around, the seniors were across the sea of fire. They all sat down limply, staring at me with a pale face. After ensuring the safety of the seniors, I turned around. Today I should go back to the academy. From the next day, 3 seniors who were bullied me disappeared from among the disciples. Date at number Nullsmoon. No, June or December, now what date? The feeling of time becomes blurred. I thought I had just woken up in the morning, but suddenly night had arrived. I was supposed to have lunch at the academy, but suddenly I was already in the room holding a fur pen. Even the long, short hand of the clock seemed to be mocking me, but I don't even have the energy to get angry. I'm in the mirror looking skinny and lethargic. My slightly sunken eyes also look cloudy. It was dark, empty, and slowly lost its light. I don't know why I felt like I'd seen this before. As I paused for a moment and stared at the mirror attached along the walls of the academy corridor, "Hey," someone called me. As I turned around, a girl with long citrine-colored hair stood there. "You always seem to suffer. From then on I kept watching you. Just like me, you're fascinated by death." With a voice without intonation, with eyes exactly like me at the moment, he spoke softly. What contained in his gaze was a little curiosity and hope perhaps. "Do you want to die too?" Against that plain question, I didn't answer but instead asked back, "Sorry." "Who are you?" Her citrine eyes, as in color as her hair, wide-eyed. Suddenly his face turned red and his beautiful brows were lifted. "Stupid," he shouted in a shocking voice, then turned around and left quickly. Her face that was beautiful and cold like a doll. turned out to be able to express like that as well. I don't know why right now I'm so jealous of him. It seems like I've made him angry. I have to apologize next time. While thinking so, I walked in the opposite direction with him, intending to go to the dungeon when, I crossed paths with Master Workner standing on the wheelbarrow. The teacher who was standing on the glued immediately grabbed my hand without further ado and pulled me away. Will, you don't remember who Colette was? As soon as I got to the space of the magic creature that I often visited lately, I was immediately asked. Colette? Oh right, that girl is Colette, the girl from the land class I saved with Elfie. Why did I forget? Sorry, I just remember now. Master Workner's eyes were filled with shock while my expression was seen almost dead. It's as if I'm the one who's like a doll. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Can you remember what I told you about? Both of my shoulders were gripped. I was asked loudly. I opened my mouth, but I immediately closed it again. I can't remember. What happened yesterday? I'm not even sure if I met Master Workner, but the knowledge and experience I got yesterday still exist. The things I learned and sword training was reflected in my mind and body. So, while Serfort has definitely made progress to go to Elfie's place, then it doesn't matter, that's enough. I thought that way and honestly say it. This time, Master Workner really lost his words and just stood up transfixed. The head of Cauldron Academy, Workner opened the door violently and ran into the Academy's headroom. Cauldron Anuv, head of the Academy of Magic, as usual sat in a chair in front of his desk. Will lost his memory. It's a severe memory disorder. He is increasingly unable to remember things from the latest to the old progressively. Yes, I know. I've been watching him too. It seems the situation is getting a bit bad, yes. Without greetings, Workner approached the table and spoke quickly. Meanwhile, Cauldron flipped the pages of the book open on his desk with his skinny fingers like twigs. The loss of memory accompanied by hair bleaching. What a troublesome thing and very cruel, that sword. What a relaxed attitude. Did you not push for Will? The machiner kicked the work desk with both of his hands, his voice rising. If there was a slight mistake, he would probably vent his mistargeted anger on Cauldron. Workner feels guilty for Will. He has been influenced by Evan's gestures about Will and Alfaria's truth and involved in his plans. If there is injustice, he should have revealed and corrected it. After understanding their qualities, he intended to guide them as a teacher, and the result is like this. Alfaria was elevated to the hope of a magical world in a form that he didn't want. Will is separated from him, falls in despair, and becomes hated by the entire academy. Evan has lied. According to the story he heard from Evan, Will is just a less talented student who is a little less in magic talent. In fact, it was much worse. The child was a useless person who had no magic talent at all. If he knew that, Workner would definitely stop him. He could easily imagine a reaction when it was known that there was a useless person in this magic academy. Because the truth is revealed in such a way, the current situation is happening. He had killed the boy whose eyes were shining, who steadfastly pursued his purpose. The Workner himself who had created the current Will, who kept fighting despite his heart and body being broken. Workner is sure of that, therefore this time he should not release the child's hand that he had held. Workner wants to save Will. He wanted Will to come back like when they first met. He wanted Will to smile again like his own sister. But Will himself not only can't go back in time, even his memories with Workner are almost gone. How can we guide children if we are adults irresponsible? Hearing that sincere cry, Cauldron turned the book page again. Yes, you're right, Workner. Therefore, I who stand above you must fulfill my responsibilities. I must immediately break this ancient manuscript. Only then did Workner feel astonished. Ever since he broke into the principal's room until now, Cauldron continued to read books. The book is thick, with a cover that looks old, exactly like an old manuscript. Will is immature today. The more he uses the power that resides in him, the more erodes the inside, including his memory. What a cruel destiny. At the same time, I can understand too. The reason why Alfaria came to this academy despite having to impose themselves. While stroking the old manuscript page with his finger, Cauldron muttered, he's looking for the existence of this magic, even by taking risks. Hearing his obscure statements, Workner could only be confused. Regarding Will's memory, I'm going to try to do something. Worker, please watch him. Make sure he doesn't cross the last line. Accompany him. Can we not stop Will? That's impossible. If we say something or limit his actions, the child will get out of control. He'll be more and more in the way. Even if we locked him somewhere, he would only use a stronger strength to escape. That moment came. He would be the white remnants who had lost everything. The witch shook his head, once lowered his gaze, then stared at the towering tower outside the window. Right now, if anyone can stop Will. Maybe just him. He likes to get the flu. As a child, it's always been. Of course, it hurts, excruciating, and makes her cry. But back then, Alfuria could be a Wind's daughter. Will himself felt sad because he was ridiculed, but in fact he was popular among the children of the orphanage. The ridicule about not being able to use magic was just their delinquency, their desire to get attention. Since Will noticed his adoptive siblings, Elfaria could rarely be alone with him. Therefore, when exposed to the flu, Elfaria could have Will for herself. Will take care of Elfaria non-stop, giving him sweet fruits. He even helped change his clothes and put his cold hands on Elfaria's forehead. If Elfaria asks, even with a confused face, Will always sleep with him. That's why Elfaria deliberately tried to get the flu, wearing cold clothes, not drying her hair or forcing herself to tired. He realized that using a lot of magic made him more susceptible to the flu since his childhood. That's why he practiced magic hard. His talent in magic that is growing rapidly is probably also because of that. Elfie, that's fine. Don't worry soon, you will soon be healed. Lying in bed in his blurred eyes, the boy always looked after him with a worried face. The more Elfaria's magic power increases, the more often she gets the flu can be with Will and worries her. Yes, he's worried. One day, when Will realizes that Elfaria deliberately tries to get the flu, he's angry. Real anger as Elfaria had never seen before. As Elfaria started crying, Will also shed tears. I don't want to see Elfie suffer if we're apart. I don't want to, Elfaria realized her mistake. He understood Will's feelings that were always worried about him, and while crying out loud, he apologized many times. Since then, he has never again accidentally damaged his health. But in the end, unlike the strong Will, Elfaria remained often exposed to the flu. Will, where's it? I'm not going to accidentally get the flu again, Lo, because of that. Don't go if it wasn't there. It felt so cold. In a blurred consciousness while looking at a nostalgic dream, he kept calling the boy's name. In the darkness alone, Elfaria kept crying towards the empty side beside him. YLL. Will, where? At Merced's Collies near the top floor. On top of the crystal bed that seemed to be carved from the giant ice, Elfaria delirious. Tears flow from her closed eyelids while some streams of sweat drenched her white skin. It's a flu symptom, however for the world of magic, the flu is a good sign. For us Lysans, the flu has a very important meaning. As the container progressed, an incredible magic power that could no longer be held overflowed from the body, and his reaction appeared as a fever-like symptom and lethargy. Evan, who was standing beside the bed, smiled as he looked at the girl who was still letting out a hot breath. The room is spacious, reminiscent of the church. The light penetrated from the glass stained of the blue flower near the ceiling. The place is called the meditative bedroom. Next to the bed, other than Evan, there were 3 other witches standing. Ingindia Barham, Carriot Incirca Weissman, the aide Logwell, and lastly high-level witch affiliated with the ice faction Sarissa Ulfeld. In other words, flu for witches is the synonym of sublimation to step into the next stage. Evan deepened his smile, ignoring them. In the world of magic, especially in the tower, the flu of a witch is called Blessing Witch. This is a common designation that refers to the queen of the Merced's witch, who purportedly gave strength to the previous Magicvander. This information is not widespread among the public. Only those who are at the level of high-level witches upwards know it. People who are often exposed to the flu are considered to have a talent in magic. Those who have never been exposed to the flu are considered to have no talent at all. But he still hasn't woken up. Yes, it's been a month since then, right? Although the inside is growing, his body is getting weaker. We continue to maintain his life by flowing magic power from the outside, but to be honest, this is getting heavier. Responding to the smile of Carriot, Sarissa, a beautiful woman of high stature, replied with a tired face. Sarissa is a talented high-level witch who this year is 22 years old. With glasses as his trademark, he was nicknamed the Cold Iron Woman because of his cold and no gaps. Although he was touted as the next Magicvander candidate, his current gaze looked dangerous. His eyes staring at the girl who was asleep in bed were filled with an inseparable hostility. Although a bit rude, we're just opening, right, Logwell? Yes, Carriot-sama. That night, when they brought Elfaria from the front of Will, Logwell gripped his forehead and poured the magic power of opening. It is called the ritual generation of magic powers, forced way to awaken a magic power that is asleep unnoticed by talented people. Elfaria was forced to unleash the magic power that was still asleep within him, to get the minimum qualification to be Magicvander. However, even an ordinary genius couldn't possibly fall asleep for more than a month. This is because Elfaria-sama harbors an incredible magic power. In response to Carriot's doubts and the others, Evan began to speak fluently as if about his own son. Carriot-sama, apologies for my impurity, but may I ask, how many times have you received a bright in a year as you entered your growth period? About 3 times, maybe. Amazing. For ordinary people like me, getting flu symptoms once in 2 years is good, but Elfaria-sama is different. Turning towards the 3, Evan said in a loud voice. It said he's got blessings up to 6 times a year. It was the selfish desire of a girl who wanted to have the boy for himself, as well as a testament to extraordinary talent. In front of Carriot and others that show shock at various levels, Evan became overjoyed. He'll definitely stand at the top. The talent I found, the rare crown of the Ice Princess, will be worn by the wizarding world. There is no greater honor for a watcher. The man looked back at Alferia and licked his lips. The girls' clothes brought to the towers have gone from academy uniforms to thin clothes. It was the styraced or authentic souvenir worn by Sarissa and the others. Although the design varies from generation to generation, only those who have the next qualification as the next candidate of Albis Vina can wear it. The man squinted his eyes looking at the beautiful and dazzling robe and the fresh body of the girl, then stretched out her hand. Can you not touch it? However, just before he touched it, a short stick was confronted to the back of his hand, blocking him. Even though I don't like it, this little girl is already part of our ice faction. Even for a watcher, you should avoid contact that is too familiar. It can cause unnecessary misunderstandings for a woman like me. I'm sorry for my misguidance. Evan, who had been about to touch the girl's face, was sharply stared at by Sarissa and immediately pulled her hand. Despite feeling offended, he immediately returned to being friendly. I'm looking forward to it. A day that is not far in the future when he will rule this tower with absolute power and authority. When that day came, I wanted to watch it from the nearest place. The joy of a man who does not doubt his own glory resounds to be laughter. Leaving the girl who kept calling the boy's name, I don't know when. What a bitch. That's what Sion Ulster thinks. Although he had just celebrated his birthday and proudly became 11 years old, he was in a very bad mood. A birthday party is held by renting the entire store and inviting many friends. Lyral and Gordon, his men who planned the party, exchanged glances in confusion. Sion's face was so sour that they were worried about whether they had made a mistake. The cause is obvious. Hey, sucker, I heard you go to the dungeon alone, huh? Do we want to make a team member? So the carrier of the goods and the shield is alive, ha 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 ha. Sion doesn't like Will. Despite being constantly bullied and oppressed by the other disciples, he didn't retaliate at anything, not fighting, before that too. When Zion looked into the courtyard from the third-floor window, Will was being snuffed out by his sword with magic. His sword floated over his head, he couldn't take it back at all, and was finally thrown into the fountain. While the disciples left laughing, Will took his sword in a uniform that was drenched. Wherever he was seen in the academy, he was always treated as casually as it was. And the next day, as if forgetting everything, he was immersed in learning. What are you doing? Reply. Ignoring the fact that he himself once underestimated Will when he first met, Sion grumbled inwardly. When he was with Alferia, he always tried to protect and support him. But when it comes to himself, Will doesn't do anything. Sion certainly couldn't forgive that. People who don't try to appreciate themselves, even though they sound good when they do it for others. Just by honing yourself first, one can give something to others. Being yourself that is not embarrassing is the first step to contributing to society. Zion was raised with such an education as a nobleman. That's why Sion doesn't like the current Will. Very sad, just seeing it has made him sick. More than anyone, more than anything, he felt Will was very disturbing. Hey, look at that. What is it? Ha ha ha. That day Will looked pathetic. He walked in the corridor without realizing that there was a paper affixed to his back. The paper's writing reads, I'm a useless person who doesn't value. The students who saw it were just giggled, letting out a more disturbing laugh than the chirping of the bird. Zion finally couldn't take it anymore and pointed his short stick at Will. Sion, oi, the other disciples looked at him as if he saw something strange, but Sion didn't care. Magic is activated and the taped paper burns. The paper fell on fire and slipped out of Will's back without him noticing, but it doesn't matter. Sion stepped on the paper ash and walked over. In the midst of the commotion of the students around, he called Will without caring. Hey, I'll make you my men, not to protect him at all. It's just that this way the disturbing sight for him will be reduced, that's all he thinks. That way you no longer need to feel pathetic. However, Will ignored it. Without stopping, without answering anything, he disappeared to the end of the corridor. Sion's face flushed. With a mixture of anger and embarrassment, he chased after. Hey, once he turned in the corridor, he immediately caught up with Will. He reached out to the slightly hunky back, clutching his shoulders. Don't ignore me. Due to the reaction to turn the body, the sword that the boy hugged on his chest fell. The sword rolled on the floor with a blunt voice. And Will, who had been down, raised his face. Get away. Eyes that lose emotions. Two eyes are darker and more dangerous than the girl's Colette's property. Sion stopped breathing, being impaled by a gaze that seemed to be a concentration of eternal darkness. Feeling depressed without being able to do anything, he took his hand off Will's shoulder and retreated. Will took his sword without saying anything and started walking, as if turning the scene around before. Sion, who was silent for a moment, hesitated before finally chasing. He chased with the determination not to lose, angry at himself who had been afraid of the dark eyes. However, when he saw the boy stop after coming out of the school building and passing through the connecting bridge, Sion realized it. Will turned his back on him, of course not looking towards Zion. He just stared at the tower. He just looked towards the precious girl Alferia who might be there. Sion thinks Will is disturbing, but Will didn't even think of Zion or other pupils interfering. The profile of his face that was seen at a glance did not show the dark eye as before. All that was there was just a determined eye filled with strong light. Time is not enough. There was no time to look the other way. I have to go. Where he was, despite not saying anything, his back clearly told the words. The boy began to walk, hugging his sword with a firm step without ever turning towards this direction. Since that day, Zion Ulster hated Will Serfort. The next day, after waiting overnight in front of the male dorm room, Will turned out not to return. After being scolded out by the head of the dormitory and the volcano in his brain erupted, Zion decided to go berserk. Sion, where are you going? The first lesson was magic realization in fire class. Low, you're going to lose the credits, what's wrong with you? Gordon and Lyral ran after Sion, who kept walking in the corridor. They half-cold and yelled at their little boss, who had been acting strangely for a long time. Zion, with eyes shining sharply like an eagle, did not pay attention to them at all and opened the door of his destination harshly. Sion, Will is in a classroom that will be used by the water class today. He was isolated alone, with a clear distance from other disciples including Julius. Feeling annoyed by that too, Sion walked straight at him and griped Will's collar with both hands. You, where you go without going back to the dormitory? When I realized I was in Mr. Workner's room, I don't remember too much. Don't lie, because of you I'm being put to clean the toilet. At first Sion vented his anger that was almost like ventilation, then immediately shook his head and stared intently. Yesterday you dared to ignore me. I told you I was going to make you my men. I don't remember. Don't joke, you've been humiliating me like that. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know. Sion's head almost boiled to hear Will, who kept saying I don't remember. What upsets him the most is that Will looks really ignorant, though he's lying. He also didn't like the eyes of Will staring at him back. Eyes without light are darker than yesterday. Even that embarrassing gray hair seemed to increase. To be sure, Will had seen Zion yesterday, but he forgot about it. He acted as if he had forgotten things that didn't matter. Feeling underrated by Will, whose words and actions are inconsistent, the Zion becomes very angry. He thought of immediately taking out his short stick and using magic. However, the memory of the noblest obligation Alfaria described flashed across his head, making him restrain himself in the last moments. Therefore, he used his inappropriate rude fist for a witch or nobleman. This was the first time he had done something like this. Kaya, the waterweight who was just watching, shouted in shock when Sion hit Will. While noble female disciples covered their mouths with their hands, Julius was just looking at bored looking. Sion, don't, this is not the right place. Lyral and Gordon also rushed over to stop him, but Sion's anger didn't subside. Seeing Will, who wasn't fighting, made his blood boil even more, and he floated another blow. His unaccustomed hand struck throbbing, aching, as if his own Sion fist was crying. What are you doing? The little commotion that couldn't even be called the fight continued until Workner appeared. Until they were separated by his hands, Sion continued to curse Will. Sion, why are you doing something like that? He said he didn't remember. After handing over the three troublemakers to his partner Feldy and finishing the lesson with great difficulty, the Workner summoned Sion alone to the magical creature's room and listened to the story. When he ignored me, but he said he didn't know. The figure of Zion, who was almost crying if seen like this, was just a child his age. Although he was born as a noble and had an elite thought, in the end he was just an ordinary child. When looked closely, the students of the Magic Academy were also just boys and girls who were only about 11 years old. While feeling annoyed to see the figure, adults Workners are currently confused as to how to explain it. It's useless to stop me, I'll keep pushing him until he admits it. Sion said the first sentence to Workner and the second to himself. Although his red eyes were still glazed over, his gaze was sharp, saying that a half-half inducement won't work. Most importantly, even in a different form with Workner, he thought and cared about Will as much as this. Workners are currently impolite to lie and trick Sion like that. Sion, what I'm going to say now is a secret. He hesitated, almost backwards. He was almost fed up on himself, who would immediately violate the strict orders of the chief of Cauldron Academy. However, Workner learned the importance of having a friend of his age when he was in Zion and others. Although it may only be mocking each other, the existence of old friend is irreplaceable. He hopes Sion can be the one who understands Will. Will suffers from severe memory disorders. What does that mean? The Workner reveals Will's secret is not as a teacher and a student, but as an equal fellow witch. Of course, he didn't reveal the background details. Nor does he say that Will constantly shut himself in the dungeon every day, or that he's already barged into the floor 2 against the ban. Nor does he say that Will has a very distorted power, not as a witch but as a soldier. Workner explains the point that Will suffers from a strange illness that makes him forget many things. While thinking that maybe the head of the Cauldron Academy would understand this, the one who heard the story was shocked. You see right, Zion, therefore no more doing things that can stimulate Will. However, the boy who had been down his head raised his face and opposed the Workner. I don't want to, I'll keep bothering him. Sion, wouldn't he forget everything about me so upset about the humiliation he received? Now it's the surprise of Werkner's turn. The red eyes eventually began to shed clear tears, whether it's annoyance or maybe it's like it. I'll bother him until he can't forget me anymore. Sion. Only I'll interrupt him. The overflowing emotion is similar to love. Werkner couldn't help but think so. At the same time, he felt a feeling that one day this boy in front of him might hate Will. Although his feelings are similar to love, it is not love. That one-sided feeling will certainly never be conveyed to Will, who kept staring in the direction of the tower. It's possible that feeling will never be reciprocated. And because it wasn't reciprocated, maybe he would be angry, hate, become distorted, and try to remove Will from his presence. Maybe he would drive Will out of the academy on the grounds that he was disturbing. Only compassionate, not love, can continue to keep feelings that are not reciprocated. Until one day he got angry, just looked at me, and we were fighting, I'd keep doing it. However, Werkner couldn't stop him. Those stubborn and awkward tears. A sincere feeling is like a spark that rises in the dark night, ultimately can't be stopped. Since that day, Sion Ulster hates Will. Serfort is a disruptor, so that there is no room for others to disturb Will, like an eagle that without hesitation claims its prey, like the fire that surrounds Will. While laughing, cursing, and staring intently more than anyone, he continued to disturb the boy he thought was disturbing. The tower is also acting casually. If they have already decided, they should have given the title of Magivander to Elfaria Sama regardless of the dying Ilvardono. Midnight. Evan was enjoying a drink in his room. She enjoyed her tongue by mixing blue ice and selected wine in a crystal glass. While pronouncing criticism of the towers he couldn't reveal in public, Evan was actually in a very good mood. The real post is Watcher. This was a secret position, and the academy teacher's degree was just a mere incredules. The real purpose, as the name suggests, is to find great talents. Evan's activities ordered by the towers are vast. While assessing the quality of students as teachers in the academy, he also traveled the world. Absolutely a secret agent. And he recruited talented people, inviting them to the Rigarden Magic Academy. It doesn't matter if they're nobles or ordinary people. Finding that talent set is also part of his work, and it's a coincidence as well as a miracle. He will be the hope of the magic world and someday will defeat the Egypt occupants. This will definitely be the biggest achievement of my life. Evan adored the very young Elfuria as if he was the witch queen of the past. He was convinced that his actions would make a great contribution to the wizarding world. She really hopes that one day she will receive a sincere appreciation from Elfaria, who has grown into a beautiful woman. As he was thinking about the future like that and enjoying his drink, there was a sound. The sound of the door opened. Someone put a hand on Evan's drunken shoulder and didn't notice it. Oh, you, right, chapter 6, for those of you whose name I don't know, I lost the sense of time. I don't know if today is tomorrow or yesterday or if it's the past or the future. Even so, my feelings for him remain here. Elfie, under the blue sky in the passage I used to go through, I took out the blue tears Linon. I did this because I was afraid that my feelings would suddenly be cut off. I kept repeating it for fear of letting go of even his name. Elfie, hoo-ha. I was surprised to hear a muttering that involuntarily came out of my mouth. I shook my head many times and made sure in a loud voice. Elfaria, Elfuria, Elfuria. It's okay, I remember. The name of the precious girl who looks blurred and white, at least that I can still remember. Although I can't remember what he likes and doesn't like anymore. That's the smile I won't forget, the promise we made together that alone will never fade away. That's why I have to go to his place, to our promised place that should be at the top of that tire. I looked up at the sky and the tower, while imagining the blue light particles like snow. I reached out, believing that there is a bond that connects us. That day, the life of the great stick was lost. Ilvar Sama, please don't leave us. Ilvar Albais Luglo, the current Albais Vina holder, one of the Magivander, has died. The stick that continued to prop in surface the sky exhaled his last, surrounded by many witches from the ice faction. The whole tower of the towers was mourned, and the funeral song was presented. In the middle of such an atmosphere it happened. Krek, the sound was heard. The sound as if the earth groaned, the sky trembled, a fatal sound that should never have happened. The source is far above the head, in the highest position of the false sky, which is the big protector itself. A small crack is really small, as if part of the glass broke, the blue sky was cracked. And from there something white seeps and falls. All members of Magivander, except Elfaria, the successor of the Ice Princess, felt the existence of the foreign thing. With Ilvar's death, the protective force weakened. Utilizing that little gap, a cloud appears, successfully infiltrating this world. They are, interesting, Masteria's Noah in Circa Baram Elif Canaan Thorsius Fas. In different places at the same time, each of them uttered his words. The white one that fell from the sky disappeared as if absorbed by the light. Its existence cannot be traced. But on this day, the wizarding world quietly advances the needle towards destruction. Only Magivander really understood the name of this situation. Invasion of Sky Occupants. Clank, clank. 9 bells were attached to the Magic Academy and giant ring walls. 12 large bell towers were attached to the first outer wall to the third urbis of the Rigarden. The voice of the total of 21 large bells sounded simultaneously. Stacked bell screams, a loud warning that seemed to be absorbed into the false blue sky. Both the students of the academy and the residents were working, reflexively closed their ears. The voice echoed all over the entire archival of the Rigarden, as if broken and chaotic. Amid everyone who was transfixed, a large-scale broadcast was conducted from the tower that loomed into the sky. The magic gas that is being tested inside the Merced's collies has leaked. The gas is very toxic. All parties related to the academy, residents, and dwarf immediately went to the nearest evacuation site. We repeat, the huge magic circle unfolded across the 4 corners of the tower, and the sound reinforced by the magic power shook the city. Residents who had been silent began to whisper and move towards the predetermined evacuation site. Some were rushing, some are confused and slow to act. However, once the innocuous gas that was not dangerous was visible from the direction of the tower, they screamed and ran regardless of anything. Not only ordinary residents but also the dwarves and the students of the academy. The witches in the writer, what are you doing? Sion, hurry to the hall, I know. Hey, you suck! The students also stormed in response to the degenerate strategy of the high-levelers, creating various footing sounds. A wave of students rushing began the transfer. The fluttering robes were blowing in the wind. The Zion who saw it from the middle page and was called by Lyral and the others turned around. The one caught by his sight was a black-haired young man. Don't be dumbfounded. Hurry up! Will who stood in the connecting hall while holding the sword stared towards the tower. The narrowed eyes were further upwards of the tower, towards the big protector that looked cracked. While staring intently at the boundary between the false sky and the true sky that may be behind him, he was attacked by a disturbing feeling. Elfie, he was just thinking of the girl who was in the nearest place to the sky. Will who? Elfaria have regained consciousness, and she was crying. On the bed she folded her knees, repeatedly rubbed her eyes with both hands and shedding heavy tears. When will you continue? Stop crying, Sarissa scolded the girl with a voice that lost her composure. Ever since dawned and aware of the situation, Elfaria continued like this. Once understood that he was separated from the precious young man for him, he was crying and yelling loudly, not listening to anyone's voice. If trying to get close to forcing her to stop crying, her magic will be randomly active. The meditative bedroom is now filled with irregular ice objects everywhere. This is why I hate children. Sarissa, who has just lost Ilvar, who she respects, is frustrated facing the uncontrollable ice princess. When you think about the state of the girl, an adult like Sarissa is outrageous. There is guilt for playing it for their own sake. However, Sarissa currently has no luxury to comfort the girl. It is currently an emergency situation. Unbelievable. The Sky Occupier appeared. The tower, who had understood the situation, took forced strategy on the grounds of a toxic gas leak. Although the entire city would voice protests, they prioritized the emergency evacuation measures of residents quickly. If they honestly tell the truth, Coat will happen. The entire Urbis Rigarden fell in a huge mess. People who were late for the evacuation and mass accidents continued to occur. Not only that, the shaking would propagate throughout the magical world beyond Urbis. The Cellophane of Heaven is a symbol of fear that is so great for the wizarding world. Lysant's blood that was passed down since ancient times taught that they were not imaginary monsters. Since the reign of the Queen of the Merced's Witch, it is said that the heaven occupants have fallen into this world 3 times. Every time it happened, the wizarding world suffered tremendous losses. The tower has an estimate. If one Cellohour went on a rampage in the Urbis Rigarden, the city's losses would reach 30,000 lives. Although it was only a calculation on paper, the figure that imagined it showed how terrible the threat of this invader was. The choice that Tears should take is to resolve this situation quickly. They must eradicate the Cellorolorant without anyone knowing the truth. Once the disappearing target is detected, Magivander will soon destroy it. He who had just become part of Magivander wasn't even counted as a combat force. No matter how big his talent was, it was impossible to throw a witch that was still equivalent to a student onto a very dangerous battlefield. I won't allow it. I won't lose my master again. Then, while justifying the position of her glasses, Sarissa, who thought quickly rather harshly, had decided. Actually, he wanted Elfaria to also be evacuated, but this meditative bedroom was also quite safe. He himself had to be tasked with finding the census of heaven, so he left the bodyguards. The Psi occupants cannot enter the tower, but we have to prepare for the worst possibility. Although very unwilling, this little girl was a member of Magicvander who replaced me. You guys stay here and protect him. Fine. 3 people, men and women, a high-leveled witch who was skilled in the ice faction answered in unison. After giving instructions to them, Sarissa immediately left the meditative bedroom. My body is weak, my head is heavy. Like when I recovered from the flu, my magic power was overflowing. How many days have I fallen asleep? Even after Sarissa left, Elfaria's sobs didn't stop. How long has he been separated from Will? Is Will okay? What if he used that power? How many memories are left for them? Just thinking about that makes his chest feel like it's going to explode. He had to go to make sure, but he was too scared to do it. If Will had forgotten everything, Elfaria wouldn't be able to get up again. Will, upon calling the young man's name with sadness, Elfaria suddenly covered her mouth with one hand. He can't call Will. If Will heard his voice, he would definitely come here. Whatever he had to exchange, whatever power he had to use, he would definitely climb this tower. He has such a feeling. And then Will be injured again, losing his memory again. His body was stiff and unable to move. He couldn't call for help. He closed his eyelids tightly, dropping teardrops. Beautiful hair and colored sky moves as if playing the melody of sadness. She hugged her own chest, curled up. The bodyguards could only be of view and confusion to see Elfaria, who kept crying. Elfuria-sama. As she continued to cry and cry, her tears finally began to dry out at that moment. Elfaria, whose eyes were swollen and red, raised her face, and at the entrance of the room stood Evan. With his position as a watcher, he was allowed to enter, and slowly, staggeringly, the man walked over to the bed and saluted politely, like an awkward doll. "Can I ask for your time? There's a place I want to bring Elfaria." "The place you want to take me?" Seeing Evan, who was smiling unnaturally, Elfaria instinctively retreated. The bed linen and the shy ice robe she was wearing rubbed. He was wary because there was something strange. Elfaria felt that Evan, who he had hated so much, now felt scary. As soon as he felt that Evan said yes, a very beautiful place, the place of execution. While still smiling, Evan pointed his stick at the ceiling, activating the giant magic circle. Elfaria is wide-eyed. The guards were shocked. However, it's too late. Before they could stop Evan, the complicated and strange magic circle began to work. Shortly after the whole room was shrouded in light with a terrible spark, there was no one else there. Sarissa, who rushed came after detecting the strangeness, was surprised to see the occupants of the room had just vanished. After feeling a very stifling sensation as if his entire body was thrown into the swamp, which robbed his senses freedom. After a moment of feeling the sensation of drifting, Elfria crashed into the ground. Although he managed to use his magic power to land, his surroundings were a place he didn't recognize at all. A fantastic cave with crystal pillars growing here and there. "This is dungeon." Almost at the same time as Elfria's murmur, there were voices of confusion. What happened? Why are we in a place like this? Shouldn't we be in the royals? There were also guards from the meditative bedroom. They seemed panicked, holding their heads with one hand. It also didn't seem to understand this situation either. "It's the magic gate, called the secret art of displacement." Hearing the voice that answered that, Elfaria immediately looked up. On the ceiling there was that gigantic magic circle. From there a pair of legs appeared and finally the head. A little late from Elfaria and the others, Evan landed on the labyrinth soil. "What does this mean, Evan Dono? What are you doing? Why are we in a place like this?" "I told you, you've all been moved. It is the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Although this is a shallow layer close to the surface, this is an unexplored area that no one knows but me." Evan answered the guard's questions without removing his unreasonable smile. "The perfect place to do bad things." Suddenly, the 2 men's eyes narrowed sharply. "Stop pretending to be like a doll. A powerful devil intent radiates." As soon as they saw the smile, the bodyguards simultaneously took a standby position. Although they did not fully understand the situation, they concluded that the figure before them was an enemy and directed their sticks. The bodyguards gathered around Elfaria, protected him from behind, exerted high levels of vigilance. "And one more I want to call." However, their vigilance was wrong. What they should be looking out for is that terrible man. When Evan swung his wand, a new gate was formed, stacked with a magic circle on the ceiling. Bigger, more ferocious, more sparks. Something terrible is being called. Deg, Elfaria's hair stood up. The flow of blood throughout his body was racing, as if wanting to escape. The guards who were holding their breath also felt the same way. Behind Evan's smile, whose face was illuminated by a dazzling light, it appeared, white and disgusting. Its looming height may be more than 5 meters. The shape of his body with 2 legs and 2 hands is similar to Lyson's, but the disgust and terrible impressions are much different. His entire body was filled with protruding veins like large blood vessels, as if the internal organs were instantly converted into giants. On his back there are organs that look like fog or robes, or can be said to be like wings. His left hand had 5 very long fingers, while his right arm, instead of a hand, had turned into a ferocious knife. His legs were long, his arms were long, even his neck was long, and his head. What grows is a bent bulge that protrudes out of the skull, the result of abnormal evolution. Inside an organ that looks like a face, a pair of eyeballs move wildly. The eyeball that looked red because it was filled with blood appeared to be observing around, then suddenly stopped. As soon as he realized the existence of Alfaria and the others, his gaze was fixated. Their hearts seemed to scream. Their entire body rejected the existence of the creature that was in front of them. Alfaria frowned his lips along with a hard breath. He had a hard breath. I don't think it's, this is the judge occupant, Evan announced the name of the legend. He confirmed the most terrible and dangerous existence of the genital monster was, with great excitement. The main disasters and causes that almost destroyed everything in the past were very far away and still eyeing this world of magic until now. And the true people, isn't this beautiful, isn't that amazing, don't you want to get out of your saliva, trembling from joy beyond the peak of pleasure, crying hysterically because of ecstasy, kneeling and begging for salvation and giving your life? What started was a hymn for a monster. The man laughed out loud like a madman. Alfaria and others can't understand it, or rather, they don't have the luxury of thinking about it. The monster before them is a symbol of death so strong for the witches. Therefore for that so. Then, Evan shouted in a voice that seemed to be tearing his throat, then suddenly smiled. It was as if the storm of his emotions had passed. He stopped moving and smiled in silence. In return for my services that have found you as a member of Magicvander, will you give your life, Alfaria Sama? A very stupid statement. Just as Evan made the declaration of destruction, which was very stupid and very contradictory. The white monster is moving. A horizontal line appeared in the organs of his face, then his mouth wide opened as if smiling. A moment later, his arm swung. With that, everything crashes. Jaya, protective Ga, Tidia, the three high-level witches standing in front of Alfaria, vanished. They were destroyed by the tremendous pressure, their protectors were penetrated, and their upper body was torn to shreds. Their clothes and hair flew, fresh blood scattering for a moment, but nothing more than that. The shock wave does not swallow everything, does not allow any phenomenon other than the word destruction. Only Alfaria had taken down the short words that survived the destruction. Reflexly, he formed the strongest ice wall and was hardened in an instant to protect himself. Even so, he couldn't protect the guards. As a result of their shattered protectors, he himself bounced backwards like an arrow. The roar is like the end of the world and a great vibe. The concept of the front back left right end up bottom deprived of its meaning. While feeling the incredible illusion as if his entire body was being stirred, he was blown away randomly. Shortly thereafter, with a very hard impact, his back hit a thick crystal wall. Although he had formed an ice shell reflexively, it was destroyed and Alfaria lost his breath. Eat Yuhuk, his back slipped from the wall, he fell to the ground coughing, and as he lifted his face, he was silently transfixed. Though he should have been in a vertically elongated hallway, but now Alfaria was in a large cavity. It's nothing. It's just that, due to that ridiculous clash, walls, pillars, passageways, even the maze itself has been blown away. Everything has been blown away, creating one giant space. In the distance of his gaze, he saw a strangely shaped red brick. That's not a log. It was the maid's body that had lost his hands, legs, and part of his body, covered in pale red and pink. Fear began to come out of his mouth. His hands and feet trembled violently. Seeing this sight of losing life, his body and little soul could barely bear the shaking, almost losing his mind. But he didn't have time for that. Still alive, amazing, what awe and infuriating. My decision to kill you in a way is definitely absolutely right. If this continues, this time Alfaria will die. Evan's unnatural laughter echoed and the white giant appeared. He approached the flesh of the terrible guards, then skillfully clamped it with his long fingers and ate it. Opening the width of his jaw filled with a disgusting fangs, he chewed casually. The sound of kraus and common sounded. A great nauseous sense of molars attacked Alfaria. His common sense shouted that he had to throw everything away and ran away. Her instincts were crying that it would be in vain. The monster predator would never release Alfaria. The white giant body seemed to say that he would destroy, eat, and enjoy everything in the magic world. Then this is the tomb of Alfaria. So I can't see Will again. And behind the Alfaria tomb, the young man's stone will also be erected. Will too will be killed. The incredible fear turned into a strong demand for fighting. An unlikely choice and impossible mindset. Common sense and instinct are equally surprised by the decision of his soul and immediately scream. But that's Alfaria Serfort. A strong heart, a soul that loves a young man, that is the proof of his existence and his roots. While exuding the power of blue magic, Alfaria rose to his feet. The white monster also noticed it. He twisted his neck in a creaking sound. Realizing the appearance of the enemy and not sweet, he smiled ferociously as he tore off the tip of his mouth. First magic R's ways, some of the magic circles unfold sparkling, and came the ice sculpture that was identical to Alfaria. The recently revealed Magender was revealed and shook the magic world. Along with his 8 figures, Elfaria brandished her stick. Roddle Heelsnow. Without chanting a spell, the white snow spear was released simultaneously by Elfaria and her twin. He fully understood and imitated the deep witch magic that Julius used in the classroom with just one look. Although classified as a medium-level magic, with the powerful power of Elfaria magic, the attack was equivalent to a deadly attack. Usually, a large monster will be punctured and stop his life's activities. However, that gift, with one swing of his arm, smashed all the spears that rained it into dust. Not only that, he kicked the ground and moved at a barely noticeable speed. Too fast. The superfast shadow that moves at high speed inside the cavity, hits the wall, kicks the ceiling, randomly moving up, down, left, and right. The original Elfaria, who could only see the shadow of the enemy that had now turned into a slash, moved, and his twins responded. Thears of Nano, not a direct shot, but an eye bullet that is scattered like hail. Sacrificing firing range to expand the firing area, not point control but area control. 9 Elfarias, including the original, fired this ice bullet gun. There's no gap to dodge. However, the treason even laughed at this attack. The giant increased his speed again, evaded all the shots, approached one of the twins and torn his arm. Ars Weiss is a complete control over twins. The original Elfaria, who shared his vision with his twins to control them, wrongly thought he was attacked when one of the twins was caught at a glance. He was surprised when he thought he had lost his arm, and despite soon severing the relationship with his twin, it was meaningless. The giant immediately destroyed the twin. In the midst of a loud sound and scattering ice sheets, the giant body was again moving at super speed. The second twin, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Leaving the shocked Elfaria, all of her twins were destroyed by the devastating attack, and now the giant's evil hand is approaching to the original Elfaria. From the high speed immediately approached, swinging a ferocious long blade. Elfaria reflexively formed an ice barrier while jumping to the side. Immediately the thick ice wall was destroyed, and Elfaria, who was behind him, was affected. He managed to dodge the attack. That's what saved him. However, he was struck by an ice blob, swept away and rolled on the ground. Irregular fraction of ice slices the arms and cheeks of Elfaria, making red blood seep. You're persistent, yes, Elfaria-sama. It is an honor for me. You give a gift of a shameful and depleting struggle. His wounds felt hot burning. His shoulders and stomach that were hit by an ice clump was painful, as if his bones were fractured. As he was lying on the ground, curled up like a caterpillar to endure the excruciating pain, the voice of a man reverberating. That's Evan. He looked from a distance, laughing with his arms outstretched wide. I want to watch to the end, but if I stay here for a long time, I can also be a target. Evan then turned around reluctantly. He was convinced of the death of the potential holder of Albis Vina, who had once bragged himself would stand on the top of the magic world. Then please calm down and let yourself be buried, without the rest of the flesh or the bones. The man seemed to activate gate again, disappearing in the light. All that remained was the giant that let out a gruesome sound from his body. And a girl whose determination began to waver, revealing a fragile figure. The tears he tried to hold almost spilled from the corner of his eyes. His lips, who decided not to call the name, did not want to obey and instead hugged him. YLL, like the ice that was almost broken, the fragile heart of the girl involuntarily searched for him. It was shining. The blue tears, the only remaining bond between Will and Elfaria at the moment. He got up quickly. The spacious Ula, which is also used for the new student admission ceremony, is now dimly lit because the lights are turned off. From the first floor to the top balcony, everything was crowded with students and staff of the academy. Will, who was sitting in the corner of the hall, along with the sword he hugged, sped like the wind. Will, where do you want to go? The suck. Ignoring Werkner and Sion, who were aware of his movements, he ran out alone. The sky is still bright. It was as if the poisonous gas was just a lie. The wind that blew was fresh and clear. The air that seemed to release Will from all the burdens enveloped him. Elfie is crying. The softly glowing lionlight of the blue tears tells everything. Where to go, where the girl is. No matter how much the girl tried to hide it, Will could see everything clearly. When playing hide-and-seek, when you get lost, when you run away from home. Whenever Will a first to find that precious girl. Somewhere in my heart, I've given up because this pendant that adorned his chest never shined. Elfaria did not ask for help. The feeling that he was no longer needed was needed. Wanting to lie to yourself, wanting to ignore those feelings, she was immersed in learning and exploring the dungeon. In fact, it should be clear what to do by himself, who has lost his soulmate. Whatever someone else said, he just needed to break through the tower and pick up Elfaria. His inability to do that was Will's weakness and concern. But now it's different. Will Serfort will never forgive Elfria Serfort's tears. I'm coming now, Elfie. The young man who brought the sword also left. In an instant he came out of the academy area and broke through to the entrance of the dungeon, the inner world gate. The piercing cold air was floating in the air. The one inside that big cavity was an ice spear, the ice poles that grew everywhere, the darting frozen ground was dim, or the guardian's rubble with crushed ice wings. The crystalline and ice pillars that grow from the labyrinth are intertwined, emitting a faint blue light. All of that is proof of the strongest resistance from the girl. However, that is still not enough to expel that threat. It's been half an hour since the man Evan left. The two knees of Elfaria, who had exerted all his might and used various magic, eventually collapsed. In front of him, the slightest woundless monster stood up with a distance that only gave his pseudo-comfort, moving his body like a wild beast. The treasurer clearly enjoyed his fight with Elfaria. Is it done? A pair of eyes that were crooked as if mocking seemed to say so. Elfaria, who almost ran out of magic power, couldn't even reciprocate with an ice bullet. It was as if saying, "Then I'll eat it." Jeremy is moving slowly. He's getting close. The sound of footsteps that destroyed the frozen ground, that heavy giant body became a symbol of despair. Whether out of fear, the whole labyrinth feels like it trembles slowly and heavily like an earthquake. I can't be a hero. Elfaria wants to be a hero. The fairy tale that became the beginning of their promise to go see the sunset together, Demna Adventure. The story of a new hero-seeking thing that brings an ignorant witch in the adventures of the world. There was a light ship floating in a cold night. There was a light source that illuminated a bright morning. Negotiate with the morning and night guards, playing puzzles with disturbing clouds, borrowing the power of a cold north wind. Go through various difficulties to achieve a beautiful sunset that colored everything in red. The hero was a bit relaxed, but always helped the witch. When surrounded by a monstrous monster, when the witch was left behind, as he was fighting for the sake of something precious. The hero came from the sky, splitting the clouds, and saved the witch. Elfaria wanted to be a hero like that. He wanted to protect the young man who admired that magic, protected the witch. Even when he was slumped because he couldn't use magic, even after losing their precious memories. He wanted to protect him, tried to equate himself with the hero figure, actually the truth. Although he wanted to be a witch who mastered the seven-color magic and continued to accompany the hero. For the sake of the young man, Elfaria threw away the poet and tried to be a hero. I can't be a hero capable of protecting the precious thing. Even so, the Elfaria oath was not conveyed. He couldn't be a hero who was secretly fighting for the witch. Now here he will be swallowed up by a monster that destroys the fairy tale fantasy. I'm sorry, blood dripped. His lips trembled with pain and regret. While looking at the red droplets that washed the ground and knees, he slowly closed his misty eyes. Will, he whispered the name of the young man he missed for the last time, and then, Elfie, he didn't let the girl's feelings be the last. The ceiling was destroyed. The labyrinth that shook slowly and heavily like an earthquake because of fear finally succumbed to the strength. What keeps being swooped down is the sword. That through the rocks, smashing the ceiling and rushing towards the girl is the fighter. The only young man with fluttering black hair and purple eyes that make the girl fall in love at first sight. Coming from the earth, splitting the stone, the hero came to the rescue of the girl. Will, raising his blood-soaked face, Elfaria looked. The figure of the young man who appeared along with the rain of the stone kicked the chunk of rock that fell down like lightning. He launched a vertical attack towards the mighty approaching Elfaria. The tax jumped backwards, barely avoiding the high-speed slash coming from above. The roar came, or maybe it's the sound of anger. Strong determination to protect the girl. The sword attack that shook the labyrinth, violently splitting the frozen ground along with the ice poles, making the ice flakes fly and blew smoky. The cold air fog became the wind pressure that shook Elfaria's sky-colored hair, making it cover the face with one hand. As soon as he lowered his hand, the young man was indeed there. It's not an illusion, not a dream. Holding a sword with both hands, facing a terrible mighty, standing as if protecting Elfaria. His back was already tattered. Maybe he broke through the sea of monsters that stood in the way to get here. Perhaps he continued to smash his entire force into the labyrinth floor to reach this cavity through the shortest route. His shoulders and arms were torn apart by the fangs and claws of the monster. His wounds were visible. The two hands that grasped the handle of his leather sword were torn and flushed, his figure full of wounds reminiscent of their symptomed son promise. As if asking, what is the source of the feeling that made him do all this? The young man who stared at his enemy was still silent. The one who answered instead was the sword. The answer from the blade that holds the silver light is courage. From Elfaria's eyes, a large droplet of tears fell. You hurt that girl. You've made Elfie cry. I won't forgive you. Facing the young man who widened his eyes and shouted furiously, the treason smiled silently. Start, a great battle that transcends magic. Both of them lowered their posture, stepped on the ground to crack, then destroyed them. In front of Elfaria's eyes, holding his breath, Will and the Treasurers disappeared simultaneously. Super speed that goes beyond the perception of the witch. Pure speed against speed. Two shadows with destructive force streaked inside the cavity, creating an exchange of impact. Swords and long knives clashed with each other. Anger and killing intent are intermittent. Each impact produces a shock sound that shakes the eardrum, sprinkling sparks like a lie. Elfria's shock that was injured and still unable to move was not over. In his view that could only be a spectator, the young man attacked Fraffens at an unreasonable speed. If I don't defeat this creature, Elfie will be killed. I'll die too. Will senses the infinite threat and fear of this still killing one another. That terrible white body would annihilate everything. The claws and fangs are just decorations. The scariest is the sadistic desire that thirsts for stimulation. The eyeball that stared at him sharply still tested how quickly and strong Will could develop. Feeling the cold on his nape from the absolute superior view of the hunters, Will forced himself to gather courage. I'm going to protect Elfie. I don't know what the creature is, this enemy, somehow the current situation. While not being able to understand it all, that determination to protect is what is everything for Will at the moment. Will, the injured girl, appeared in the corner of her gaze. Blood covered in blood, it looks so much in pain. Will's chest is claustrophobic by the suffering as if it was himself. He couldn't forgive the monster that had made the girl like that, even himself. At the same time, the voice of the girl who called her name felt nostalgic and missed, as if it had been in the years not heard. That's why Will turned the crazy feeling that sits in his chest into fuel to move faster and attack. Unknowingly, he also pulled out the strength that was asleep in him, without thinking about the consequences, turning into a cannon bullet. A slash full of energy that doesn't give you a chance to dodge. Facing that determination, and silver blades were swung, right for the first time turned to a defensive position. The sword filled with determination and disproportionate claws clashed, momentarily balanced, then the treason was bouncing loudly. The pressure of a sword that could even penetrate the mighty defense. An attack from the fighter that is considered deviant in the wizarding world. Will didn't stop. He launched a follow-up attack, determined to defeat the monster that had made his precious girl covered in blood. However, the opponent was a true monster. It's called the Hedo. After stopping the momentum by erode the ground, he turned into a white light at a speed that surpassed the warrior Will. The sword that was immediately position tilted was hit by a violent impact, and Will's shoulder was attacked by scorching heat. In exchange for resisting a deadly attack, the flesh on his shoulder was torn apart. The white giant was disputed with Will and landed on the ceiling with both legs, leaving a crack grinning wide. Welcoming the appearance of a new Musa, he began to be a little serious. You are Will, who in an instant his face and shoulders were covered in blood, let out a shout out not to be depressed and again attacked. However, quick, heavy, strong is impossible, the embodiment of violence that is even different levels with the monsters in the labyrinth. The white killer who could not even be followed by the warrior's dynamic vision. Will's intuition is updated. It is the strongest creature in the entire world. Despite understanding that he was losing in terms of strength, Will still had to jump into the fight. A desperate battle that would not be won by Will at this time. No, don't. Seeing the figure of the young man who continued to launch an attack that was almost like a suicide bombing, the girl's voice was filled with sadness. A superspeed battle that couldn't even be followed entirely by the Elfaria's eyes of the pure witch. In that fight, every second Will's wound increases. The witch's robe that protects its wearer, the Academy's very strong uniform torn apart. Every terrible line that appeared, a blood mist gushed from the young man's body. The most terrible, the hair is getting bleached, the young man's black hair. Will's hair is bleaching like 5 years ago, Elfaria no. Hair whitening Will is a danger signal. It showed that the young man was using the strength that was asleep within him. It signifies that the young man forgets some of his memory, approaching something that is not a young man. Slowly, the white hair spread in the young man's head. The pure white color tells that the price to pay for that strength, continues to be lost every second. Elfaria's face was wrinkled. No, Will, run, he shouted with sadness that seemed to be splitting himself. Don't fight anymore. His tears scattering to see the memory that kept disappearing from the young man. However, the plea did not reach the young man who continued to protect the girl. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Even more than that, it's still not enough. Despite sacrificing his memory, it's still not enough to close the distance with this rights. Something precious continues to disappear. The faces of his adoptive brothers, the voice of his sisters, the name of his adoptive father, the ceremony of acceptance at the academy. The joy of the first time he could use magic even though it was fake. Admiration for the tower and happiness could pursue the dream of becoming a witch diligently. Just as the girl was crying, the memories that disappeared into sand were sobbing. Don't forget me, don't go, hurt me. Even though they reached out and said so, Will had to turn around and keep running through the white field, the deeper into the white world that seems to be painted with white paint. Each attack was launched, one by one precious memories disappeared. Despite paying such a price, Will Serfort, who now couldn't defeat this enemy, I want to win, want to beat him, even though it's been so much. Why? Why am I fighting? The continuity of memory is cut off. Pain, excruciating, pitiful. My hands and feet were hot, my head was like burning, the blood doesn't stop. His entire body that had long exceeded the limit asked to stop the fight. Why am I doing this until it was destroyed? Riala, and the burning feeling at the base of his heart connects his memories back, immediately restoring his fighting spirit. This is for Elfie. Don't go crazy, don't forget, don't let go, bite tightly, carve deeply. Despite losing everything, keep fighting. For Elfie's sake, for Elfaria's sake, for the sake of the girl, for her sake, for the sake of the most precious thing, I'll use everything, everything, everything. To defeat this monster, otherwise I can't protect Elfaria. Will, whose hair has been partially bleached but still roared like a wild beast, was greeted with laughter by the Emrod. An enemy attack that almost struck him split his forehead. With the sound of the Fran, something memory again disappeared. He launched a devastating attack that destroyed the ground while spreading blood. With the sound of the Bayer water sprinkled, something remembers melted. The enemy's long blade and sword clashed, and again he lost. With the sound of saw, something memory weathered into grains of sand. The blood flowing from his forehead was held by the corner of his eye. Eyes that can no longer cry, who don't even know what makes him sad, draining red droplets on his cheeks. Will's face wrinkles in a trembling look. Burned by the heat of the crisis, pressed to the brink of death but still looking for a way out of this precarious situation. What to do? How? What should Will do in order to protect Elfaria? What is left in this body and soul full of holes which continues to be lost? You're going to forget, you'll forget everything, like that time, so stop, Will. A moment later, Deg, his heart was beating, not because of Elfaria's call. The Nur resounded in his mind, spread to the history that fell asleep in Will, opening the book. I fight. His fingers reached a forgotten story. The wet nails by blood opened the closed page. I'm fighting against a terrible enemy to protect Elfie just before. That time, what did I do? That time, what happened to me? That time, Will, rise up. Yes, he woke up. The swift current of the partially damaged memory turns into the pages of the book that is flipped quickly, making a sound. Behind the orphanage, in the woods, hands connected to Elfaria, monsters that appear, the wounded crystal wolf. The warmth of the Elfaria is away, the girl trying to protect herself. The eyes released by his twins. The monster crystals shone, tears reflected. The girl's twins were shattered into pieces. The young man who vomited blood protected Elfria, and he himself, I, to be a singer. Changing the body being sword, along with the words girl that prompted the resurrection, he turned his container into the sword itself. Borrowing the girl's tears, she combined back and sword. A moment later, a sharp attack of mightiness struck Will that was still shaken by the whirlpool of memory. He managed to survive, but before his user ran out of steam, the sword reached its limit. Unable to hold the enemy's long blade, the blade of the sword broke from its base. The silver blade depicts a bow sticking deep near Elfaria. Will's body bounces backwards, unable to dampen the impact completely. The white giant took the distance as if rearranging the fight. Elfaria's eyes trembled at the rest of the sword that was stuck on the ground like a tombstone, his sadness overflowing. However, I can do it. Will's heart is calm. Despite losing weapons, the determination in his eyes did not weaken, it was even stronger. The mighty who confronted him felt doubtful, while the girl who could not move held her breath because of the absolute hunch. Let me use it, Elfie. Sorry, Will apologized. To the crystallization of the girl's feelings that always help her, he put his hand in his tattered clothes. Elfaria widened her eyes to see the thing that was removed from her chest. Lioning blue tears. The blue light, which is the form of the magical power of the girl, is given to protect the young man. That time too, when Will wakes up, that time is the same. That time was 5 years ago. The day when the young man lost his memory and the girl was sobbing. Tracing the outline of the memory that looks blurred, Will imitated his past actions. The tax doesn't believe what he saw. Elfaria is wide-eyed. In front of the two pairs of eyes, he pulled his rope and hit the blue tears lionman into the middle of his chest. He filled himself with the magic and deer of the girl. The filling is over. It was as if driven by the rushing current of flowing forces, he involuntarily muttered the name of the filling, confirmation of memory loss. The details of the trees are unknown, the name is unclear. The power of output is uncertain, but there's no need to worry. His eyes are blue, the power overflows, the limit has been safely passed. The sword has been active and mixed with the back. If so, there's no problem. This body will be a sword, fulfilling a contract and annihilate the oldness of witches. YLL. While a row of meaningless thoughts filled the young man's consciousness, Elfaria shook his lips. The color of the young man's eyes changed from purple to blue. The magic power of tears overflowed from his entire body, and at the end of the broken sword blade from its base was born blue ice blade. Sticks and swords, the sword of ice magic. Oh, that Rashir, for the first time, reacted by making a voice to the young man who had created a magic sword. Opening his jaw while tearing his cheeks to half, he roared. Like fear, like laughing out loud, like finding something you'd beautified. Will retaliated against a monster that exuded an unparalleled killing intent. He kicked the ground. Pulling a glowing blue glow, he swung a more beautiful ice sword than anything else in this world. The fastest ice slash. Arg, the giant shoulder split. Seeing the real damage that was first etched, the girl was shocked. In the same position as Will's shoulder that was torn apart earlier. Blood gushed for a moment. Red is like their own blood. If so, he could be killed. If the same living thing can be killed, if the imitation has not reached. Can be destroyed with this magic sword. While processing the noise that ran in his mind in the subconscious region, Will, who was exposed to the splash of the rack blood, continued to attack. Starts a slash and freezing dance. A flash of dancing slashes, ice flakes scattered. The blue melody is heading towards a severed barrier. His figure continued to blur, his speed had long surpassed common sense. As if turning himself into a blizzard, he struck an incessant blue flash storm. The tax looks increasingly hurt. The enemy's body, shrouded in invincible and unreasonable armor, spewed blood and clotted. That is an absolute proof that he has not reached eternity. The magic sword pointed out the undeniable truth that there were no monsters that could not be destroyed. The grash eyeballs were increasingly flushed, turning into a burning red color. Ace, he was devastated. Will's body is blown up, flying like a joke. The fighter that detonated the cavity wall and immediately struck back was greeted directly by the Treperord. Will's figure is back, blurring. Beyond that speed, the tax disappeared. Pure violence hit a fall in a defecated zero-temperature blizzard. Lightning claws, the power that mocks human intelligence, shouts. Now it's Will's turn to be forced to bleed. The skin on his waist vanished, bones are cracked, muscle tissue is almost completely destroyed, yet the magic power filled into his body was still bountiful. Blood and flesh screamed that the final fight could still be continued. Therefore Will, while exuding the incredible cold of the ice sword, retaliated with a roar. Guaa diagonal slashes exceeded the speed of sound. It's easy to be brushed off. The spinning slashed, utilizing that momentum. A line crosses a bulging murky white skin, and the treasonful smiles, annoyed yet ferocious. His impact came later. Two shadows that jumped away from each other and took a distance, running uncontrollably inside the cavity. Impact for the sake of the clash. Explosion and destruction. Freezing and repeated destruction. Centered on the wound on the shoulder that was torn apart deeply, freezing gnawed at the enemy, yet the true monster didn't care. Destroying the ice that shackles its movements by force, the treasurers continues to launch deadly attacks. Will's face twitched. Despite having issued a fraudulent trump card, the enemy's violence is still superior. Not enough, the young man who wanted more power accelerated his movement with the momentum that destroyed his surroundings. The labyrinth screamed in pain. The monsters were frightened and tried to get away from this deadly fight stage. The crystals were cracked, the pillars of ice collapsed with a loud voice. Stop, stop. Tears fell from the girl who could only witness that deadly fight from the outside. He cursed his body that could barely move. He was desperate because of a super-speed fight that scared him to attack with magic because he could hit the young man, and his sky-colored eyes reflected another despair. The young man disappeared, replaced by red and white. Bleaching, while Will's body is flushed with hot blood splashes, his hair is getting bleached. Every time he went on a rampage to defeat the creature in front of him, every time he pulled out the strength from inside him. Her black hair was bleached at an exponential speed. Will already knew it, that he could not come back again to a fatal rate. One strand of hair becomes a single file, surpassing the hair to infect the skin, turning into a pure white color. As if the golden layer was peeled off, showing the silver sword blade hidden in it. The more bleach, appearance in his mind, his heart and feelings, even his identity, white, how white. His white figure was reflected in his opponent's terrible eyeball. He just realized that he couldn't laugh well anymore, even though he wanted to laugh until he cried, like a mirror. White and white sword and long blade, himself and the giant. How disgusting these monsters are. This hand should no longer hug anyone and is not allowed to calm anyone with this hand. Since this hand could only be devastating, it was impossible to make a person smile. But even so, being a monster, that's okay. If I can protect Elfie, even if it has to be a monster though, he kept waking up. Continued to exceed the boundaries shown by his physical body. The blood was on fire, his heartbeat roared, his magic power boiled and ignited the axis. In return, all the memory disappeared with a loud voice. About C, Academy. About Wu N.R. Sensei is kind, about Ed, Sensei that is scary, about C, the oppressor, about the precious pan, the sound of glass breaking, something precious is broken and scattered, scared, it's cold. Don't want to lose. Don't want to forget, but if this is needed it can be released. What else can be paid? What else can be thrown away? What else must be dedicated to defeat this enemy? The last treasure that was left in him was. Will, hearing the girl's voice, her lips trembled as if she was intriguing, and for a moment. For the last time at a glance he could smile. Sorry, thank you, goodbye, EF Prack. With a fatal voice, something precious is broken. The shattered gem powder on pieces fell through the cracks of his fingers, something that sparkled in the wind, melting and disappearing behind the white horizon. Although it should always be desired, the name of the treasure cannot be remembered anymore. Instead, he whispered, give me strength. Someone who lives in the whiteness asks if it is a reckless courage. He replied that it was just a fear that was reversed. To the coward who calls himself courage, a person gives up a blessing. Everything is getting covered in white. Everything, 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 white, white, white. And when everything became white, the sword it reached that monster. Gits, a tax allowed to bear the title of Godspeed. The tax was screaming along with fresh blood, exposed to a flash of diagonal slashes that pierced through his giant body. From the body that used to be a young man, blood and magic power mixed overflowed into a blue spark. Levels that were previously unreachable, but now it can be achieved, the conditions have been met. Limit off, the entire golden layer peeled off, showing the original form of silver sword. The old one was a young man, just understood. That he is not a tight but the sword itself, and that understanding soon became forgetful. The answer that no longer means ends only as a fact, in other words, towards the destruction that was in sight. GUAA desperation, destruction, flashes, light called by the sword. The sword trail that drew a blue spark dismantled and destroyed the entire Rakasa section. Bulk, claws, arms, one eyeball, white is disgusting. Cut and smashed, split and crushed, peeled off from the giant's body. Being a blue meteor that the witches had never seen, the sword mercilessly exterminated the enemy. In the midst of cornering the celebration, there was a sound of crying. At the point of view, the sky-colored girl, blood and wound, but still the most beautiful girl in this underground world. A blue light that even attracts awareness of the sword that should not have a function to be enchanted. The girl's tears didn't stop. The sword couldn't stop even if he saw it. However, looking at the girl's figure, somehow her chest hurt. Because of this, he prayed, for those of you whose name I don't know, how do you smile, how do you not cry? Because I think the flower that blooms on your lips must be softer than anything. Because I think your eyes that forget the tears are very dazzling, more beautiful than anything. Even though everything has become white and I don't know anything, I don't know why I understand. If it was behind the sky, there was a burning red color. It was the most beautiful sight, an amazing view where all the existence slowly turns into a soft red. Although it was a sight at the end of the world, a treasure that was irreplaceable by anything. I don't think it'll ever be worth your dreamy eyes. Even though my chest was getting claustrophobic, I couldn't reach out to that light, even though I, the sword, can't hold you. Let me pray along with this feeling that will never fade away. May your tears stop. For those of you whose name I don't know, WOO, the roar of greed strikes swords filled with feelings. A shining pattern appeared in the remaining arm, then split from the inside, opened like a cannon stick. It's really like a cannon stick. Concentrated evil power vortex. The distance between them is very close. The shocked sword, as if punished for his prayer that should not be forgiven as an iron fragment receiving a direct attack. Explosion, then a blinding light. Willow. Two shadows bounced in the opposite direction by a super-closed explosion that even the shooter couldn't escape uninjured. The sword that emitted smoke from his entire body rolled over the ground while spreading blood, heading towards the girl. The treasurer that floated in the air with great force while throwing his body shards headed towards the crystal wall. The deafening roaring sound and the strange smell of burning flesh, deep damage that is engraved on both, but the scales of the situation began to tilt. The sword lost in terms of container strength. The tax got up first, even though the movement was slow. Meanwhile, the young man who should have been more nimble was not able to move. Although seriously injured with a sizzling and boiling sound, he fixed his body. With a glowing bloody eyeball, he proved himself to be a true monster. Fall. That's why Elfaria released the remnants of his magic power. In his present state that was barely exhausted, he could not use a powerful high-level magic. That's why he chose quantity over quality, the dual activation of single magic, the series. Prioritizing the recovery, he simultaneously spread the ice barrier towards the giant that still could not move quickly and the surrounding area. The multi-layered ice walls turned into cage, evoked the anger of Rakasa, the roaring as if saying open this, and the sound of the blow that shattered the ice wall immediately echoed but glassed. Elfaria called for a self-deplopiation spell barrier, triggering an ice blast storm. The more the ice wall was destroyed, the more ice magic power exploded, froze, and locked the gigantic body. The killing intent that was about to immediately destroy the sword was confined in the ice wall, angering him uncontrollably. Although there was a little time gained, it was only a short time. Once the Rakasa destroys the ice cage, the slaughter will restart. Elfaria moved her body that could barely be moved properly, barely fell, approaching the figure who used to be a young man who now tried to stand up despite being seriously injured. The sword acknowledged his own destruction. Blood flow pulsates in a precarious situation. The enemy was still extremely strong, and with what could be called an accumulated fighting experience, he could turn things around at any moment. Still not enough. Even though it has glowed as white as this, even though it has lost that much, it's still not enough. No, Bruck, the girl fell on her knees in front of the sword. Already enough. The fragile body was small, and as if it could be broken at any time, barely having the strength left was really sad. The girl sitting with teary eyes tried to say something. Run, don't fight anymore. Sorry, I'm sorry. Even so, I want to be with you. The lips that were slightly open and trembled, the singer didn't know which words he wanted to convey. But there are two things he understands. That they are touts and swords who are interested in each other, that the body of this iron junk is grasping not prayer but promise. The sword released his body from the ground and got up. Kneeling with one leg, he extended a vibrating finger to the shocked girl. Even if you can't hug, even though he couldn't make him smile, he should have been allowed to remove the show. Ma ta hari, saying that promise should be an agreement only between the two of them. I want to see the sunset with you. From the eyes of the wide-eyed sky falling clear droplets. What was left for the figure who used to be a young man, which remains unreleased by the sword despite having lost so much memory. A promise that never fades. The promise on a long day between Will and Elfaria, who dreamed of seeing the twilight sky in red. Because that's, shaking the hair that had been bleached, the vibrating finger removed the clear droplets. Shaking the sky-colored hair, the girl's face was wrinkled. The young man who had become a sword slightly curved his lips, smiled awkwardly. Can I borrow your eyes? Holding the water droplets that wet his finger, he stood up. The ice walls were all shattered, and a terrifying magic appeared alongside the cold air. The young man turned around from the girl and never turned around again. Against the back away, the figure who was still waiting for it, the girl hugged her own body. His arm shook until his fingers stuck to the skin, holding back the sobs that escaped. He lifted his bowed face. Tears that don't stop, I offer you immortality. He uttered a spell with his last magic power. Following the spell along with the song, he offered eyes. Thears of Nano, the ice bullet released, number 8. The ice crystals that fly slowly sucked into the blue ice slats that were poured into the sky. The filling is over. The tight and sword are united. The tax that returned to the battlefield clearly shuddered. The disaster that should have been fully recovered and was ready to bring that destruction properly felt horrified against the blue tear. The Weiss, the surgical teaster sword who was about to annihilate the giant, took out his first cries. Bringing out the roar of fear without words, the treason shot forward. With all the body, he lunged to destroy the magic sword, the only one who could kill him, the figure who used to be a young man, Will. Holding the main sword with both hands, getting ready, wiping his white hair. For the sake of protecting the girl behind her, she unleashed all her silver power. Overload full burst. In addition to the magic that has been filled, he also reads the magic power of the owner, who is the source of magic itself. Tracing the traces, history, and the story of Tokler, reproduced it completely through the magic sword. The trigger for the call, the existence of the stick that must be traced, is Girl of Promise Elfaria. The blue ice princess, and the most precious, the brighter, thoughtful, and most talented of anyone, will pull out the Elfaria magic that he had always witnessed and unleash that secret technique. First magic Ars Weiss, one main sword turned into a 9 magic sword, the double magic that created an ice sculpture. Although only imitations, all of them have the same power as the original, the magic sword itself. It was as if the 8 ice crystals were turned straight into strength. 8 will imitations ran, one dancing, one ran, one turned backwards. The superspeed formation is set towards mighty. It was a sword barrier that would annihilate the invader, from the spread to siege go to the slash. The first sword to attack from the front with his right arm was crushed. The second sword that approached from the side was crushed by the left arm. The resistance of the mighty that faced the speed of the monster, however, only got there. The third sword that was approaching from the opposite side snatched the right waist in an instant. The fourth and fifth sword that took the position behind slashed behind both knees. The sixth and seventh swords leaped towards the giant body that lost its balance, crossing their slashes. The eighth sword struck a puncture like a blue lightning into the middle of the chest of the rack of force, whose 2 arms had been cut off. Torn, frozen, translucent, and frozen. It doesn't give you a chance to regenerate. It doesn't allow counterattacks. The Raxa, who fell to his knees, lost his arms, and spewed blood, saw him for the last time. Off far above his head, jumping almost touched the labyrinth ceiling that had become a cavity, the young man descended. The original main sword, not a clone, fell down along with the blue ice light, gathering all the power of magic left into the sword blade, forming a giant ice sword, the attack that will seize the name Invader. The slash from the sky that will wipe out the invaders who want to destroy the world for the sake of slaughter and pleasure. A blue crush, the deadly attacks of the tight and sword containing snowstorms. The treasurer, who was hit by a direct attack, did not even have time to issue a scream of death, splitting in two and freezing. Ice that spreads with a cracked sound covers the entire giant body, freezes into the inside without any residue, then destroys it. Along with a loud voice, the body was smashed into dust, and what appeared inside the labyrinth was diamond dust. The sparkling ice splinter reflects the crystal light, creating a fantastic view. Although it was the end of the terrible invaders, Elfaria remained blown away, along with the figure of the young man standing behind him behind the rain of blue light particles. The story of the magic sword of Styx and the sword that is invisible to anyone's eyes, calmly writing down a new page. The terrible presence of the invaders disappeared, and only the beautiful hail kept falling. Elfaria, who was looking at the scene as if the time had stopped, suddenly regained consciousness. The young man's body swayed unnaturally. Elfaria, who could no longer use magic, ran to forget the condition of her own body. Ignoring the pain that burned the four limbs full of wounds, he caught a body that almost collapsed onto the ground. Unable to hold it, they fell together. You are all right." He got up and hugged the young man's body, but soon overwhelmed with despair. White hair, skin that starts to bleach, everything is like a burning white ashes run out. Eyes that are slightly open, lips, all of them show no warmth at all. There lies the remnants of the sword that have lost everything in exchange for defeating the heaven occupants. Elfaria sobbed in front of the figure that used to be Serfort, who had forgotten everything. No, I don't want to, Will. While crying loudly, he hugged the body. Even though his tears flowed as he stuck his cheeks, the young man did not give a reaction. As her celestial-colored hair trembled in grief and the girl's heart was almost broken, "Ah, how sad." Sounds other than Will and Elfaria were heard in a cavity filled with cries. Head Academy, when you're done dethering the code and looking for Will, it turns out to be like this. What appeared floated from the hole in the ceiling that the young man was the head of the Magic Academy cauldron. He may also find this unexplored area by following in Will's footsteps. From his exhausted appearance, it was clear that he rushed over to come after hearing the sound of a great fight. We suspect the invader is hiding in the city and handing over the surface to the Workner. It backfires for us. However, he still couldn't arrive in time. Help is too late, Elfaria, while crying, almost screaming. He came close to throwing harsh words, despairing of the newly emerging witch and the Magic Academy. Elfaria, I understand what you want to say. I didn't have time to come at a crucial time. But only this I can try to be on time. But Cauldron did not accept criticism or tried to force on to sin. Instead, he's trying to do what he can do now. Leave him and step aside. That's when Elfaria finally realized. In Cauldron's hand is opposite to the hand that holds the stick. There is a thick book he hugs. Swear here, hiding the forbidden name of the sword, following the bloodline. The page is ripped here. Borrowing the name of the witch, now knitting the story. With one hand holding a magic book that could be called an ancient manuscript, the old mage began chanting a spell. Instantly, the black magic circle spread with Will lying on the ground as its center. Then the circle began to emit the same silver light as Will, leaving Elfaria shocked. Reverb Historia. The stick was brought close to the small magic circle that floated over the young man's face, and there was the sound of an open book. Amidst the great magic power gathered around Will, Cauldron gave out and groaned. The sight of the light particles that reflect irregularly in the magic circle continued, as if the seal was being installed. Will's hair starts to return to its original black. Will's hair. This is the department of the Witch Queen. Magic is only to complete the sword story that does not exist in the great library of the Academy and can only be read by those who are allowed. Cauldron tidied up the ancient manuscript that he finally managed to translate. Elfaria was confused because half of what she said was incomprehensible, but it's also magic to restore Will's lost memory, which you've been looking for. When told so, Elfaria's eye color changed. With this magic, Will can remember everything. Everything, maybe not. Since this is the magic I just translated and learned, all I can reorder might just be Will's memory around as he came to the Academy. I see. Elfaria, who had wanted to jump towards the light of hope, was quickly disappointed. When he couldn't hide his disappointment, Cauldron then showed another hope, but it might be realized as time goes on. The Sir Sword, Will, you see, it was something too strong. And the reason his memory is lost is because his containing is not ready. Arguably, this is the price to pay because it is still not yet mature. Therefore, if he trains hard at this Magic Academy for the next 6 years honing his region, he won't lose his memory anymore. Almost certainly, Cauldron nodded as he continued his magic. The light of joy slowly returned to Elfria's face. Cauldron's current estimate is also in line with his adoptive father's explanation, Ashley. It feels very convincing. What's left is the worry, but isn't the memory before he becomes strong through the exercise will remain lost. That's why I take care of it. I will master this department of the Witch Queen is better than now, and periodically arranging Will's memory. That way, at least he won't fall into such severe memory disorders as before. Cauldron confirmed that he would maintain the continuity of Will's memory by watching him. He added that although when using the main sword power was as massive as it was today, the memories before and after may not be saved due to strong side effects. But in everyday life there should be no problem. Is it possible to restore the memory that has been lost? That's probably after he's grown up. When that moment comes, if we use this magic and fill the hollow memory, he will definitely get back the memories with you. As if being able to see everything, Cauldron smiled at Elfria. Then Cauldron changed his expression to be serious, wearing the face of an witch. He did not treat Elferia as a child, but as a prospective member of Magivander next submitting negotiations. We will be responsible for raising Will in the academy. Instead, Elferia be a goal for him. The purpose. Yeah. Aku injin kamu berada di puncak menara, menjadi tempat will memendeng mendorong hatinya dan menggu sinya. Dayan jin Elferia menjadi motivasi yang kuat bagi Will untuk menjadi lebih kuat. Kepala akademi sihir sedang melakukan pertukaran dengan imbalan menjaga angkatan sang pemuda. Pada saat yang sama, aku ingin kamu sendiri menjadi lebih kuat dan melindungi dunia. Penjaja langit yang kalian lihat, masih tak terhitung jumlahnya di balik pelindung besar. The invader that fights here is definitely just a pioneer. Low-level existence. Something that's so scary and powerful, just the low level. Hearing this shocking fact, Elferia tightly grasped one of her arms. At the same time, he realized why the Magic Academy is Rigarden and the wizarding world itself are so focused in educating the witches. Mengapa tindakan suanang-wenang seperti malam ketika dia dan will dipasakan dizinkan. Inai adalah masalah hidup dan mati, nasib dunia sihir. Untuk melawan para penjaja yang bersembunyi di balik langit palsu itu, semua orang harus menjadi kuat. If not, they will be wiped out. The wizarding world will be wiped out easily. The tower understands this more than anyone, and the promise between Elferia and Will must have been behind the fight. The sunset they promised to be seen together could not be seen unless they defeated the occupiers. Elferia felt such a feeling. It is also a belief. Actually, I want to always be with Will. I don't want to separate even a second. But he looked at the young man who was illuminated by the magic circle. The young man's sleeping face with fully covered eyes finally looked at peace. He forgot that he was the sword and began to return to being Will Serfort. Elferia yang teras memendengi pemendengan itu, membasahi matanya dengan air mata siala tertawa dan menengis pada saat yang sama. I understand. Setelah berpikir berulang kali bergumul dengan pikirannya dan mengambil waktu. Even so, with a quivering voice, the girl nodded. Thank you. As a witch and as a teacher, I am very grateful to you, the glorious Ice Princess. Cauldron saluted the young girl. Elferia, who rubbed his eyes, raised his face and looked at the witch. He wanted to ask what exactly was the woman knowing. He wanted to ask to what extent he knew Will's secret. Elferia Sama, however, time has run out. This voice. I called the tower. Maybe it's an ice faction looking for your whereabouts. Can you explain to them why you were forced to fight with the invader in a place like this? Yes. Then please, yes, I'm going to quietly take Will away. Right now, I don't want the tower knowing the existence of the sword. I don't want him to be a test animal. Cauldron indirectly said that he wanted the Elferia who was considered to have defeated the Sky Invader alone. There is no other option. Elferia also did not want Will to be an experimental animal, although it hurts to claim Will's feat that will definitely make everyone look at him in a different way. Although it is very sad to ignore the blood and tears of the young man who had helped him. The girl clasped her chest, realizing that this was the only thing she could do for Will at this time. I want to talk to you again next time. Of course, I also want to hear clearly about your adventures and how all this can happen. It was with a good cup of tea. Saying so, Cauldron smiled wittily. Elferia smiled again. To the witch who was much older than her, which they somehow admitted to each other and seemed to be familiar. Then Elferia, may the protection of the witch queen be with you. Cauldron, who had completed the magic of breastfeeding, and the figure of the young man disappeared as if it were becoming transparent. The presence of the two of them stayed away. Elferia turned around from them and faced Sarissa and the others who appeared in the distance of his gaze, shaking the tap-tape-thin ice sacred cloak like a female saint. Like the new hope of the world that emerges, amid the shattered and frozen battlefield for the sake of protecting the young man, the girl straightened her back gallantly. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The Evelower was defeated. It was a dark cave, deep in the dungeon that is covered in darkness without light, moist like a drain. Evan, who walked alone there, tilted his head, then started shouting loudly. I don't think the plan failed. That invade, he is the only precious one that can come into this world. While twisting his body firmly and strangely, he showed with his entire body that this was a big mistake. Could it be that Elferia Sama who defeated him? A terrible talent. Indeed, I really want to destroy it. Evan's fatal mistake convinced his plan would work was not to put the eye in the Ice Princess's execution site. If he was watching his movements, he would probably be aware of the existence of a much more troublesome young man than the next Magicvander candidate. The existence of the sword that will change the world. Even though I've paid the right risk. Ah no, I'll definitely be scolded there. Evan changed his tone. The figure who pretended to be Evan as if he was bored, gripping his own neck with one hand. With a creaky, crackling and rustling sound, he pulled loose his own head. Evan's head spewed in blood and turned his eyeballs around. Instantly, the black smoke began to gush like the steam from the collar of his shirt. The headless body kept going even though he lost his head. Evan Gallard was murdered by the hand of this Learnless himself. Contradictory measures that recommended Elfaria as Magicvander but attempted to annihilate it. That's because the original Evan had been replaced by this heavy-no head. He had put up the head of Evan who was killed him horribly, pretending to be the original, even deceiving the eyes of the witches. Hiding the Clerm of Heaven who infiltrated this world with Gate, trying to get rid of Elfaria, a rare genius that could be a threat to them. All that is because of the existence of this crime that pulls the thread from behind the scenes. I'm moving too flashy. As the name implies, the headless, in lieu of an unexistent sound organ, the letters of magic are depicted in the empty air. While swinging the stick he took off lightly, the letters were full of playfulness. From now on, the towers will be wary of Magicvander's murder. Ah, really bad. While writing the black letters without showing them to anyone, he threw. Evan's head was holding in one hand. Maybe I'll be quiet for a while. And then, with the splat sound, without hesitation stomping on the face of the man who fell to the ground, he walked while relaxing his shoulder. The bloody and flesh-soaked shoe pads left a terrible footprint. That headless crime disappeared into the darkness of the labyrinth. Epilogue: early tears this time. Will didn't dream. There was no childhood record, no nightmares about the girl being far apart. Maybe it's because he's remembered something important. While feeling heavy fatigue and blunt pain in his head, Will felt signs of consciousness that began to appear. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Good morning, Will. The head of Cauldron Academy, the one staring at her, was an elderly witch. Shortly before opening his eyes, Will felt a soft light. Could it be magic? Will averted his gaze and soon realized that he was in the health room. Lately, he's been getting used to seeing the ceiling of the health room. Do you remember why you were sleeping here? No, I can't remember it. Then let me explain, Cauldron said, starting to speak softly like a grandmother watching her granddaughter. He explained that on the day of the gas leak incident in the tower, Will accidentally came out and inhaled the gas until it fainted. It's been 10 days since then. Although it had been confirmed that there were no abnormalities in his body through magic, they wanted to make sure there were no side effects left. Cauldron then began to ask some questions. Can you tell in detail about the first time you came to the academy? Elfaria ran away from the princess dormitory and came to my room. Ah, that was. Phew, it's okay. Then what about the day when Elfaria was taken to the tower? I was ignored by Mr. Evan, then met with Insertia Baram, and after that, there's no need to force yourself to remember. Maybe the gas effect hasn't completely disappeared. Will seems unable to remember some of the events. He felt he had seen a terrible lightning bolt and seemed to have faced something terrifying with Elfaria. But that's just his feelings. Maybe he's still sleepy. There are other things that he can't remember clearly, and anxiety dominates his mind. But Cauldron, as if to wrap it in a soft lie, said, You're all, there's nothing now. Even if you forget something, we'll help you remember it again. Strictly speaking, he said that. Therefore, Will decided to believe it while loosening his cheeks a little. Looks like you've really been aware now. Then let's get into the heart of the conversation, Cauldron said after nodding several times, ending Will's memory check. There's a girl who wants to say goodbye to you. He was waiting in front of the tower. Don't be in a hurry. Change your clothes neatly and meet him. Hearing those words, Will lifted his blanket and jumped up. He was about to jump out of bed, but Cauldron reminded him, and he immediately changed his uniform. As soon as he finished getting ready, he rushed out of the health room excitedly. Oi, Will, the exciting workner waiting outside the health room as Will ran past him. You son of a stupid Guhaya. Sion, I'm insolent. Watch you later. For some reason, Will hit the shoulder of a boy who was fidgeting near the health room, leaving the boy down. After the shouting of his men, there was an angry voice that seemed to be flushing. Sorry, shouted Will while continuing to run along the hallway. His body didn't move properly. His breath was breathless. It seemed right he had been asleep for 10 days. But he continued to swing his hand and put his feet, not wanting to waste the slightest time. While hoping there would be no brief farewell, he came out of the school building and ran under a clear blue sky. And then, Elfie, the girl, was standing in front of the tower. He turned his back to Will, staring at the towering Merced's collies. The girl was wearing a Magic Academy uniform. For people who don't know anything, he just looks like an ordinary schoolgirl who admires towers with great admiration. But for Will, the figure looks like a demand of the girl. Will slowly approach the girl's back. Hey Will, Suro, I'm going to be Magivander. They said I needed, look, I can use a lot of great magic, right? Like Bahuan. Will stopped his steps just a little further to touch the girl. Even though the girl was joking, she still hadn't turned to face Will. Is that really your own decision, Elfie? Yes, not because it was ordered by others. In the end, I decided to do it. For what? For the sake of something precious. Something precious thing, yes. Something very valuable to me. Will tried hard to hold his voice that almost shook as he asked. The girl's determination was already round. Will, who was always with the girl, knew that her decision would not change, that's why. This is where Will and Elfaria will be separated. Even though they are so close, they feel so far away. That was because Will couldn't use magic, but it wasn't an excuse to block the path that the girl chose. Only the two of them were in front of the tower, the crowd felt far away. Suddenly, the slightly elongated sky-colored hair swayed in the wind. Will he be able to wear his own clothes? Can he comb his own hair? Is she crying now? Will felt he had experienced feelings of loneliness and sadness like this before. When did that happen? Surprisingly, he couldn't remember it either. Will lowered his head, holding back the sense of loneliness. Will this? Finally Elfaria turned around. In her hands was a protective glasses. Although simple, the glasses seemed to be made sturdy, as if storing the feelings of the maker. Elfaria smiled mischievously, as if wanting to surprise Will. This protective glasses, I made it. I'm already a Magivander, so I asked for rare ingredients, learned how to make it from great people, and do a lot of experiments, the girl chuckled. Seeing that, Will finally smiled a little. He could imagine the witches in the towers who were troubled to face the girl's wishes. Will doesn't like the darkness, right? This lens of glasses can make you see in any dark place. With this, I think Will won't be struggling in the dungeon. For 10 days Will fell asleep. Elfaria kept making this preparation gift for him, keep thinking about Will, while continuing to worry about him, feelings of pleasure mixed with guilt. But still, Will felt he didn't deserve it, and he clenched his lips tightly. He couldn't take the glasses thrust at him. Therefore, the glasses also moved away from Will. Why do you put on your face like that? You don't like these glasses? It's not. Will finally yelled at the girl, who turned around again while holding the glasses. He tried to gather a mess in his chest but couldn't fit it down properly. Without knowing what to say, he expressed his feelings. I want to stand next to you, but I can't use magic. I'm pathetic. I'm a coward. I don't deserve you. Do I deserve this? His initially loud voice at the end almost disappeared. The sky-colored hair never turned around. Maybe the girl was disappointed in him. Will almost bowed again, but this time he bit his teeth firmly and didn't lower his head. As Will stared at the back figure of Elfaria bathed in the light of the sky, waiting for an answer, I know, really. The side face that was seen behind her hair smiled a little. Will is kind and has a courage beyond anyone. Then he turned around, smiling broadly. The light purple-colored eyes were wide open. The wind blows, black and blue hair of the sky swayed. The look of the two of them met. Which once felt so far away, now it feels so close. Will finally realize that no matter how far the distance separates them, the hearts of the two of them are always close. Will stretch out his hands, receiving protective glasses placed in both of Elfaria's outstretched hands. The glasses felt cold and heavy. It felt heavy, as if it contained the feelings of the girl and the determination of their separation. Then, goodbye. Elfaria turned around and started walking. He didn't say see you again. He didn't mention their promise. It was as if he didn't want to tie Will anymore. It was as if he wanted to avoid Will being hurt by various things if possible. Elfaria currently lacks confidence. He felt inappropriate because he decided at Will say goodbye as he seemed and left without saying anything. That's what he thought, just like Will, because their hearts are close. Will can understand it. Because of this, now it's Will's turn. Elfie, I'm going to the tower. The girl's steps to the tower stopped. Even though I can't use magic. Although many things separate us, I'll definitely come pick you up. There's something we'll always want Will to say. There's something you always wanted to say. Thank you for meeting me. Thank you for being by my side. Thank you for protecting me, giving me a smile I like. When we meet again later, I will try to be a little more worthy of you. Therefore, this is a promise. By putting all those unspoken feelings, Will said to the girl. Let's go see the sunset together, because it's only that promise that will never fade. There was a breath. The sky-blue hair trembled. The same girl with Will rubbed her eyes. Yes, promise. The beautiful round eyes were like the snow gem staring at Will. The tiny lips that were graceful like the soft swaying flower were smiling sweet, tender, and full of happiness. Again, like when they first made an appointment. I'll wait for you. Always, always. Elfaria turned around, laughing with tears in the corner of her eyes, renewing their promise. This time the girl actually turned around and walked towards the tower. Will looked at him. He kept this scene in his memory so that he never forgot it. The burning feeling in his chest was the only one that Will had at the moment. Will, a voice called out from behind him, that's a Workner. Looks like he's seen everything from the beginning. The understanding of the boy who had kept the time. The two of them slowly approached Will from behind. Mr. Workner, this is the last time. Will lowered his head, crying embarrassingly, yelling. This is the last time. In front of the Workner that stopped moving, Will turned around with his shoulders shaking. Turning back to the tower and the girl to be invisible, she started crying in a loud voice. Yua, seeing the sight, Workner's chest felt tight. He approached, wrapped his hands around Will's head, hugging him as if he wanted to hide him. The boy's tears were getting louder. Sorry sobbing never stopped. While immersing his face into the young man's stomach, clutching his clothes, Will continued to cry non-stop. The girl's tears fell from the tower. On Earth, the boy's tears were overflowing. That's the first tear that will one day be a distant story. The tout will continue to hone his magic talent while watching the boy. The singer will continue to learn and forge himself while staring at the girl. To the weaver of the story that one day will meet, the witch gave a proposal along with the scent of black tea. Will, write daily books. Will, who was summoned to the Academy's headroom, was told so. Take note your days so that one day you can read them again with Alfaria. After being treated to an amazingly delicious black tea, Will was given a book with a beautiful cover. If you forget so that you can recall what was happening and turn that trail into strength. It was a magic book. When it comes to the last page, the ink that records the sentences will be stored on the cover, adorning the cover. If the magic wand is swung, the ink will return to the desired page so that it can be reread at any time. Basically, this book page is endless. Well, who can't use magic won't be able to reread it without someone's help. But that man has been determined since now. Using blue ink may be good. Familiar black ink is also allowed. Sometimes it can mix a burning red color or use a rare citrine color. It may also be stylish with pale blue ink. You can try expensive gold ink or adventure with jade ink that uses fairy wings. Because the cover decorated with various colors, it will definitely be something beautiful. Because it will definitely be the story of Tite and Sword, which there is only one in the world. The title written on the cover of the book is Grimokta. Take good care and write it down. The story of both of you. Will stared at the book fixedly, nodded and said, "Fine," then looked out the window. He raised the book to see the blue sky and the tower that was clearly visible from here, then immediately opened the book. Borrow a fur pen, choose the blue ink and dip it little by little. Under the gentle supervision of the witch, Will began writing on the first page. The story of the two of them's promise that started in tears. Closing words. The novel is the past story of the manga Wistoria, Wand and Sword, published by Kodansha in Bisatsu Shonen magazine. It's a story about Will and the others while they were still in the first year of the academy 5 years ago. Since I was given the opportunity to write this past story ahead of the manga and other media, I wrote it not as a manga novelization or just as a side story, but rather as another main story. So if any of you have never read a light novel, I recommend this. I wrote in the hope that this book could be a good introduction to the light world of novels. Whether it really could be like that or not, for sure I had poured my whole heart so that you could enjoy this long story until the end. At least that's what I'm doing. I would be very happy if you could read this book casually. For those who haven't read the main manga, I brandished my thumbs up and smiled to say that it was in no way. When it was still in the first year of the academy, this was what happened to a boy named Will. This is what a girl named Alfaria thought. By knowing these things, you might smile when you start reading the manga. Conversely, if you read this manga first then read this start tears, you might smile for yourself. I'm sure everyone will have a different reading experience. If you would like, please tell me personally how you felt after reading it. By hearing all of you, I might smile, feel sad, reflect, and be determined to write a more beautiful story in the next opportunity. I feel very happy if I could witness the adventures of Will and the others with you all. If you are interested, please also see Will and others in the manga and the anime. Will and the others drawn by Ai Toshi-sensei with his super pictures are incredible. Will and the others who move agile in the anime are cool. And if you take this start tears after seeing Will and the others in manga and anime, I'm really very grateful. Now let me say thank you. To my editor Yuzami-sama and Takahashi-sama, thank you for your continued help from the previous work. To the Yunaga-sensei illustrator, thank you very much for drawing the sweet and beautiful Will and Alfaria, as well as many other characters. All the characters, both those that appear in the main manga and those that are not, are very interesting, and I am always excited every time the illustration is finished. I especially like Master Evan. I was very moved Yunaga-sensei willing to accept this job. To Ai Toshi-sensei who drew the main manga and editor of Kodansha, Yamano-sama, I apologize for making you worry because Amori whose brakes are broken. I will try to make the manga as exciting as the novel, so please support in the future. I will take care of my health too. Ai Toshi-sensei also designed the boss character in this volume and Colette during the first year. Thank you very much for your help in the midst of an amazing rush. I would also like to say a deep thank you to Kitamura-sama, who is happy to give a lot of advice, as well as all the parties who have helped in the publication of this book. Lastly, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to the readers. I would be very happy if we could meet again somewhere in this Wistoria, Wand and Sword story. Thank you for reading here, I beg you.